At a certain hospital, the enraged cry of a young man rang out, "I still want to live, I don't want to die." Before him was a medical record listing the patient Kim Isaac, along with a strange disease never before seen in history. The doctor told him, "This is a disease never detected previously, so it will be named after you. I'm very sorry, but you only have 6 months left to live." Kim Isaac, upon hearing this, walked out of the hospital like a soulless man. He walked along the road, bumping into people left and right. People seeing him like that couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with this guy? Kim Isaac paid no mind and drifted on, thinking, no way, I've been working myself to the bone. He ignored the red traffic light and kept walking, constantly asking himself, I just got my life stabilized. So am I supposed to die now? He walked in the road, forcing vehicles on both sides to stop and blare their horns. One man even jumped out of his car, shoved him and shouted, "Hey, move, do you know how dangerous this is?" Kim Isaac was pushed and fell, and unexpectedly a paper flew toward him. Seeing that paper, he hated life even more. I'm already sentenced to death, how can life be so unfair to me? On top of that, it was the very day he'd won the lottery. I still want to live. I don't want to die yet. I'll be content with everything I have. So please, please, please don't let me die. Crushed by utter injustice, Kim Isaac collapsed in the street, sobbing and screaming. Then, by some miraculous means, he was transmigrated into a dry tofu block. Just moments ago, he wanted to be content with his current life, and now he tilted his head and complained, "Of course I want to live, but not like this. Can't reincarnation make me human? Do I have to be reincarnated as a bald, dry tofu block? Even with this body, it has stolen half my will to live. I can't even defecate properly anymore." While furious with no outlet, a pack of monsters crawled out from somewhere. Kim Isaac drew his blade from its scabbard and cut down the crazed monsters in a sweep. Just after killing the smaller pack, a giant charged toward him. Kim Isaac leapt in to fight that one, feeling nothing but joy inside. After waiting so many days, this miserable streak is finally about to end. He brought his blade down, and the giant monster fell. With that, the suppression of the rebel legion concluded. After Kim Isaac's transmigration, he became the lowest-ranked demon, a bone soldier. But with each battle and slaughter, he gradually grew stronger, becoming the soul-devouring king. Now he had slain the last band of demon raiders and become the leader in this darkness. The feeling of being praised as the demon king by every monster filled Kim Isaac with joy. But these ones were stupid, and they liked to chant his name as Isaac, which constantly annoyed Kim Isaac. Although he'd taught them many times, they still mispronounced his name. In the end, he didn't care and only prayed they'd take care of themselves. As for a demon king like him, he went to receive his reward. He had struggled up to now for a single goal, to eat and defecate, to become human. So anyone freeloading, beware, you might end up like Kim Isaac. A while later in the heavenly hall, the giant monster's head was thrown down. The angels saw this and broke out in a cold sweat of fear. From beginning to end, Kim Isaac coldly stared at the throne. Above, 5 people sat watching him and slowly stepped up the stairs. Standing before those 5, Kim Isaac smiled happily and said, "I have eliminated those who opposed you. Our agreement still stands, doesn't it? As per the contract, turn me into a human." The 5 angels heard this and began excitedly debating. "You wiped them all out? I thought it would take you at least 500 years. This is insane." At that moment, one called for a servant and asked, "I heard all the high nobles formed a group to force him to work himself to death, didn't they?" Kim Isaac heard all of this but didn't lose his temper. He stayed humble and asked, "Why are you talking so much? Didn't you say that if I defeated them all you'd make me human?" He cursed inwardly, "I've followed your words, you bastards." One angel smiled and said, "Could you do us one more favor?" Kim Isaac got angry hearing that. "Even if I'm just a skeleton, you should know your limits. Even if you are gods, I'm not afraid of any of you." He erupted with Demon King aura and shouted, "Damn it, why do you keep enslaving me? You bastards, you prefer to make me do hard labor rather than turn me human, right?" His demonic aura filled the heavenly hall. The angels grew a bit uneasy and whispered to each other, "It seems he's realized. Didn't we say from the start he shouldn't be used? Why make a deal with such a madman?" Hearing their discussion, Kim Isaac flew into a rage and cursed, "Are you all only good at ordering others around? Besides summoning and sealing spells, you lot can't do anything, right? I see, so that's why I wasn't sealed. On top of that, I was reincarnated into a body that shares my name." The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became, grinning slyly. "Those fools acted as if they were so great, yet they were careless and failed to seal me." While he was savoring his amusement, a maid took the chance to shove a feeding bottle straight into his gaping mouth. Kim Isaac struggled desperately, but 2 servants held him tightly, preventing any resistance. After drinking for a moment, he wondered in surprise, "Is this vegetable juice? Now I'm really dead. Are they trying to assassinate me with this disgusting concoction? It took so much for me to become human. Moreover, something felt slightly wrong inside my body." No sooner had he thought that than his eyes blurred and shut, and all he could recall was the sinister look of the 2 servants watching him. Outside the holy nation Helen, in the Middle Eastern temple, a bishop was walking along happily. He thought cunningly to himself, "By now that child is probably finished." Suddenly someone approached from behind him and asked, "You look cheerful, don't you? Bishop. This man was the emperor, father of the holy nation Helen, Alexander Heathcliff Hela. Upon seeing him, the bishop immediately bowed and greeted, "Hail to the son of the empire." Hela asked calmly, "What is a bishop doing here?" The man smiled brightly and replied, "The Joshua family has come to pay respects to the candidate saint. After all, you know the church can't ignore a saint." Hela smiled and continued, "I understand. Since this concerns the saint, you should meet them in person, right? If any incident occurs after handing the saint to the church, that would be unfortunate." The bishop heard this and his face contorted like a monkey's rear. Before he could reply, they heard a shout echoing from inside the castle. A servant's voice rang out, "Young master, the young master has." The bishop lowered his head and smirked. Immediately after, he and his soldiers ran inside. Hela threw open the door and shouted, "What happened?" The maid turned back in panic and replied, "Young master." Hela peered inside, frowning in confusion. The maid exclaimed, "So cute. Look at that chubby belly. He's so adorable. He eats so well. Truly an angel. Look, he's already finished 15 bottles of vegetable juice by himself." Hearing this, the bishop stuck his head in to see, inwardly scolding in puzzlement. "Impossible, how is it still alive? And it drank all of that too. That's not ordinary vegetable juice." A few minutes earlier, Isaac had been vaguely wondering, "Something feels a bit off. Inside my body, reincarnated again." Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. Wait, this is Saint Killer Tai, a deadly poison that destroys clerical holy power. It may not act immediately, but as a toxin, if you drink enough of it you will die. But I will convert this poison into the mana of the demon race. So it's truly a gift from heaven for a former demon king like me. I didn't expect they'd give me a demonic substance that can be transformed into mana. Wonderful. I'll suck up all of this magical baby food. So Isaac finished the bottle and shouted, like, "If there's more, give it to me." The maid, a bit scared, asked cautiously, "Asking for more already? Why do I suddenly feel like I understand what he's saying?" The male servant quickly brought another bottle and awkwardly said, "Of course, the more he drinks, the happier we are. After all, the toxin, no, the vegetable juice doesn't take effect immediately." Isaac gave that servant a thumbs up, reveling, "Wonderful. For this victory, I'll absorb all this mana. I don't know who put this here, but you did well. Now the thing I must do immediately is leave the conscious world and enter the subconscious world, to go to the deepest place there, the world of origin where the mana core is formed, and can be entered from within." Isaac leaped and danced. After all, he's safe here. After a bit of play, Isaac got down to business. His small hands rose and he muttered, "Now concentrate. I'll condense the mana I've absorbed into a mana core. I'll need a mana core to use magic, so if I want to cast spells in the future, I must do this." As he spoke, the light in his hands flashed. Isaac panicked. A magical explosion. After the light dimmed, Isaac slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Wait, this is a mana core. It usually has 3 colors, so why is it white?" No, color isn't the issue. Clearly, I haven't properly condensed the mana into that little core yet. Then what is this kind of energy? After observing for a moment, Isaac forced a smile. This far exceeded his expectations. The tiny legs began to wiggle little by little. The small hands reached out as well, curiously wondering just how many blessings had been stuffed into this baby's body. "If I work with this, I could become a monster even more powerful than I ever imagined." He pressed into his core, placing his wish to survive upon it. Remembering his past experiences with awe, the deepest, desperate desire carved into his soul, survival, his craving to live, was so strong it would drive him mad. That was the origin of his becoming the long, dry demon king. And with that, he could create original special spells and skills. Moreover, he had successfully inherited the massive magic inside this body. And in the real world, Isaac lay motionless, making the two servants anxiously ask each other, "Is he dead? Check him." But before they could check, Isaac pointed straight up, causing the male servant to scream in fright, "He's alive." Then both of them sighed with relief when they saw Isaac simply pointing like a normal baby. Suddenly, Isaac opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Another bottle. Give me a stronger dose." Back in the present, Hela also sighed to the servant, "Thank goodness, nothing happened." Isaac smugly thought to himself, "Oh, I almost got assassinated, big deal." But the bishop grew pale, wondering why it was looking at him like that. Inside the crib, Isaac stared at the pile of bottles on the floor, worried. Did I drink too much? No, I can't do anything that would arouse suspicion right now. I must act dumb. Smile like you've never smiled before. And coincidentally turned toward the bishop, making him frown. What the? If he drank that much, he should be dead, vomiting blood everywhere. And yet he's still... So he grimaced and concluded that the kid was mocking him. A few days earlier, inside this castle, someone's voice echoed in a dark room. "The one who becomes the saint will rule the holy nation." Ridiculous. In the end, everyone insists their child is the saint, even the lowest ranked families. Hearing this, the bishop performed a ritual and assured, "Do not worry, all the other saint candidates have already been dealt with." The other replied coldly, "That goes without saying, but I've heard some unpleasant rumors that one saint candidate might be from the Joshua family. The Joshua family, the emperor's right hand." Upon hearing this, the bishop gritted his teeth and said, "But we can't do anything to them." The man immediately tossed aside the glass in his hand and shouted angrily, "That brat will die the moment you arrive. You only need to confirm his death. I've already had someone take care of it. The saint must come from the Burit family. The one giving the orders was the head of the Barit family, Cardinal Pontiff Hyeri Barit. Back at Isaac, the bishop's face grew even uglier as he recalled and thought inwardly. He said it would surely be dead. So why is it still alive? How could such an absurd thing be possible? Hela, who had been watching, came over to nuzzle him and praised, "How interesting. This shimmering blonde hair is the same color as the founder of the Holy Nation's family. Isn't that so, Bishop?" The bishop stammered, "Yes, sir, how can you say that?" Isaac was dazed and wondered, "Is this person the emperor?" Hela affirmed, "I even think this boy is closer to the divine than the current pope, truly befitting the final saint candidate." At that, Isaac leapt in his mind and shouted, "What? I'm a saint candidate, so that's why those others kept calling someone a saint, a holy one." The bishop grew even tenser and thought, "Damn it, the emperor is already favoring him. This can't be allowed to continue." He hurried forward with a smile and said, "Your Majesty, allow me to care for this child." Hela asked, puzzled, "Why is that?" He hurried forward with a smile and said, "Your Majesty, allow me to care for this child." Hela asked, puzzled, "Why is that?" The bishop offered an excuse, "Something's wrong, no newborn could drink that much vegetable juice." Hela, unconcerned, replied, "What's wrong with a saint candidate drinking the church's provisions?" The bishop, unwilling, begged, "But we're still not certain. Please let me care for the boy." Hela refused immediately. "The Joshua family will send someone, so wait until then." Meanwhile, Isaac calmly hugged the bottle, thinking, "Me, a demon king, a saint candidate, how could this be?" While thinking that, he suddenly burped out a breath of magical energy. Isaac quickly covered his mouth, inwardly cursing, "Damn, that's the dark mana I haven't digested yet. Has anyone seen that? Fear draws what it fears." Just then, the bishop seized the opportunity to speak. "Your Majesty, it seems I just sensed a dark mana emanating from this child, which looks suspicious, looking at his face." Isaac swore inwardly, "This bastard, has he detected it?" Without hesitation, the bishop declared loudly, "This child may merely be a failed candidate with mana. I must report this to the investigator at once." Hela angrily shouted, "What the hell? How dare you speak of a precious saint candidate like that?" The bishop ignored him and insisted, "You needn't worry. The pope has his eye on the Baris family's candidate to become the next saint." Hela's face darkened as he thought, he wants his own family's child to be the saint? How shameless. Isaac also cursed inwardly, so that's why he wanted to eliminate me. At that moment, Isaac's body was lifted up. The bishop smiled maliciously and ordered, "Bring the investigator here." Hela hurriedly intervened. "Wait, the Joshua family are close allies of the court. As emperor, I think this child should still be examined." The bishop turned and replied, "I understand, Your Majesty," but didn't forget to add over his shoulder, "But you've also said the crown prince's blessing will be granted after the saint is decided." Hela's face darkened further as he thought, "If I don't support the child the pope chooses, will he refuse to grant the crown prince his blessing?" So he asked, "Is this the church's will?" Isaac cursed bitterly in his mind, "These bastards. This is bad for me, if they discover who I am." The bishop said nothing and carried Isaac away, smiling as he said, "Otherwise we can examine him right now." With my exorcism power, Isaac gripped the bottle tightly and thought, "Right." The bishop, unaware of the nightmare about to unfold, smiled and explained, "If the boy is human, there's nothing to worry about. But if he's a demon..." Immediately, Isaac swung the bottle and smashed it straight into his head. The blow rattled the bishop's teeth and jaw. One tooth fell out, then a few more, leaving everyone a bit pale. But Isaac pretended to be innocent, inwardly delighted. "Whatever, I'll act like a real baby." The bishop's teeth were loose, his face swollen, and he shouted in confusion inwardly, "What the? Just with a bottle the damage is." Suddenly people shouted, "Is that light holy power? Then this child must be a saint." Everyone was astonished, thinking, "No, I clearly sense holy power within me. But I don't understand what this power is, so for now let's beat the old man." Isaac gleefully struck again, sending who knows how many more of the man's teeth flying. Isaac shouted, "Grandpa, let's see what you can do to me, you dog." Still unsatisfied, he continued swinging the bottle repeatedly, leaving the bishop bewildered and unable to react. Beaten to the point of coughing up blood, with only the scent of dark mana remaining, while the crowd, blinded by holy power, rejoiced endlessly. After a while, Isaac smiled innocently again, thinking, "I enchanted the bottle to make it harder, then pretended to be an innocent baby. How's that, you dog?" The bishop was too beaten to stand, but the people cheered. The bishop has been impressed by his holy power. Another person noticed the auras around the bottle and wondered curiously, "What is this? Though it's weak, whenever I use dark mana there's a bit of divine mana attached. These two are completely opposite. How can one use both? It must be related to that white mana core." While they were still observing, the bishop snatched the bottle, threw it forcefully and shouted, "I swear on everything, this child is heretical. Perform an exorcism immediately." Hearing him, Isaac wanted to smash him more and cursed helplessly inwardly. "Stubborn bastard, you think I don't have a way to kill you." He slipped his hand into the bishop's robe, mouthing a repentant chant, "I don't want to do this either." He grabbed an arm and exclaimed, "But it seems you have something interesting here." Then he pulled out a bandaged section of arm, and demonic energy filled the air. The bishop was horrified. "This is a relic residue of a high-level demon. An item that can absorb the powers of demon kind." He always kept it on him in case a demon pursued him. Isaac looked at the arm with pride. The bishop panicked. How does this kid know about it? Before he could react, Isaac threw the arm away, and it landed in a corner, stopped by the crowd. Isaac muttered, "Look closely, you dog. If you keep watching me, don't blame me." As soon as the words left his mouth, the cloth wrapping the arm was undone. Isaac snapped his fingers, and the arm immediately turned into demonic energy, growing larger. The crowd shouted, "A demon. Why has one appeared here?" Hella stared at the bishop in horror and demanded, "Bishop Masa Burit, explain yourself, a demon in the chapel. Have you lost your mind?" The bishop tried to argue, "Can't you see? That child just pulled out a relic." Hella grew angrier and snapped, "A relic is an item tied to dead demons. How could it immediately resurrect a demon? Everyone listen, protect the child from the evil demon and that bishop." The soldiers obeyed and immediately rushed in, pulling Isaac from the bishop's grasp. Isaac was carried away but turned back to taunt the old bishop. "Serves you right, you hateful mutt." Then he looked at the demon being restrained by the soldiers, curious to see how powerful the bishop really was. But the demon, upon seeing Isaac, went berserk and muttered, "Saint." It lost control, roaring, "Kill the saint," and lunged to kill him. Isaac was stunned by the spectacle. A few soldiers rushed in to block it, protecting the young master. Isaac grimaced and wondered, "What's wrong with it? I revived it. Why is it targeting me?" But thinking of the holy knights beside him, he clicked his tongue, "No worries." However, the guards were knocked away by the demon. Isaac turned back suspicious. Are they really holy knights? The demon continued to charge, yelling, "Kill the saint, rescue the imprisoned king." Fortunately, a soldier leaped in time and grabbed it. Isaac decided he had to stop it himself. Surely no one would notice his mana in the chaos, right? Why are there so many people trying to kill me in this life? The demon lunged again. Isaac calmly faced it, thinking angrily, "I saved you and now you target me." Mana shot from his eyes, and an image of its past life appeared in the demon's mind as a loud voice bellowed, "You ungrateful little demon." The demon immediately turned into a kitten, trembling and too afraid to approach. But externally, Isaac's body radiated holy light. The crowd only saw the brilliant holy light driving the demon back. Hella witnessed it and was left speechless. The demon dared not move, panicked and confused, and finally fled. The soldiers cried out in alarm, "The demon is running away." Voices rang out in the room praising, "That holy power. Lord Isaac defeated a high-level demon, truly impressive. He's so young too, truly the young master." Isaac stared at his hands and muttered, "What is this? Is that really holy power? And it's me. It's over impossible. Could this strange body be converting my mana into holy power? Wait, then where will I get dark mana from? This holy nation is already short on dark mana." While Isaac fumed, the bishop was seized by soldiers, who, unwilling, shouted, "Let me go, you fools, that kid is a heretic. He used demonic power. A demon set foot in the holy nation. Your majesty, I will perform an exorcism to expose its true nature." Hella barked, "Enough, bishop. You dare slander an innocent saint candidate as a heretic and even release a high-level demon in front of the royal holy knights. Even if you are of the holy see, don't expect me to let this pass." The old bishop had to kneel silenced, but he still harbored intentions in his mind. The seed of doubt had been sown. He would soon find the spy. And if that happened, it would badly affect the Holy See. Even at the cost of his life, he would save his family. So at minimum, he had to eliminate the saint candidate. Thinking and acting, he immediately summoned the illusory form of a large wolf behind him, aiming it straight at Isaac. Isaac thought with annoyance, this stubborn man has finally shown his true face. Does he really think he can kill me with such a weak attack? As he thought this, the wolf suddenly vanished. Isaac was surprised. Wait, am I out of mana? At that moment, a graceful blade flew in, gently severing the wolf's neck. A young man with a sullen face stepped forward, growling, "How dare you lay a hand on the descendants of House Joshua?" He wore a blue cloak, and his arrival made the crowd recoil in fear. That's a knight of House Joshua. The one who acted was the seventh son of House Joshua, Rilai Joshua. Rilai pointed at the bishop and shouted, "Arrest this bishop immediately." The soldiers rushed in. The old bishop screamed, "Release me, you Joshua dogs, how dare you touch me." Isaac rubbed his chin and thought, wait, Joshua. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Everyone bowed before Isaac. Rilai approached Isaac and said softly, "Sorry I'm late, Isaac." Isaac assessed him, thinking, judging by how serious he is, he's probably stronger than the royal knights. Rilai stepped to the side and pointed to someone behind him. "I can't say this makes up for past wrongs, but it's a small gift I want to give you." The man produced an item from his chest. Isaac guessed silently, "Is it gold?" "A gold bar." But it turned out to be a model, and the man happily shouted, "This is a model of the Demon King that was long ago executed. Our young master is so adorable." Isaac looked at the pile of models of himself as if falling into an ice cellar, thinking bitterly, how can I survive in this mad family? Yet the people cheered excitedly. Look how he enjoys it, so cute, he's even moved to tears. At that moment a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, Joshua, I remember now. The saintesses who once tried to defeat me. Past memories surged back. I am so Joshua, the 45th saintess. I am Joshua, the 61st saintess. You have no right to know my name. Thinking this, Isaac clutched his head and groaned. Of course, they're all from House Joshua. Damn it, not only am I a saint candidate, but I'm also born into a family of saintesses. What sins did I commit in my past life to deserve this? At that moment, the bishop's voice rang out. Those damned people! The crowd immediately turned to look. The soldier tasked with restraining him barked, "How dare you, shut up." The old bishop continued to scream, "I knew you were heretics. Where did you pick up that creature, you fiends? I will expose your true identity." Riley drew his sword at once, but the old man kept wailing. "Unbelievable that you dared to bring that monster with you like that. Has House Joshua really rotted this far? I will utterly annihilate your Joshua family." Before he could finish, a sword sliced his throat. Riley looked at him coldly and snapped, "You should be grateful for the mercy of House Joshua. That's why we didn't cut your head off." Watching that, Isaac approved. This one seems useful. Willing to strike the bishop just for slandering his house? Given a good reason, he might even dare attack the Holy See. But before he could watch long, the soldiers carried him away, soothing him. "Young master, you don't need to listen to those words. You only need to look at and hear good things." Isaac muttered in frustration, "These idiots get lost. None of them are useful." Suddenly, he glanced at two people among them and remembered the Joshua Azure. They had once been extremely powerful enemies. His former subordinates would shudder just at the thought of the Joshua Azure. With matters handled, Riley departed, calling back to Hela, "I will not forget this debt of kindness." Hela replied, "While we're on the subject, could you speak with your housemaster about the royal family's interest in raising this child?" Riley stopped and shot him a warning glance. "Your Majesty, please don't joke." Isaac heard this and was delighted. Was the royal family paying attention to him? Hela remained calm. "Both internal and external forces of the holy nation will target this young master. You realize that, right? Of course House Joshua is not weak, but are you sure your current order of faith can protect this child?" Hearing this, Riley sighed and said nothing. Isaac tugged at his attendant's collar, straining to eavesdrop. "What are they talking about?" The emperor analyzed, "Especially since the Pope also rejects this child and the boy shares the founding emperor's hair color. Moreover, the demon king Kala might be hunting the boy too." Hearing this, Isaac was puzzled. "That's unfair. Wait, I'm Demon King Kala, so why would I be hunting myself?" At that moment, Riley answered, "Forgive me, your Majesty. Because this child descends from House Joshua, we will raise him as one of our own. Whether it's the Pope or Demon King Kala, House Joshua is fully capable of handling them. In fact, I believe predecessor Saintess Melissa would be delighted to see Demon King Kala again." Hela could only smile. "I believe so too." Riley continued, "So how could we consent to let the royal family raise the direct descendant of Saintess Melissa?" Hearing this, Isaac swallowed in curiosity. "Wait, Melissa." He suddenly remembered that his final enemy before invading the heavenly realm had been Melissa, the most troublesome and insane saintess he'd ever faced. "Not only was I born a saint candidate in a family of saintesses, but I'm also a direct descendant of Melissa. What did I do in my past life to deserve this?" In this world, after being defeated countless times by Demon King Kalo, they decided to create an ultimate weapon, the Saintess. A scepter forged by the gods to punish evil, a radiant war blade, the light of the holy nation and the highest rank of the knights. With the overwhelming combat power of the Saintesses, everyone thought Demon King Kala would soon be defeated. However, Demon King Kala was extraordinarily ruthless. Isaac sifted through his memories. "I never killed the Saintesses. Killing them only hurt me. When a saintess dies, all her holy power returns to the gods, and they use that holy power to nurture future saintesses. However, the last saintess, Melissa, was truly powerful. I nearly died at her hands. I never expected Melissa to be my ancestor." Riley admired and said, "A saintess exists for nothing but the death of Demon King Kalo. House Joshua is the only house that created saintesses, and our sole duty is to defeat anything that stands against the gods. I'm certain House Joshua can fully protect this child." Hela fell silent upon hearing that. Another soldier chimed in, "Exactly. Do you know how many saintesses fell dead at the hands of Demon King Kalo?" The more Isaac heard, the more wronged he felt. He muttered angrily, "Who did anything? Who touched anyone?" That soldier continued, "Demon King Kalo once imprisoned a saintess in a labyrinth after deeming her unworthy of his presence. Someone protested inwardly, "I let her go. How was I to know she'd be so lost?" The man went on, "5 saintesses have died of despair already. Ridiculous, these people should be in an asylum." Suddenly, Riley patted his butt to comfort him. "It's fine, nothing to worry about. Even if you're cursed, we'll do everything to protect you." The man snapped back bitterly, "I'm the one who can't accept that. Curse me then." Seeing his scowl, Riley scooped him up and soothed with a smile, "We are very grateful for your birth. Your parents only asked one thing of you, which is that you do not grow up to be like that cruel Demon King Kalo." Hearing this, Isaac froze, unsure whether to laugh or cry. He shut his eyes helplessly and thought, "Oh, anonymous parents of mine, sorry for shattering your hopes and dreams." At that moment, Hela suggested, "Please reconsider. Demon King Kala was sealed 150 years ago." Isaac seized on that detail and slowly analyzed. "That long? Doesn't that mean Melissa must be dead by now? She's been 50 years since our last fight." Hela continued, "In that time, the demon tribes have begun to expand their armies. Having a saint nearby would be a perfect opportunity to increase the holy nation's influence. Therefore, this young master is very important to the royal family. However, currently there is no saintess of House Joshua. It has been over a year since the saintess who gave birth to this child disappeared along with her husband. Once again, shock, my mother is a saintess. Riley objected at once. Even though my brother isn't here, the lady of the house is still very powerful. House Joshua can absolutely protect this child. Isaac held his head and complained, I thought nothing could surprise me anymore. What could be more shocking than my mother being a saintess? Wish granted, Hella added, didn't you say Lady Melissa is currently out hunting the Demon King's minions? Riley replied immediately, she will return soon. The lady will surely be delighted to meet her grandson. Isaac angrily cursed inwardly, hey, she's lived over 200 years, why won't she just die? Hella continued, it will still be some time before Melissa returns. Noticing Isaac's odd expression, she asked, the child seems worried, is he all right? She added at once, he'll be fine soon. While only Isaac was seething and screaming inside, you think I'll be fine soon? When my eternal enemy still grins like that, the moment Melissa finds out I'll be roasted on a stake. Others might survive, but Melissa is the last person I can face and live. Thinking this, he reached out and grabbed Hella's hand, playfully clinging to attract his attention. Your Majesty, please take me with you. Hella was immediately moved by this gesture, and he quickly seized on it as an excuse. Look, even the boy wants to go with the royal family. Riley ignored Isaac's attempt to crawl toward Hella and justify himself. He's just a bit overly friendly, Your Majesty. Hella refused to let go, grabbed Isaac's hand and said, the royal family can provide a lot for the boy. Even if House Joshua specializes in creating saintesses, they don't have much experience raising saints. Riley tugged one of Isaac's hands back and replied, this child is destined to be a demon-slaying knight, and no house trains exorcist knights better than House Joshua. Besides, the boy is the first saint ever born in history. Isn't the royal family also inexperienced in raising a saint? So the two began to tug and shout, the royal family is better, House Joshua is better. The soldiers rushed in and hollered, please calm down, you'll tear the young master in half. Isaac turned pale, inwardly screaming, I'll go with the royal family, so stop this, I don't want to die. He glanced at Hella, sweat pouring yet forcing a smile, and continued thinking. Moreover, the light of life radiated constantly from the emperor, illuminating everything around. That means I'll have a better chance of survival if I go with the emperor. I can't miss this opportunity. The emperor seemed to understand the thought and smiled cheerfully. Wise choice, little one. Those words left Isaac stunned. That night in a desolate place, a bishop knelt before a group of men, repeatedly alleging, impossible, I'm certain he used mana. I'm sure that child is a demon's offspring. The black-robed men immediately drew their swords and threatened, holy power is granted by the gods themselves. Are you telling us the demon tribes possess holy power? The old bishop cried in fear, but I'm certain it was mana. How could I confuse mana with holy power? The black-robed man declared coldly, the Holy See has rendered its final judgment on your testimony. With that, he swung down. The bishop only managed to gasp, Cardinal. Blood spurted out. The black-robed man finished his sentence. It is the crime of sacrilege. After dealing with the bishop, another black-robed man said, I'll go assemble an attack team. But the leader replied, no need. The emperor will take the child with him anyway. There will be many opportunities within the royal territory, so we'll plan for that later. This time, that brat must die. Isaac, enjoying himself, suddenly felt an itch in his ear and thought irritably, which bastard is talking about me? The next morning, sunlight streamed into the carriage. Isaac woke groggily. He was being taken to House Joshua. Outside the carriage was a crowd of cavalry escorting them, which made the black-robed men question life. What's going on? I thought he was going with the emperor. Back that day when checking Hella's life light, Riley's body also emitted a similar light. He bowed and replied, yes, your majesty, House Joshua is indeed not suitable to raise the child. You can imagine it's a place littered with demon corpses and mana cores. Those who looked at him silently reevaluated. Does this person's desire to live shine so brightly? Riley continued, the most precious thing in Joshua is the corpse of Demon King Kalo. At this, someone was startled. Ayo aha aha, my body, you have it. You should have mentioned this earlier, for heaven's sake. As Riley was about to hand him over to Hella, someone grabbed his hand, started pointing at things, putting on an adorably suggestive expression. Let's go to Joshua together. Riley was immediately moved by that face and at all costs demanded the child back from Hella. So now Isaac sat cross-legged in the carriage, dejected, thinking, even though I'm being pulled out of the royal family and handed to the army, this is the only way to reach my body. I trained that body in mana to a level comparable to a god. If I can't get it back, then being level 10 means nothing. More than that, it's the first time I've seen the light of the will to live shine that brightly. So following this uncle to Joshua would be a huge advantage for my survival. At that moment, someone inside the carriage asked, why is the Pope's army chasing young Master Isaac? Isaac listened. He was wondering the same thing. Why make such a big deal? Riley explained, because we received a prophecy from the gods. They said the saint will become a child of the gods. The other asked, so that means that person will become the next pope? Riley replied, yes, that's why the Berit people worked so hard to create a saint. The more Isaac heard, the more shocked he became. What the hell is going on here? The Pope is the most powerful cleric capable of using level 10 holy arts. He's like the king of all clerics and holy knights. In the Holy Nation, he wields power almost equal to the Emperor. Over thousands of years, Berit has produced countless popes, so it's reasonable they'd fear someone, a saint candidate, snatching that from them. So that's why all the other houses also want to create a saint. At that moment, a horse's neigh rang out outside. Riley stuck his head out and asked, what's going on? The coachman bowed and reported, Sir Riley, we've arrived at the duchy, but there's a bit of a problem. No sooner had he finished speaking than several soldiers appeared behind them. And one spoke up, excuse me, but you are not allowed to enter the duchy. Isaac thought in bewilderment, what's this now? Riley leapt from the carriage and shouted, how dare you? Don't you recognize the Joshua family crest? Have you even been properly educated? The leader sneered, of course you cannot enter. We need to eliminate the child who carries the saintess's blood. As soon as he finished, a purple barrier sprang up around the group. Someone in the carriage shouted, it's the demon tribes. Isaac wondered dumbly, what the hell? I clearly forbade attacks on human territory. What the hell is the new demon king doing? The demon leader pointed at the carriage and taunted, listen well, inferior humans. Our revered king has ordered the outright extermination of saintly men and saintesses. Isaac bristled and muttered, told you, so a new demon king has ascended. But the man continued, in the name of Demon King Kalau, Isaac, we will eliminate all saints. Isaac flew into a rage and cursed, fuck, when did I ever say that, you blockhead? The leader kept babbling, if you leave the child behind, perhaps Demon King Kalau Isaac will be willing to spare you. Before he could finish, a bolt of lightning struck him, incinerating the loudmouth. With the leader dead, another shouted, you lowly holy knight. Riley ground his teeth and shouted, how dare you speak such words to a demon-slaying knight of Joshua, so you've chosen death. He raised his sword and shouted, hear this. For the ideal of protecting the small lives of this world. House Joshua, and we will utterly destroy evil. We will hunt to the depths of hell to exterminate your kind. That cruel demon King Kala, I can't believe he used his minions to reclaim his body like that. The demons heard enough, they would not tolerate others mocking their king, and they charged forward shouting, how dare inferior humans like you? I will not allow you to insult demon King Kala. It's all for the goal of resurrecting our king, Lord Isaac. The two sides rushed into battle. One soldier secretly carried Isaac out of the carriage, sped away, and whispered, sorry, young master. AS letter 1 EAFC still felt confused, wondering, what's going on? Is someone impersonating me? The soldier ran into the deep forest, set Isaac down and said, please wait for me here. I'll be right back. As he spoke, he erected a protective barrier around Isaac. Isaac raised his hand to test it and judged. This barrier is strong enough that even high-ranked demons can't penetrate it. Because nothing can enter from the outside, but that also means nothing can break out from the inside. If so, will to survive, activate, release the magic. Isaac focused his mind and recited the chant, hear my call. Created by magic yet endowed with a mind. Whisper the thing watching me. Immediately a black shadow appeared. Seeing Isaac, it cried out joyfully, ahaha, my revered lord, my master. Isaac quickly clapped a hand over its mouth. All right, long time no see, shut up now or I'll kill you all. Whisper whispered, I thought I'd never witness your magnificent visage again. Isaac, exasperated, I thought I was done for too. Isaac recalled, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Whisper is only a detection magic but has developed its own consciousness. I created it because using detection magic and analyzing results manually was too exhausting. Over time, it formed a personality, though it's still slow. At that moment, Whisper spoke, your cruelty is as grand as ever. Congratulations on seizing a child's body without feeling a shred of guilt. But how dare those filthy gods do this to my master? Even if my master can be somewhat despicable, I can't believe they placed him into such a dirty child's body. Isaac, fed up with its constant circling questions, barked, enough, go find the enemies instead. Whisper cheerfully, I'll start immediately. I will search within a 100-meter radius now. With that, it sped off. A while later, Whisper reported there are 88 enemies, all monsters. None of them can compare to you. Isaac muttered, are they crazy? Wait, 88, are they going to fight? If the duchy's security tightens, summoning minions will be harder. Damn it. At this rate, I'll have to end this myself before House Joshua finds out. Even if it consumes all stored mana, I'll have to do it myself. Suddenly, Whisper reported again. Now only 51 enemies remain. The number is dropping fast, now just 31. Isaac was astonished. What? How did it suddenly become like this? Whisper continued, now 13. The soldiers panicked. Riley shouted orders, everyone obey, form a defensive barricade. Whisper reported again, now only 4 remain. Just then, a hoarse voice rang out, "You finally arrived, brother." The demons answered eagerly, "Let's go up together." The demon general from the other day returned and grimly ordered, "Today we will kill that saint." Before Demon King Kalau had finished speaking, he slaughtered his companion and charged forward. The sight terrified the soldiers to the utmost. Whisper gleefully reported, "There are no more enemies." After absorbing the power, the demon Kalau blocked in front of the soldiers and shouted, "How dare you touch my king? Pay for it with your lives." Isaac heard from afar and could only scream, "What the hell is wrong with it this time?" The demon relic ignored everything and kept shouting, "My king, my one true master. How dare you imprison him in that lowly child's body?" Since Isaac freed him, all the twisted affection the shadow relic felt for Isaac exploded. Seeing the soldiers do nothing, it roared again, "Don't you dare look at that child with your disgusting eyes. I'll gouge every last one of them out." One soldier, hearing it shout, asked Riley, "Sir, what is he saying?" Humans couldn't understand it because it spoke a different language. Whisper cheerfully joked, "Wow, it's chaotic out there." Isaac fell silent and thought, "It seems that bastard has already recognized me as Demon King Kalau. Credit to its loyalty. But what are you trying to show off?" On the other side, after a moment of language confusion, Riley commanded the soldiers to rush forward, all knights ready for battle. Locked up, Isaac angrily screamed, "Ba ba gaga, stop interfering with my life, that huge monocore." A soldier, hearing his baby noises, turned and soothed, "Young master, please wait for us a moment, I'll handle this quickly." But the boy didn't understand while the demon relic did. It rejoiced and cried out, "Hee, my master has recognized me. The guiding light has recognized me." This terrified the soldiers, who shouted in fear, "Sir Riley, that demon is showing hostile behavior." Moments later, the relic ignored everything and hurled itself at Isaac, roaring, "I'm coming right away, my lord." Riley, caught off guard by this action, shouted awkwardly, "That lowly creature is charging toward Isaac." As it drew closer, the relic raged, "You filthy knights, how dare you lock him in that disgusting thing?" Someone silently thought, "Good, it noticed me. I can't let my monocore be destroyed like that." Then he shouted, "Nah ba, break that barrier now." The demon's eyes immediately flashed a cold light. It poured all its strength into the shield and yelled, "I understand your command, my master." Seeing this, the people screamed in horror, "Young master, the barrier has—" Isaac grinned smugly. He grabbed the demon's hand and praised, "Well done. Now stop causing trouble and go rest." The demon, still confused, had its magic forcibly drained. It reverted into a hand and, puzzled, asked, "Master, why?" Riley's men had by now rushed over. But seeing Isaac put on an innocent act, they guessed the boy had just tamed that demon as a familiar. Hearing this, the soldier who had carried him lifted him up and praised, "He tamed that demon on his very first try. Isn't that wonderful? That's a holy art only a saintess or the cardinal might use." Isaac alone knew that wasn't holy art, it was me using mana. Riley stood back observing and judged, "That must be the holy rite for taming familiars. Though it's a powerful holy art, why can't I sense any divine power from that boy?" The soldier replied, "Power often reveals itself in danger. Besides, that thing rushed straight at the young master. Surely the shadow relic's instinct warned it of danger, so it tried to eliminate the cause. Our young master is amazing, isn't he? I can guarantee it. He will become a saint, mark my words." Riley froze as he analyzed, then pondered. He's not wrong, demons tracked this place because of the boy. Even if the boy isn't a saint, he clearly has some special power. But why does it have to be a little boy? Because of Demon King Kalau's curse, Joshua's son will. Suddenly that soldier's voice rang out, "I've made my decision. I will protect Isaac's future, the future of House Joshua, as captain of Joshua's honor guard." Riley was stunned when he heard that. After a moment he smirked, "I see, I've been too foolish. I only feared Demon King Kalau's curse, but this child will surely bring honor to the name Joshua." He picked Isaac up, tossed him playfully, and said, "Let's go home, Isaac. Your uncle will teach you many things. You have natural talent, so I'll raise you to be a great holy knight." Isaac thought happily, "It's fine if I don't become a holy knight, just give me my body back when we get home." Suddenly Riley added a decisive line, "Although your lifespan may be short, I will do everything I can to save you. Your name will be known across the continent." Isaac flailed and shouted, "Ba ba ba, wait, did you just say something offensive?" Seeing him, Riley asked, "I know you'll like that." Isaac cursed silently, "Hell no." Riley continued, "When we get home, this uncle of yours will teach you how to curse that hateful demon King Kalau." Hearing that, Isaac swore, "Damn it, those damn those Joshua." A few days later, in the Duchy of Joshua, the carriage carrying Isaac arrived. A series of grand architectural structures like statues appeared, alongside castles crowded together across the duchy. This understandably made Isaac jealous. Those bastards, demons, get beaten to pieces while they live in such luxury. How much did all this cost? Damn capitalism, my demons work like oxen and dogs to get food for their young. Then Whisper piped up, "Master, this place is worlds apart from our shabby palace. Just selling a few statues here would buy us 10 Demon King palaces." Someone annoyed replied, "I know, shut up." Riley suddenly picked him up and said with a smile, "This is the residence of House Joshua, Isaac. the origin of the continent's demon-slaying efforts. Look, when you grow up, you'll be like those children. The children Riley pointed out were hammering furiously at a straw effigy and shouting, "Die, Demon King Kalo, I will destroy you, that Demon King. You low creature, hurry up and die, even tearing you to 100 pieces wouldn't be enough. Die, Demon King, die." Isaac sighed inwardly. What are you teaching these kids, such fanatics? Then he thought, whatever, now that I've infiltrated the holy nation, soon I'll burn the emperor alive and turn this place into the empire of Isaac. Whisper jabbed again. What's wrong with you? Demon King Kalo fretting over playful children. How petty. Embarrassed, Isaac snapped, shut up and scout the surroundings now. Whisper immediately obeyed and flew off. After a while, it reported back to Isaac with a building marked full of points. Isaac cheered happily. Amazing, these are mana cores. There's so many. Whisper marveled. This is the first time I've seen so many mana cores gathered in one place. How many demons did they kill to get this? At that moment, the carriage stopped and the coachman called out, "We have arrived, my lord." Riley set Isaac down and quickly ordered, "Prepare a room for me. Isaac will stay with me." The steward, slightly embarrassed, began, you see. Sorry, Lord Riley, we've received orders to take Master Isaac to the secondary residence. Riley asked in confusion, the secondary residence? Why? The steward replied awkwardly, young Fifth Lord said that Master Isaac must never be allowed into the main house. Riley immediately snapped angrily, he wants to send Isaac to that cursed place to let the boy die or what? Isaac responded indifferently, this family is something else. I knew this since I was left to fend for myself at birth. House Joshua is collapsing. Riley held back for a moment and said, my brother is acting foolishly. Isaac agreed, right, if I have the right to live in the mansion, why should I be sent to the secondary house? Whisper jumped in sarcastically, but the mana cores are in the secondary residence. Immediately Isaac demanded to go to the secondary residence, but Riley grabbed him and said sternly, I cannot allow my nephew to stay in such a haunted place. Come to my room, Isaac, I'll read you the scriptures about the battle between the Saintesses and Demon King Kalo every night. After that story, I'll teach you the exorcism methods used specifically against Demon King Kalo. Isaac groaned and yelled, oh my god, that's basically trying to kill me. Do you really want me dead? Just then someone stepped forward to block them, shouting, why are you making such a fuss overtaking in this homeless brat? I already told you to send him to the secondary residence. After being gone for a while before finally showing up, now you dare defy your brother? The speaker was the fifth son of House Joshua, Gowel Joshua. Isaac shot that man a quick look, thinking to himself, what a loudmouth. Gowel stepped forward and instructed, put him down, I'll take him to the secondary residence. Riley immediately barked, are you kidding? This child is a descendant of House Joshua. There's no way he's sent to the secondary house we used to exile people to in the past. Isaac glanced at him and thought, that rude bastard must be on the side that doesn't welcome my presence. Riley shouted, move aside, I still have to tell my nephew the story of Demon King Kalo's purification. Isaac inwardly winced, fine, put me down, send me to the secondary house if you want. Suddenly Gowel pointed at Isaac and teased, when did you start liking children so much? Then he sneered and added, descendant of the turd. Isaac looked at that face and groaned, I actually like that he wants to send me to the secondary residence. What's wrong with this bastard? Is he a cleric or a thug? Whatever, I'll go to the secondary residence and absorb my mana cores there. Suddenly Zolai stepped back and snapped. Do you think I don't know why you want my nephew taken to the secondary residence? You want others to think the boy is cursed to keep him out of the competition, right? Isaac was surprised to hear this. What? Wait, that's not true. I still have to protect this family, then become a saint and then the Pope. More importantly, I must take revenge on those damned saints. Gowel taunted, if you don't want others to think that, then don't act like it. I heard a demon escaped from this child's body. Maybe he's already cursed. Riley's guards immediately shouted in rebuttal, that's not true, the young Master Isaac helped defeat that demon. Being targeted by a demon from the start shows how important he is. Indeed, he possesses the holy power of a saint. Hearing them, Gowel burst out laughing. Haha, I'm moved to tears. How much effort did you put into covering up this piece of trash? Don't play games with me. If you call it the next saint, then show me its power. No sooner had Gowel finished than Whisper leapt out and kicked at Isaac. He wants to see your power, summon a meteor for him. Isaac snapped back annoyed, meteor my ass. Suddenly Gowel had an idea and said, right, if you're calling it a saint. Then try it on that tree over there. The symbol of our house, why not have it revive the thing the family had treasured? That sacred tree died because of the demon's dark mana. If it truly meets the conditions to become a saint, then at least it should be able to revive that tree, right? Of course, only if it's really a saint like you say. Looking at Gowel's attitude, Riley said sourly, have you looked at yourself lately? Isaac muttered, Melissa, you're great in battle, but why are your descendants such shit? The eldest is missing, the fifth son is insolent. While talking, Isaac suddenly exclaimed, huh, what's that? Whisper asked confused, what's what? Isaac grabbed it tight and barked, what are you thinking? Go there and take everything from me. With that, Isaac threw Whisper toward the withered sacred tree. Riley calmly analyzed, a tree that's been dead for 70 years and you expect a child who can't even speak. He was still speaking when a light behind them stole his words. Gowel also turned around in shock. Riley exclaimed in disbelief, what the hell is that? The sacred tree. They saw the sacred tree suddenly lush with branches and leaves, bursting with life as if nothing had happened. Gowel cried out in alarm, the sacred tree has revived. Impossible, even with purification and restoration magic it had been dying bit by bit. What on earth is happening? Isaac thought smugly to himself, it's nothing. There was a bit of dark mana near the tree's base, so I drained all the corruption. Right then Whisper flew back out of breath, reporting, I've absorbed all the mana there, I'm so full. The blonde soldier ran up and shouted, Lord Riley, how did that tree? What did you do? Riley replied nonchalantly, I did nothing. The soldier broke into a sweat and gasped, then could it be? Isaac turned and snapped at Whisper, it was all mana, what a waste. Whisper moaned miserably, now what, do you want me to vomit it all back up? Before Isaac could answer, the soldier shouted, then it must have been Lord Isaac. The guards all joined the shouting. Gowel forced a laugh to deny it, that's crazy, no one in this house has ever been able to heal that tree. How could this brat do anything, right? Someone must have helped him. Right, it must have been Riley, but no one listened to him. They tossed Isaac into the air cheering, as expected of the young master. First exorcism, now purification. Seeing no one would listen, Gowel tightened his grip and demanded of Riley, you did it, didn't you? Riley, confused, what do you mean? Gowel, crazed, lunged forward and grabbed Riley's collar, shouting, you must have received help from the Saintess. And then you made it look like that piece of trash did it, right? Riley replied miserably, what on earth are you talking about? Gowel screamed again, stop your tricks. Riley protested, how could I have met that missing Saintess? The scene made the cheering soldiers fall silent. AI thought sourly, Melissa, you should focus on running your house instead of hunting demons. Your family is a chaotic mess. Yet the man called brother doesn't resemble Melissa at all. Honestly, it'd be easier to believe Gowel was Melissa in disguise. Suddenly Whisper piped up, what about the second brother? AI punched his fist and blurted, oh, I think he actually looks more like that damned Pope. Over here, Gowel, still angry, spat, don't play dumb. You think I don't know you brought this brat back to make him the next saint candidate? I can't believe you'd use this dirty trick when our house already has a candidate. Isaac asked curiously, there's another candidate in the family, and that rude bastard wants that candidate to win. Whisper laughed and said, looks like you'll have to compete with him. But you don't seem bothered at all, do you? AI said, don't you think that candidate would be cruel if that bastard supports him? Defeating him would be fun. Whisper agreed, that makes sense. Riley, after being shouted at, snapped angrily, so are we just going to ignore the boy? He's our nephew and the son of the eldest. He has the right to lead this house. Gowel sneered, nonsense eldest. He ran away while the family was in danger. You even want to bring up the eldest who only just told us about this kid's existence? Watching them argue, Isaac thought, so that's why I'm discriminated against. This life is great, huh? Whisper complained, you can't be so indifferent about your own life. At that, Gowel smirked, aw, but the kid is still the Saintess's son, right? He might just be a bastard child of the Saintess we picked up from outside. After all, she's a Saintess, but it's not certain he's our eldest child, right? I guess his face looks fine because he resembles that woman. If it's beneficial to the house, I think we could sell him to preserve the lineage. As soon as he said that, Riley stopped holding back and punched him full force in the face. Gowel screamed in pain, are you crazy? Did you just hit me? Riley coldly barked, did you think you could get away after saying that nonsense? The soldiers were shocked again while AI was delighted. Right, brothers should spar like that occasionally. It also helped me learn some useful information. Seeing Riley keep attacking, the soldiers hurriedly intervened, pleading, my lord, you can't do this, stop them. Isaac was pleased. The more chaotic the family, the easier it would be for him to take it over. This damned family is already collapsing on its own. Whisper mocked Isaac's expression. Come to think of it, if this house falls, won't you die too? Is your brain shrinking inside that baby's body? Isaac snapped, shut up. A while later, inside the family's main house, Isaac sat sullenly at the large table, staring ahead, muttering angrily in his heart, this is never-ending, so annoying. In front of him, a group was holding a meeting with another brat. What should we do with this kid? Isaac thought irritably, none of these damned family members are sane. They really know how to treat an heir, huh? They kept discussing that we took and raised that country girl into a saintess, so at least she shouldn't have given birth to this useless son. She's not worthy to be a saintess. AI retorted more sourly, are you crazy? That's going too far. Suddenly a woman's voice rang out and everyone fell silent. Riley, we've already decided to raise this child in the secondary residence to avoid attention. The speaker was Eli Joshua's second wife, the acting lady of the house, Hannah Joshua. She saw Riley not answer and demanded, "Why did you allow this child to come here?" Isaac wondered incredulously. Does she openly show hostility like that? She must be the one behind those trying to push me to the annex. Gowel, his face bandaged, snarled curses. The acting lady head is asking you, hurry up and answer. Hearing that tone, Isaac guessed she must be the mother of that ill-mannered uncle. Riley didn't answer Hannah's question but asked back, "Isn't father here?" Hannah bowed her head and replied, "He went out of town. I must admit this whole thing about a saintly candidate is really chaotic." Riley immediately closed his eyes and said, "What a pity, he should be told that the eldest nephew of this family, Isaac, has resurrected the sacred tree." At those words, everyone seated in the meeting room was startled. Gowel jumped up and shouted, "That's just a coincidence. How could this kid have done that? Maybe it's the Joshua family's prayers finally working." Another elder chimed in, "I think the same. Even our head couldn't find a solution, so how could a child like him do it?" And agreed, "I concur, there was no evidence from the start." The others in the room murmured at their words. The acting lady head said sensibly, "It truly is a great blessing that the sacred tree has revived." Isaac muttered in annoyance, looking at them. "Want proof?" He raised his small hands, and the whole crowd immediately gaped and turned to look, only to see Isaac slowly condensing a core of energy in midair. The elders recoiled in horror, clutching their heads, stammering, This is the energy of the sacred tree." Isaac raised it triumphantly. "Look closely, surprised now, you blind chickens." After a moment, the group calmed, and one person suggested, "It seems Isaac has removed the mana that was corroding the sacred tree." The opposing elders broke into a sweat and said, "What? There was mana on the sacred tree, but a newborn could remove it." Those in agreement replied, "Isn't that the most reasonable explanation right now? The boy directly formed a physical manifestation from that mana before our eyes." "That's true, but even if this exorcism method worked, it certainly wasn't simple. A single small mistake could have killed the sacred tree. That's why the head chose cyclical purification instead of direct exorcism." Gowel heard this and was shocked, mouth agape. "What on earth are they saying? There's no way a newborn could do that." Riley shouted, "Isaac must have exorcised the dark mana instinctively." A breastfeeding infant accomplished what no one in the sanctuary had done in 70 years. Gowel panicked internally. What is he talking about? Unable to contain himself, Gowel pounded the table and yelled, "Elders, do you really believe this absurdity? A newborn that can exorcise? He can't even speak. Outsiders would surely laugh at us. Look at him, it's not even credible that he's of the Joshua line. What if he's actually from some unknown family?" Isaac grew more disgusted the more he listened, and paid no attention. Riley loudly defended, "Honorable elders, please listen to me. This child will certainly become a saint. He could even become the next pontiff." Isaac agreed when he heard that, he damn well will. Before anyone could react, Riley picked him up and shouted, "And above all, this child will destroy the dry-licked demon king." Someone scowled and shouted, "What the hell is that? The previous sentence was fine. Always claiming you'll kill me, what's with that?" Hearing this, the elders shouted, "The demon king Ko Lao, that despicable creature." Han smirked, "You're digging your own grave, Riley." She replied, "If you're so confident, why don't we put it to the test? I request permission to use the reliquary vault." At the same time, in the northwest lands of the holy nation Helen's dark forest, a demon had just had its head cleaved by a blade. Amid the gloomy land and piles of demon corpses stood a man. After clearing the demons, he sheathed his sword and sneered, "This place is pathetic." Suddenly a soldier approached, knelt, and said, "Greetings, master." The man didn't turn and asked, "What is it?" The soldier reported, "Your representative at the house has requested use of the reliquary vault." The man walked off, replying, "I already said the Holy See must not use it." The soldier said, "This isn't the Holy See's request. Your grandson succeeded in reviving the sacred tree, so the acting lady wants to see if the child has the qualities of a saint." Hearing that, the man was slightly surprised, turned and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean? Why would there be a saint in our house? I won't allow that. The reliquary only allows saintesses to survive inside. Tell them to avoid unnecessary conflict, no exceptions." This man was Jai Joshua, head of the Joshua house. Suddenly another voice rang out, "Let them do it." Who said that? Isn't reviving the sacred tree impressive? The speaker was Melissa Joshua, the former saintess and lady of the Joshua house. She continued, "The vault has been opened anyway, so why not put all saint and saintess candidates inside it?" The soldier blurted, "What? But if we do that, what if a child from another house snatches something valuable from the vault?" Melissa smiled and replied, "I hope so. Even the greatest saintesses of previous generations couldn't take anything from that vault. Who knows, if someone does retrieve an item, they might be able to find the demon king Ko Lao and destroy him. Then we should reward that person." With that, she ordered, "Tell them whoever brings out the best relic from the vault will receive a reward even the Pope couldn't buy. That person will receive the Joshua family heirloom and be taught the family's secret techniques by me personally. Whatever the child who succeeds asks for, I will grant it." The reliquary vault wasn't only a repository of relics but also housed a secret technique thousands of years old. For generations, Saintesses guarded it, so the Joshua house was considered its keeper. Because only children under 10 were allowed in, the vault functioned as a ritual for Saintess candidates. At 1 year old, the children entered to choose an item, and people predicted the Saintess's future power from what the child brought back. However, the vault was extremely dangerous. Even Saintess candidates risked their lives entering it. After many accidents, the reliquary vault was sealed. Over here, Whisper laughed and said, "Let's see if my master can survive and bring back a relica." Isaac scowled and snapped at it. "Why are you telling that story?" Whisper asked again, "But you're looking forward to it too, aren't you, master?" Isaac agreed. "Of course, people say the corpse of the demon king Ko Lao is inside it." Seeing Whisper's sly face, Isaac could only sigh and listened in silence. Suddenly, a hand lifted Isaac up as a voice said, "Are you excited, young master? The lady of the house has opened the vault to all candidates. All descendants of the 5 noble houses will come. Even that cursed house of the Pope will attend, but I'm sure you'll win no matter what happens." The soldier tossed Isaac up. Whisper sighed. They really are making a big deal out of this. Isaac felt a bit unsettled inside. Goods, the more people there are, the more easily they'll be distracted, so it'll be easier for me to get my body back. Suddenly, Riley picked him up and warned, "You must be careful, Isaac. There will be demons captured from the battlefield guarding it." Isaac was slightly shocked, thinking, are there really dangers because demons guard that place? If you get caught by them, they're probably only level 6 at most. "I only need to use overwhelming force." Just as he thought that, Do Lai doused him with cold water. Level 8 demons aren't easy to handle. The soldier beside him added, "Still, that level 9 dragon is probably the worst." Riley agreed, "If we're only judging by rank, yes." Isaac was horrified. "What the hell? Why are there level 8 demons in there?" Whisper complained, "The entire Joshua house must be insane. A dragon where a bunch of kids will go. At least you know a lot about dragons, though." Hearing it, his master broke into a sweat, thinking, what now? This time we're doomed. Dragons are danger on a whole different level. When Whisper asked, he said, "Well, I tricked them a few times." Whisper cheerfully asked, "How many exactly?" He regretfully replied, About 70. He remembered that day after the dragons realized. That sound echoed in his head. That bastard tricked even the little dragon. What did he sell those kids? They're not even 3 years old yet. Even the ancient dragon was fooled, let alone the little dragon, the bitch of a dried-up skeleton mother. Remembering this, Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed. This is bad, and they also have good memories. They'll recognize their lost souls. Whisper gleefully prodded him with a blade. "It's fine, maybe it's time I get a new master." Isaac fell apart thinking, it seems I'm out of options. So there are level 8 demons and a level 9 dragon in the reliquary vault. But my current self can hardly deal with level 6 demons. To fight them, I'll need to seize all the Joshua family's monocores. Enough time to head to the annex. Thinking that, his face turned terrifyingly cunning. The next day, in the main building of the house, Isaac was sitting, reading a book intently. Seeing him like that, Whisper curiously asked, "Master, are you okay? You look like you're about to be exorcised." Isaac now looked haggard, reading holy texts and fiddling with ways to rip the demon king Ko Lao to pieces. Reading more, someone ugly thought, "Damn, if I knew how to control holy power, I'd easily learn all the sacred arts by now. Someone summarize it for me. They started teaching me this before I was even weaned. Or I could control their minds and force them to teach, right?" Seeing Isaac like that, Whisper teased happily, "Master, are you planning to use dark magic at the congregation center? Do you want to be exposed as a demon and bring down the Joshua house?" He glared at it and snapped, "What happened to your personality in the last 150 years? Whisper fell silent after being scolded. Isaac muttered, "With only this theory, I can't understand anything." Just as he was letting out short yawns, Riley picked him up, smiling, tired. "It must be because so much happened today." Isaac objected in his head. Obviously, a kid my age needs 16 hours of sleep a day. So Riley carried him back to his cradle. To Isaac's surprise, Riley raised one hand. The restoration spell was cast. Isaac rejoiced inwardly. Wow, a holy spell, amazing. Next, use magic to attack Uncle. Seeing him wriggling out of the cradle, Whisper reminded him, "Please just lie still. By the way, you need to get to the annex. You have to find a way to drive these people out." Isaac suddenly remembered, right, the annex, I must quickly get rid of all these people. So he lay still pretending to sleep. Whisper said in exasperation, "Who falls for such a terrible acting job?" But the two of them believed it, happily saying to each other, "Isaac fell asleep so quickly, what a wonderful child. He does everything so fast." Whisper snapped irritably, "Are you all insane? You fell for that?" The two left. As they went, one said, "It's late, we should go, right?" "Yes, I need to train anyway." Hearing that, he smirked inwardly and Whisper sighed in resignation. Truly an interesting bunch. Suddenly, Riley added a sentence that made Isaac start. "Anyway, the talisman is very dangerous. So you should put it away quickly, it's very precious." That was Isaac's first talisman, so he was told to keep it safe. The soldier cheerfully complied, "Yes, sir, I'll display it in the most visible place." This made Isaac want to cry. "I still need to revive that talisman. I can't let you take it." "Ah, my talisman, I need to absorb mana from it." "In that case, I'll go drain the mana cores in the annex right now. Let's go." He crawled out of the cradle. Whisper sneered contemptuously. You actually plan to crawl all the way to the annex? Not sure you'll even make it today. Isaac replied, I have a plan, just open the door for me. Whisper, exasperated, flew off while still kicking. Yes, of course, I'm not going to carry you the whole way. After pushing him a bit, it suddenly cried out, your uncle locked the door. It's locked from the outside and there's even a holy seal on it. Isaac swore angrily, that damned uncle. He ordered, break it down. Whisper warned, then they'll think you're being attacked and come running. Isaac, helpless, could only stand there pounding on the door with his tiny hand. He gritted his teeth thinking, this is driving me crazy. I can't cling to Whisper all the way there. But if I use magic, everything will become even more complicated. And how could I possibly escape? While he was thinking, the door suddenly opened, striking him in the face. A child from outside walked in, looking slightly surprised to see Isaac toppled on the ground. And it had an insulting attitude. Obviously, this child couldn't even walk yet. This child was Shuri Joshua, 5 years old, son of Gowel Joshua, the Joshua House's saint candidate. Isaac was pissed at being shoved. Is this brat my rival? Whisper flew into a rage and shouted, how dare he harm my master? Shuri glared at Isaac, thinking, a talisman even a genius like me couldn't make. There's no way that brat could. As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered holy power in his palm and declared to Isaac with arrogance, I am the one who will become the saint. How dare you compete with me? This is my plan to escape this cursed house. Hearing that, Isaac knew this kid was itching for a fight and glanced for the milk bottle. Whap! This time Isaac used mana to control the milk bottle to attack. He triumphantly shouted, I've found my means of transport, and suddenly got smacked right in the face. Shuri cried indignantly, do you know who I am? Isaac ignored him, thinking, you look exactly like that Uncle Dukan, then you must be his son. And I see you gathering holy power to attack me. You bastard, you deserve to be beat. With that, Isaac controlled the milk bottle and banged it on him relentlessly. Whisper even cheered, good hit, master. Isaac grinned widely, muttering, you insolent brat, just accept that you'll be my means of transport. Shuri, taking the blows and crying, suddenly gritted his teeth and activated a defensive holy spell. He shouted angrily, you think you're special or what? Isaac was taken aback by this move. Oh, Shuri shouted again, surprised. No one my age can use a Tier 3 defensive holy spell. But it's still too early to be impressed. Tier 3 offensive holy spell, Radiant Saint, receive this. Isaac watched him cast to learn, thinking impressed inwardly, using 2 Radiant Saints at once. He smirked and replied, thanks for the meal, now let's see this. Immediately, a super wide Tier 3 defensive holy spell enveloped Isaac's body, absorbing Shuri's attack. Seeing it, Shuri screamed in horror, how can a defensive magic be this large? Isaac ignored him and continued casting more, smiling. Because my uncle never taught me, I didn't know how to use it, but thanks for showing me so much. As soon as he finished speaking, the room filled with Tier 3 radiant spheres. Shuri looked around in panic and shouted, impossible. Before he could react, Isaac pointed and them attacked him. Shuri, not knowing how to defend, yelled loudly, wait. But the radiant spheres didn't stop and rained down like a shower. Whisper finally flew over and asked, Master, as much as I enjoy this, is it really okay to kill someone from the Joshua house? Isaac exhaled and replied, who said I was killing him? The attacks don't even hit him. When the dust cleared, Shuri was holding his head, his body only lightly scratched. Realizing he'd been tricked by a kid, he stood up angrily and cursed. You damned brat, you can't even beat us. Why did you scare me like that? No matter how many offensive holy spells you use, you cannot defeat a saint candidate like me. As he was speaking, a deep, ominous voice sounded. You dare? Shuri, a bit intimidated, turned to look, and saw a demon standing there blocking the way, asking ominously, do you dare attack my master? Are you tired of living? Have you picked a burial place yet? Shuri was scared into silence, not daring to move or answer. Isaac took the opportunity to climb onto the demon, squinted at Shuri and said, carry me, what are you waiting for? That face of yours looks more demonic than the demon beside you. A while later, in the quiet of the night, Shuri walked through the darkness muttering, I am Shuri Joshua. In the future, I will become a saint. I will escape this cursed Joshua house and become the Pope. But right now, I have to carry this damn child somewhere. Isaac kept tapping his head and babbling. Shuri angrily demanded, why are you doing this? Do you know who I am? No sooner had he finished than the demon reappeared and threatened, move your soul before I tear you into 100 pieces, you lowly vermin. Shuri immediately shut up, telling himself, right, focus on surviving and getting out of here first. But tears flowed uncontrollably. Shuri whimpered softly, someone please save me. After a while, the two left the main building. Isaac still sat on Shuri's shoulders directing, Grandpa, go left. Grandpa, do you want to die? Focus. Shuri grumbled angrily, Grandpa, even my grandfather wouldn't understand you. Where exactly do you want to go in the dead of night? But when he looked up, his face went pale. In front of Shuri now stood the family's second annex. He immediately shouted, what are you doing coming to the haunted annex? Shuri collapsed inwardly, wondering, why did this crazy kid drag me here? Several people have died here, so the head of the family forbade entering. Only Isaac and Whisper exchanged smug remarks. Hee hee, looks like there's quite a lot in here. You'd have to train, die, and be reborn for decades to accumulate this much mana. So Isaac tapped his head and shouted, "Come on, kid." Shuri, confused, asked, "You want to go in there?" "No, we can't go in," the adults said not to. The demon reappeared and threatened him. "Shut up and lift your feet, you inferior creature." So Shuri had no choice but to tiptoe and carrying Isaac into the annex. Isaac glanced around and assessed. Looks like it's worse inside than outside. Suddenly his gaze landed on something. Wait, could that be? Whisper reported irritably, "The whole place has been sealed, master. All the doors have something like protective barriers on them." Isaac immediately deflated. What a hassle. Seeing him like that, Shuri said, "Hey, let's turn back, everything here is locked anyway." Isaac flew into a rage, grabbed his hair and yelled, "Grandpa." Shuri leapt up cursing, "Are you crazy? Don't grab my hair." Suddenly he noticed the portraits on the wall and exclaimed, "It's the previous heads of the family." Then he sneered, "So now you want to fight for the next patriarch's position?" "It's useless because the next patriarch position will be mine anyway." But as soon as he said that, Isaac hurled the milk bottle straight at one portrait. Shuri was immediately frightened into wide-eyed shock. Not only that, Isaac had the bottle smash the remaining portraits too. Shuri screamed in horror, "Hey, are you insane? Why are you doing this to the heads of the family?" Isaac replied irritably, "Grandpa, you shouldn't have placed barriers on these portraits." After smashing the portraits, Whisper announced, "The barrier has been broken, master." Isaac grinned widely, "Perfect." He left Shuri and climbed down. Shuri, a bit astonished, immediately asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Seeing he crawled too slowly, Isaac rolled off like a ball and shot away. The sight terrified Shuri even more. "Hey, are you crazy? You made this mess and now you want to roll away where?" Isaac rolled into a room full of barrels and tubs containing dark mana. He ignored Shuri and ordered Whisper to close the door. Shuri hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Hey, stop, stop. What the hell are you doing, you damned kid?" Before the door closed, AI turned back and grinned like a demon, replying, "A brat like you doesn't need to know." Done, Isaac sat cross-legged and entered meditation, beginning to absorb the dark mana in the room. Outside, Shuri panicked, pounding on the door and screaming, "Hey, you damn kid, get out of there, hurry up, I'll tell the adults. I'll tell them everything and you'll be kicked out of here, see." But before he could leave, people arrived. Vi led a group from the family over. Seeing Shuri at the door, he asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" Shuri protested unfairly, "Uncle, you're just in time. Isaac, that monster has." Before he could finish, Hannah shouted loudly, "What do you think you're doing? Shuri, you clearly know this annex is forbidden. What were you thinking bringing Isaac to this haunted place?" Shuri flinched, not daring to argue, staring blankly at everyone. So she scolded him further. "Do you know how many people saw you carrying Isaac around? And there are traces of offensive holy spells in Isaac's room. Are you going to take responsibility for all this?" Shuri stammered in response, "No, I didn't bring that kid here. And yes, some of the offensive spells there were mine." But before Shuri could calm down and explain, Riley sat down and patted his shoulder consolingly. "Shuri, you've gone too far this time. Whatever the reason, causing trouble for a suckling child is the fact." "Where did you lock Isaac?" Shuri sobbed. "I didn't lock him anywhere. Isaac went in on his own." But no one believed that excuse coming from a toddler who can't even walk. Riley opened the door and called, "Isaac, are you in there?" Others chimed in, "Sir, do you think I locked him up?" Riley looked into the room, his face visibly tense. Isaac was sitting by the door, crying pitifully. Everyone turned to console him. "Are you okay, Isaac? Oh my, the boy looks terrible." Riley held Isaac and comforted him. "Thank God, you're fine." Although he looked frightened, it seemed nothing serious had happened. Then Riley glanced over at Shuri. He walked away, calling back, "You should reflect on yourself." Shuri, unable to clear his name, said bitterly, "No, it's not like that, I really." As Isaac left, he shouted, "Grandpa, thanks. Thanks to the kid, I had a hearty meal." Seeing his face, Shuri broke down and screamed, "That damn kid." Hannah, worried, asked, "Why does it look like his blood pressure spiked?" Shuri replied, "Probably because it's so cold here. A child so small already, tusk tusk." Isaac happily felt the mana in his body, secretly smiling. "This truly exceeds my expectations. I've absorbed an amount of mana equivalent to 100 years of grueling training in one go. Yes, with this amount of mana, I can finally carry out that plan." He. Seeing Isaac keep moving like that, Riley thought he was terribly frightened. The next day, at the family's main residence, Isaac continued to listlessly read holy texts. A voice rang out, "Isaac, I want to introduce someone to you. This is Isili. From now on, she will take on the role of your caretaker." Isili stepped forward to introduce herself. "My name is Isili L. Archer, a holy knight of the Joshua family. I pledge to serve you until my last breath." Hearing that, Isaac recalled and guessed they planned to assign someone to watch him because of what happened before. So he scowled, turned back and shouted, "Grandpa, you there, Grandpa? You're fired, get out of my sight." That expression of his left both of them stunned for a moment. Isili stepped forward and softly said, "Young master Lai, may I pinch his cheek once?" Seeing the two of them making that hungry face, Isaac threw up his hands. Why are there so many lunatics in this family? Suddenly, Rilai reached into his coat and said, "Ah, right here, I've got a gift for you." As he spoke, Rilai pulled out a ring box and handed it to Isaac. Isaac took the ring and his face fell. He thought, "Did my uncle pick this up from a trash bin?" Whisper also complained, "I thought I misheard, but it seems the Joshua family really is facing a financial crisis. How is this worthy as a gift for the master's first birthday?" But when Isili saw the ring, she cried out, "Oh my God, isn't this the Holy Maiden's heirloom?" Isaac, a little surprised, inspected it. The Holy Maiden's heirloom? Rilai ruffled his hair and said, "Your uncle received it from the council. It's reserved just for you." After checking it for a moment, Isaac was astonished. "Huh, it's real. This is the ring the Holy Maidens used in the battle against me. The ancestral ring, containing a divine miracle spell. The holy power contained within it is truly magnificent. That said, it seems it can only be used once or twice before it shatters, but I already have a solution." Thinking that, he glanced toward a nearby tree. Gao was scowling like a monkey, looking this way. His sullen face made Isaac think. That expression proves it's the real thing. He looks like he wants to beat his grandson to death. Yet a few seconds later, Gao's sweet voice rang out. "Aha, Isaac, my little grandson. Oh, isn't he just adorable? I hope you feel comfortable here." Isaac leaped up and shouted, "What the hell is this?" Whisper added, "Could he be mad?" Gao inwardly thought awkwardly, "Damn, this just got more complicated. I sabotaged the blessing device in the relic storage so this brat wouldn't receive the blessing. But unexpectedly, instead they gave him the Holy Maiden's heirloom." He recalled last night, because Isaac couldn't receive the blessing. To be fair, we gave this to the boy. The Holy Maiden's heirloom. "Please give it to my child." "Shuri, but didn't the boy already receive the blessing from the sanctuary? Don't be greedy, go back at once." Back in the present, Gao resolved to take it while pretending to donate it to the sanctuary. The kid definitely won't understand its true value. Thinking that, he rummaged in his coat and said, "If you're going to give a gift to the boy, at least choose something better. That other thing is totally useless." Rilai asked in surprise, "Useless? Are you saying the Holy Maiden's heirloom is useless?" Gao's brother ignored him and cheerfully produced another ring box, telling Isaac, "Isaac is also my beloved grandson. How could I give him something useless? This ring has been directly imbued with many blessings from the sanctuary, so keeping it will be more useful for the boy when entering the relic vault. It's an exceedingly precious item that Rilai could never possess." Rilai froze at his words and stopped advancing. Gao kept flattering, "Isaac, take it, won't you? Come on, hand over that old, filthy ring to me." Before he finished speaking, Isaac swung his hand and struck him, instantly leaving a dent in his face. Not only that, Isaac snapped the ring box shut, cursing that ridiculous stinking thing of the Pope, then hurled both the box and the ring into the sky, and the box plopped down into the nearby pond. Rilai watched this sweating, thinking, that ring looks thousands of times more valuable than the item I gave the boy. Gao, like a cat with its tail stepped on, screamed frantically, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and find that ring for me." Isaac turned back smiling, still clutching the old ring in his hand, leaving Rilai utterly astonished. He actually chose mine. So he happily reached out and said, "Isaac, my beloved grandson, from now on I will bring you all the best things in this world." Isili chimed in, "Young Master Isaac is the greatest, unlike those others." Meanwhile, Gao's men painfully groped for the ring, complaining nonstop, "It's too deep, young master, we can't find it. No, you must find it at all costs. If it's lost, don't expect to keep your lives." Isaac smugly thought, "I've cast a gravity spell on it, they'll never find it." Whisper praised, "As expected of my master. Your decision to touch that filthy object with a finger is truly admirable." Suddenly, Isaac ordered, "Go retrieve it before dawn." Whisper froze. "Me?" Isaac barked, "Do you expect me to crawl and get it?" He thought to himself, "That thing is worth a fortune, so if I get the chance I'll sell it." Gao, after some time of searching in vain, clutched his head and screamed. A few hours later, the sound of fist pounding the table and Gao's voice rang out. "That damn brat. Does he know how valuable that thing is? Forget it, I bet he doesn't even know how to use the ring properly. It's exactly the kind of item for someone who can't use holy magic. It needs to absorb the holy power of at least 20 people to be usable. And of course that's impossible. I wonder if even 10 people will attend his first birthday." The next day, at the family's main residence, thousands of people flocked in like to a festival. Inside the room, Isili's excited voice rang out, impressively. Over 148 saint candidates have come to attend. Including nobles and attendants, about 4,000 people have gathered today. It seems all the ducal families plus dozens of marquis houses have come. Even the emperor has arrived. Other nations have sent saint candidates as well. Amazing. But Isaac heard this and looked bored, complaining miserably, "Why are there so many saint candidates? Are those gods too lazy so they drew lots everywhere?" Whisper said, "They're the sort who would do things like that." Suddenly, Rilai rubbed his chin and said, surprisingly, I thought no one would come, thinking this was a trap. Just then someone pushed the door open and shouted, "How could they think that, my long unseen friend?" The person who rushed in was the chairman of one of the Empire's 3 merchant guilds, Rilai's close friend, Count Simon. Rilai exclaimed in slight surprise, "Simon, you're here too?" Simon replied nonchalantly, "The rumor has spread throughout the Empire, so of course I had to come." Everyone knew this wasn't a trap and decided to attend. Besides, wouldn't the frail boys of the Joshua family participate too? Not to mention the rewards the head of the Joshua family has offered. So how could I miss it? Even the Pope's family will be there. Hearing that, Isaac asked curiously, what reward did she put up? Rilai tensed and said, "Don't joke. How could the Pope's family possibly participate?" Simon ignored him and said, "There's no way those arrogant, unpleasant types would show up on Joshua family territory. Except for the Barit family, they consider everyone else filthy commoners." Hearing that, Rilai shouted, "Simon, lower your voice." Simon paid no mind and continued, "Why, my son Armin is also a saint candidate. After all, this event is organized by the Joshua family. The Pope's family has no reason to come." Rilai warned again, "You should think carefully before you speak." Simon just kept blathering on, unconcerned with those faces that always looked like they'd just stepped in shit. He was still speaking when suddenly a voice rang out. As the old saying goes, nothing is more dangerous than a crude friend. Both of them startled and turned to see a familiar face enter, continuing, "Oh my, the wisdom of the ancients is never wrong." Rilai tensely shouted, "The Cardinal." Herrick curled his lip and, stepping forward, said, "I didn't expect the weaklings of the Joshua family to hold an event like this. I hope this inexperienced child will bring something back from the relic vault to save your family's face. I've been curious to see the face of the child who dares claim to be the Joshua family's saint candidate. Yet now I don't see that brat anywhere. Oh well, in any case, this is an opportunity for you. I offer you my sincerest prayers that this saint candidate may raise your family's renown." Rilai dared not look at him and thought nervously, could this be a ploy arranged by the sanctuary? The fact that the number of saint candidates jumped abruptly from 25 to 148 in a week was already strange. The only explanation is that the sanctuary is turning a blind eye to candidates suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Everyone will try to make their child a saint candidate, but once those children are placed in the vault, they will inevitably try to eliminate weaker rivals. It might very well harm the boy amid the chaos. If that happens, Isaac will be in danger. But look at him, does that face seem like one that would be in danger, uncle? They say the Joshua family's son is all looks and family reputation, but utterly useless otherwise. However, to those who crave power and envy the Joshua family, or those trying to curry favor with the Pope's family, the despisers of the Holy Maiden's bloodline, the Joshua children become perfect prey. Before the contest, someone handed the kids some water bottles and instructed, "Give this to the Joshua family's brat as a little joke. He won't die, but he won't be able to do anything afterward. Mix this potion into his water and use a holy toxin. Teach that brat a lesson about the world's cruelty, humiliate him before everyone, and announce to the whole world that the Joshua family's child will never become a saint." But right now Isaac has already finished several bottles. Licking his lips greedily, he praised, "Delicious." Licking his lips greedily, praising, "Delicious." Seeing him look their way, the other kids trembled and cried, "Everyone, I'm so scared. How many bottles did he drink by himself?" Isaac didn't care, tossed the empty bottles and cursed, "Grandpa, bring me more. This poison can't kill me." "Grandpa, tell me more." The children were terrified, some even wanted to go home. "What's wrong with that child? I thought you'd laced it with a laxative already. A freak. Or did he grab the wrong bottle? I don't think so. Let's go." Shuri held his head and complained, "Why does he keep drinking? It's so humiliating. Don't tarnish the Joshua name anymore. As a saint candidate, you should at least recognize when something's wrong." Shuri jumped forward, snatched the bottle from Isaac and shouted angrily, "Stop drinking, are you that thirsty?" Then he handed him another bottle, saying, "Drink this." But Isaac immediately threw it in his face, sneering, "Grandpa, this one's poisoned." He turned feral and lunged, yelling, "Grandpa, give it to me now." He then jumped into a scuffle with the one holding the holy toxin while the others clustered, gossiping. Has death come to fetch this kid? Or is he so oppressed he wants to sleep early? No, it seems he has strong poison resistance. I heard someone can reach self-detoxification through training holy power. What? Are you saying that kid has reached that level already? But then why is he going after poisoned bottles? Maybe he's ensuring no one else can drink them because they'd be in danger. Hearing them, Shuri sat in a corner and muttered, "Since when did he become so good?" Suddenly someone cried out, "Really? Are you implying that kid is sacrificing himself?" Seeing him, Shuri was horrified. "Kina Baris, why is he here? I'd never heard the Pope's family would participate." The newcomer is the direct descendant of the Pope's family, Kina Barit. The kids now recognized him and buzzed, "Wait, isn't that Kina Baris? Why is the Pope's family in the Saintess relic vault? Oh my, looks like we already know who will win." Isaac, focused on drinking the poison, glanced over and assessed him. So that boy is guaranteed to become a saint, but can the Pope's Baris family really have hair that pure white, bleached? Strange. All the others in that family have dark hair. Suddenly Kina spoke up. What's strange about a member of the Pope's family being in the Saintess Relic Vault? Our family leads all the clergy, so the Saintess Relic Vault belongs to us. I'm just here to take what's mine. Why are you acting surprised? Hearing this, Isaac judged by the way he spoke arrogantly that he must indeed be of the Pope's family. But that boy is truly a monster. His pure holy power even surpasses a bishop's. Indeed, he's the #1 saint candidate. Suddenly, Kina continued, you plan to use such crude methods to insult the family head, and you still call yourselves saint candidates? Pathetic. What good comes from humiliating a child? How could a child possibly have poison resistance? Surely it's the saintess power trying to protect this child. Hearing him, Isaac looked down on him and thought, ignorance must be hereditary, huh? Kina cast a spell and said, it's okay, let me detoxify him. Isaac was slightly surprised and reevaluated. At this age, he can use a holy detox spell? Look at that amount of holy power, he must be at least level 5. But then he thought differently. Is this kid trying to bluff someone? Is he using me to show off his skills? Clever, you want to show? I'll give you one. The next instant, Isaac slapped him hard across the face, the smack loud enough to be heard across the universe. The kids immediately shouted, has the holy power disappeared? Kina was also startled and looked back. He looked at his hands in confusion and wondered, my holy power has been nullified. Could it be possible against a child like him? Could he be stronger than me? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And murderous intent flared as he glared at Isaac, cursing inwardly, that vermin of the Joshua family. Isaac shot him a glare in return. What are you looking at, brat? Grandpa, I'll smash your skull with this bottle. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shuri rushed forward to stop him. He shouted, no, don't do that. Seeing this scene, the kids clustered together and whispered, oh my god, is he caring for the child because they're from the same clan? That boy just slapped the person trying to save him. What a brat. Do they really think they stand a chance against the Pope family's clan? Does he really think he can protect that child? Shuri heard them and cursed inwardly. You idiots, if it weren't for me, that bottle would already be in your heads. Kina sighed and said, it's fine, maybe I just startled the boy. After all, he's only a child. Anyway, good luck to you, descendants of the Joshua clan. At least try to do something to save your family's reputation. Ha ha ha. Isaac flew into a rage and glared at him. Kina turned back and taunted, but of course the best treasure here will be mine. After all, a Joshua wouldn't even dare approach the corpse of the dry Lao demon king anymore. Hearing that, Isaac calmed down. Shuri wiped sweat and muttered, what an annoying brat, what's he trying to do, show off? Just then, Isaac grabbed him by the collar and spat. Grandfather, what did that white-haired brat just say? Grandfather, did he just mention the corpse of the dry Lao demon king? Shuri bowed his head and protested. Hey, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Don't yank my head like that. You, the head of the family, promised to grant secret techniques to whoever brings back the corpse of the dry Lao demon king. Hearing this, Isaac froze for a moment. He cried out as if hearing the end of the world. Melissa, you dare toy with my corpse. After a while, the place fell silent again. Isaac looked up at the sky, recalling that he had accumulated mana in his body for centuries. If he could take it, reaching level 10 wouldn't be a problem. But now the kids are all watching it, so there's no way for me to sneak it out. Oh well, whoever gets in my way I'll just trample. Suddenly an adult voice rang out. Everyone gather around, you're about to leave, so from now on listen carefully to what I say. This relic repository is a sanctuary. It stores the relics of past saintesses. Isaac heard part of it and complained, starting the history lecture again. When will we ever get out of here? So boring. Then he crawled away, whispering, Grandfather, I'm leaving first. Shuri shouted softly, hey, wait, where are you planning to go? But without answering, he dashed off like the wind. The kids listening heard the sound, turned around, and were all horrified. Meanwhile, Isaac was sprinting away, smugly thinking, time to use the holy technique I just learned. The instructor saw this and cried in panic. Isaac, you can't, that's a forbidden area. If you go that way, all the traps in the repository will trigger. As soon as he finished, all the kids went pale. They didn't hesitate and quickly chased after Isaac, urgently shouting, stop that boy right now. At the same time, outside the Joshua mansion in the banquet hall, Vasily anxiously prayed, hoping the young master was safe. Suddenly, someone approached and touched the magic orb in the center and said, we've established a connection with the inside of the relic area. My summoned beast is tailing the third candidate, so I'll relay information to everyone. The door to the first relic chamber has opened. The candidates are currently passing through. Riley thought inwardly, it's already starting. The announcer called out, the current third position is Armin. Simon immediately shouted, my child. The announcer continued, second place is Shuri Joshua. Gowel anxiously said, that means my child. Someone above whispered worriedly, and first place goes to Isaac. Hearing that, both Riley and Asili were stunned. Inside the shrine, Isaac was still powering himself up and running at full speed. The instructor, pants falling, couldn't catch up and yelled in frustration, Isaac, please, not there. If you keep running, more traps will be triggered. As he spoke, he stepped on a trap and was struck black by lightning. Shuri screamed in panic, Elder. Immediately after Hell on Earth opened up, the kids kept triggering traps and screamed loudly. Mom, save me, Mom, I want to go home. Shuri painfully chased after Isaac, angrily scolding, "You madman, why did you run there and cause this mess?" The Relic Repository's challenge was dangerous enough on its own, and now these kids have to avoid the traps meant to stop intruders. Isaac ignored it. After running a bit more, he stopped before a door and thought, "So this is the door to the second relic chamber?" Suddenly a voice announced, "The second trapdoor has been activated. Enter the auxiliary door of the second relic chamber." Shuri screamed in horror. Isaac wasn't there, but Whisper, speaking for Isaac, replied playfully, "Wonderful, Master, thanks to the mana you absorbed in the annex, I've been upgraded. Good, now I can make you work harder." Damn capital, I didn't say master. Isaac ordered indifferently, "Bring everything here." Whisper immediately flew off in response, "Yes, sir." It headed straight for Shuri's spot. The kids who had luckily avoided the traps now stopped and discussed, "Damn, I didn't know it was this strong. So that's why the Saintesses are so powerful." Suddenly one kid pointed and said, "Isn't that the Joshua clan brat? Yeah, I think his name is Sue something. How can he fly like that? Maybe his clan taught him beforehand. That's not fair." Shuri cried silently inside. "Taught? What training? You fools act like I want to hover like that." "Put me down." Whisper ignored him and kept pulling him toward Isaac. Then dropped the bundle and reported, "Master, I've secured the informant for us." Shuri painfully scrambled up and questioned Isaac, "Stop this. I don't know how you passed the first relic challenge, the trial of choice, but from the second relic chamber, one small mistake could kill you. You must face your fears and choose the difficult path to heighten your perception of." Before he finished, Isaac gave him a taste of being struck by lightning and snapped, "Talk too much." He crawled over, looked at Shuri singed all over and asked, "Grandfather, whatever, quickly explain what's inside the second relic chamber." Shuri threw up his hands and answered, "Once you enter, remember you're never to attack the enemies, understand? Don't attack them." Isaac was surprised. "Grandfather, what nonsense is that? Why can't I attack my enemies?" Shuri yelled helplessly, "That's the only way to get through the second chamber. Whatever appears, you must stand still for 3 minutes before they vanish. Say you understand or we'll both die." Isaac guessed, "Ridiculous, testing my patience." Shuri cried and begged, "Please, someone actually died because of it." Isaac replied, "Grandfather, all right, how hard can it be? Just don't attack, right? 3 minutes isn't a problem for me, 3 hours would be trivial." No sooner had he finished than the door to the second chamber lit up and a voice echoed, "Welcome to the Hall of Calm. Patience is a virtue and reason is cold. Stay calm and steadfast. And that patience will lead you to the light. Whoever is obedient, sit still and listen." Not far away, Kina's group was also approaching. A kid asked anxiously, "Are you sure this is okay? We're at the end already." Kina smiled and answered, "There's no reason for us to go first on a dangerous path. Those meat shields will protect us. Have you forgotten there's an 8th rank demon guarding the second repository door? I'm sure the ones up front are stuck there. See, the challenge has begun." On this side, the door was still opening bit by bit. Seeing Isaac dazed there, Shuri warned anxiously, "Don't act rashly." Behind the door, an angel slowly appeared, smiling kindly at Isaac. "That patience will lead you to the light otherwise." Before it finished speaking, it got punched and it shouted, "Fuck you, eat rice." So Isaac managed to hold still for exactly 3 seconds out of the required 3 minutes. Shuri was scared pale by the scene. He remembered what Isaac had said earlier, 3 minutes is no problem for me, and immediately cursed, "Damn it, 3 minutes counted in seconds." Unable to bear it, Shuri grabbed his head and screamed, "Ah, this crazy guy." Isaac and Whisper together mocked, "How can I stand still when facing a divine being's face? Right, I think 3 seconds is long enough." Another voice rang out, "You have failed. Those lacking patience will be punished by the deity." No sooner had the words ended than a giant monster stepped out inside. Shuri despaired and lamented, "That's it, I'm definitely dead now." But Isaac gathered power in his small hand and delivered a single punch straight into the monster's stomach. Shuri couldn't believe it, his mouth dropping open. With one blow, the monster had a hole punched through its belly. Isaac then returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. The scene left Shuri terrified. What just happened? A moment later, the monster collapsed into countless boulders. Isaac hung his head and complained, "This is supposed to be rank 8, are you kidding me? The golem was created by my subordinates' magic. The elite demons of the Dry Lao Demon King, the 14 retinue. This is their unique magic. Have they become dogs for the Joshua clan now? Or does this place relate to my body? I need to go check myself." Seeing him leave again, Shuri shouted anxiously, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Suddenly a voice rang out, "Ah ha ha, I never expected the descendants of the Joshua clan to help us like this." A red-haired kid stepped out and shouted, "See, I told you those Joshua people knew how to get through the trial. This is Faith Crimson, one of the 5 faiths, the 3rd son of the ducal Sepet family, Nizer Sepet." He pointed at me, "Thanks for defeating the gatekeeper for us. Now move aside, we'll be the first to enter the second repository." The kids following along chimed in, "You have no idea what we went through because of that damn brat. Yeah, if that kid had gone in first, he'd trigger all the traps inside." Hearing them, Isaac wondered in confusion, "Why are so many of them still alive? Maybe I should just kill them all to make it easier." Suddenly, Nizer pointed at Shuri and taunted, "I didn't expect the descendants of Kshua to be so sinister. Shuri, you're related to him, aren't you? Shuri looked bewildered, unsure how to explain. Me and him? No way. I told you it's not true, can't you hear me? Nizer ignored him and stepped up to Isaac to taunt further. You've seen this kid dodge all the traps, right? Do you think he could do it on his own? He noticed the ring around Isaac's neck and shouted, see, it's an artifact. Then he snatched the ring, certain. This ring must have some magic bound into it. Everyone look, with this we can avoid all the traps ahead. Shuri sighed. You misunderstand, kid, it's a death charm, not a saving charm. But he seems so calm and I'm terrified. He's not the type to let someone take his things so easily. Seeing no one object, Nizer took the ring and led the way, shouting, stay there, Joshua. The one who will bring back the corpse of the dry, loud demon king, something no one has ever done. Certainly no one but me, the third son of the ducal Sepet family. He excitedly ran in and saw something glowing beneath him. Then boom, the whole group plunged into a sea of fire, agonized screams echoing nonstop. It's a trap, what the hell is this? Shuri thought in panic. Of course, he handed them the explosives to carry. He used them as bait. After a while, the area fell silent again. Shuri resumed acting as transport, carrying Isaac past a pile of classmates' corpses strewn before them. Past where Nizer lay, Isaac glanced aside, thinking, all the mines here have exploded, thanks, kid. Suddenly he sensed something, lifted his eyes to look behind him and saw a few kids following, which irritated him. Why are those kids following me? And they were praising that child must have some divine sense. Probably, after all, the boy comes from the Saintess family. Nizer acted weird earlier, that ring looked like an antique anyway. Besides, there's no way someone from the Joshua clan would cheat like that. Whisper teased Isaac, it seems they've recognized your greatness, oh magnificent master, huh? Isaac scowled and snapped at it, I don't need their approval. Sensing the demon on his head getting annoyed, Shuri mentally recited, you'd better run away before it's too late, this kid is scarier than any demon. Suddenly one kid stepped forward and yelled, if there's truly a saint, I think that child is the most fitting. Pleased to meet you, youngest son of the Joshua family. I am Paris Julius, the second prince of the Julius kingdom. The kids clustered and whispered, that's a kingdom east of the holy nation Helen. They say the prince there has received the god's blessing. Hearing this, Isaac assessed, oh, this one might be useful. So he tugged at Shuri's hair a few times. Shuri stopped immediately, looked at the door ahead and announced, we've arrived. This is the door leading to the third repository. Before they could open it, 2 orbs of light fell from the ceiling. A statue emerged and a voice sounded, greetings, candidates, this is the memory floor. Show your courage and resolve. The kids immediately cheered excitedly. Luckily, we followed this child, great. We've reached the next repository and will obtain the dry, loud demon king's corpse. The statue continued, the challenge is simple, defeat us and claim glory. The kids muttered, they say to show them courage, so we should fight them, right? Just try it. Isaac thought differently, that gatekeeper. Could it be? Oh, it's probably bait, this will be entertaining. Thought finished, the corner of the devilish mouth curved up. Isaac began acting strangely on top of Shuri. Shuri, confused, recalled, Isaac always makes the right decision. So that gatekeeper was lying. The first repository was about choice. Isaac just had to rush through. The second was about tranquility. Isaac was anything but calm. And this third one is about memory, which is the hint. So we have to recall what happened in the first and second trials. We cannot attack them. Just then Isaac waved his hand to signal the kids to step back. Shuri was a bit surprised, Isaac being kind, helping these kids too. But then he reconsidered, no matter how nasty he is, he's still a descendant of the Saintess. Could the Saintess's kindness have awakened? Have I misunderstood Isaac all this time? This kid would sacrifice himself and guide everyone the right way. Just as Shuri thought this, Isaac formed an orb of light in his hand, aimed it straight at the statue and struck. This action stunned Shuri for 5 seconds. The statue also went berserk, gripping its weapon, and swung a straight slash toward the kids. They only realized they'd been deceived when they were attacked. Fire and explosions mixed with relentless screams. Shuri glanced up and exclaimed, my god, what the hell is this? Could it be that their faces now look no different from demons? He thought slyly, long time no see, you crazy one. Inside the statue, 2 demons crawled out laughing. How foolish to believe others so easily. Candidates for sainthood. Isaac also laughed out loud. They're puppets created by magic. The 2 demons were released, and explosions immediately erupted everywhere. The surviving kids painfully cried out for their parents. Where did the members of the Joshua clan go? They were just here, find them quickly. Shuri and Isaac were enveloped by an invisible level 6 holy spell. And there was also that prince. Seeing he was safe, he shuffled over cautiously. Isaac felt pleased inside. This was the blessing Uncle had given me for emergencies. This was indeed the right time to use it. Little Paris spoke softly, thanks for casting the holy spell on me as well. Isaac motioned for him to understand, then tossed him a ring, indicating he should take it. Paris immediately held the ring up to inspect it, and joyfully turned to ask, you gave me this because I'm not used to fighting demons, right? Thanks a lot, I won't forget this kindness. No sooner had he finished speaking than Paris poured holy power into the ring. Instantly, his holy power was drained dry and he screamed, I'll tell my father about this. Whisper and Isaac chuckled with satisfaction. As expected, he's our owner. Sir, the prince has the most holy power after all. Shuri couldn't hold it in any longer and looked back at him, wondering, Uncle, exactly what kind of monster did you bring into the clan? After a moment, the children cried out in unison. Is there anyone here who can use defensive holy magic? Gather together. They arranged their tactics, some to defend, some to attack, while the two demons continued to slaughter and roar. Accept your punishment. One kid blocked, another seized the chance to charge and counterattack, preparing a high-level light sphere in his hand. But just as he was about to strike, he inexplicably tripped over the platform and fell. Immediately, the kid who took the blow recoiled in fright and looked back. And before he could understand what happened, a ring flew to his side, and his spell suddenly lost all holy power and he fainted. The demon striking him paused and looked, then puzzledly turned to its companion and said, Is there anyone else here we've tricked? Whisper reported back, The ring has absorbed all the holy power from the kids over here. Isaac ordered, Then go to the other side. Whisper complied and flew to the other side. One kid immediately lost all his holy power and collapsed. Isaac thought to himself, Don't hate me, these puppets won't attack an enemy that's been neutralized. So fainting from having your holy power drained is better than being wounded. After dealing with those two, Whisper returned to report, Master, it's almost done. No sooner had it finished speaking than a gigantic fireball appeared, rushing straight at the two demons and incinerating them. Whisper hadn't time to prepare and hurriedly dove face first to avoid it. At that moment, another kid stepped in and shouted, Found him, Isaac. It was none other than the white-haired boy Kina. Seeing him, Isaac thought irritably, I've been wondering where this kid wandered off to. Finally, he's decided to show up. Shuri was staring down below, terrified and thinking, Oh my god, I know he's a genius. But beside Kina, a pair of wings slowly appeared, and then the complete body of a gigantic bird manifested. Shuri was horrified inside. At this age, he can already summon a holy spirit. Has he been cheating? Kina said again, You surprised me. I didn't expect there to be anyone here besides me who can slay demons. Or did you also lure those kids into a trap like in the first trial? If so, then. While he was still speaking, two other kids suddenly entered, supporting each other and shouted, No, that child tried to complete the trial for us. He even showed us which way to go. He's our benefactor. Hearing them, Isaac sighed inwardly. Seems these kids have all gone crazy. Whisper mocked, Isn't this what people call Stockholm Syndrome? Kina paid no mind and turned back, Benefactor, aren't you ashamed to call yourselves saint candidates? I can't believe you need help from a child like that. One kid snapped back, Hey, you've been hiding the whole time. Why are you barking so loudly now? Did you help at all while we were bending over to search for traps? More and more kids crawled out from who knows where and started cursing. Yeah, Isaac seems more like a saint than you. When we get out, we'll tell our parents about this. You're always avoiding danger. Who did everything? You didn't do anything. Let's tell our parents that following the Joshua clan would be better. Shuri heard them and lamented inwardly. That's not true. The cruel child is trying to profit off those people. They were angrily cursing when the ground suddenly shook violently. The children turned toward the sound and saw a light sphere rising there. They crowded around, curiously asking one another, Is that the real gateway leading to the third archive? It seems so, I think so. So that means the second trial is over. The light sphere spoke, Congratulations to the candidates for passing the second trial. I am the final gatekeeper of the Archive of Sacred Relics. Now choose, end the trial here and select your treasure, or continue to face the challenge to reach the third archive. One kid said, Of course we'll choose the latter. The voice immediately rang out. Choose carefully, end the trial here and take your treasure, or continue to face the challenge to the third archive. If you pass the challenge, you may find treasures in the third archive, but if you fail, you will die. Hearing this, the children trembled in fear. Whisper reported, Master, judging by that voice's magical aura. Isaac cut him off and confirmed, Yes, it's a dragon. It's been a long time since I've seen one. Then what it said about death must be true. Suddenly the kids found courage and shouted, Even so, I'll still choose the challenge. We've come this far after so much effort. Right, if we can get treasure from the third archive, we'll surely become saints. Me too, I want to reach the third archive. After a moment of discussion among the kids, the voice rang out again. So you choose to face the challenge despite the danger. Very well, then accept the challenge. No sooner had the words finished than the ground shook again, and rocks rained down continuously. Isaac was exhilarated like a fiend, and the voice rang out. The final trial is simple, praise your God. No sooner had it spoken than a statue fell. The children asked one another in confusion, What is that? Another statue? Is that our God's statue? The statue moved and spoke, Show reverence to your God. Only those who prove their faith may enter the third archive. The kids couldn't believe it and said, All we have to do is kneel and pray before that statue. But this is a trial, this is way too simple. Only Isaac was annoyed and cursed under his breath. No way, you bastard. Kneel before that piece of crap, especially after it's toyed with me for hundreds of years and tricked me at the last minute. Suddenly a kid stepped forward and said, it's not that hard, right? I just need to pray to our God, correct? He dropped to one knee, raised both hands to pray, O Most High, supreme and worthy of all glory and honor. This humble servant bows to worship. The statue immediately spoke, you are well taught, good, past. The kids sprang up cheering, the others clustered and whispered, we only have to pray, yeah, really. Suddenly Isaac jumped down off Shuri. Shuri was about to tell him to pray when he kicked her and snapped, sir, why should I do that? Then someone else walked past Isaac. Kina approached with dignity, saying as he walked, we were taught how to pray at the cathedral. Look, this is the correct posture for worshipping our God. The kids exclaimed in surprise, I want to be a servant too. Then, to Shuri's astonishment, the whole group knelt and prayed, their voices echoing, O Most High, supreme and worthy, we bow to worship. Seeing him still standing, the statue barked, what are you standing there for? Do you want to give up and accept death? Immediately, Shuri joined the others in continuous prayer. Suddenly, the statue turned its attention elsewhere, and seeing Isaac tilting his chin up, it asked, Child, why do you not kneel? Isaac retorted angrily, Sir, are you insane if you think I would? Seeing him sitting there acting superior, the kids turned and asked each other, what's wrong with that boy? Does this child have a problem with his faith? So the rumor that the Joshua clan lost their faith is true. Hearing them, Shuri ground her teeth and thought angrily, that cruel bastard, stop tarnishing our family's honor and just pray. Kina looked at Isaac with satisfaction, thinking, all of this will be recorded. Does that kid want to lose his chance to become a saint? No matter how talented, without faith it's useless. I shouldn't have paid him any mind from the start. The statue snapped again, what an act of disrespect, child of the Holy Maiden's clan. Before it finished, Isaac shouted back, sir, so what, you pig? Gee, even if I die, I won't kneel before your pile of crap. The statue, as if understanding him, fell silent. Anyone excited suddenly felt a majestic pressure descend. The statue now exuded murderous intent as it stared at him. A cold voice resounded, blasphemer, receive your punishment. Someone pressed down but still defiant, cursed, sir, fuck off. If you think you're tough, come at me, I'm so angry I'll smash that statue. Whisper leapt forward to dissuade him, Master, that's very dangerous. But he had made up his mind, and holy power quickly condensed in his palm. Suddenly the statue returned to its original demeanor and exclaimed, excellent. Isaac also extinguished the holy power in his hand, sat up, and looked at the statue in confusion. The statue said again, you are approved, that candidate child, proceed to the third archive. Hearing this, Kina cried in disbelief, huh, what? He rose in indignation, pointing at Isaac and demanding, you said we must demonstrate our faith to be approved. That kid didn't even pray. And yet he was approved, that's absurd. The statue replied, that child is the only one who meets the requirements to pass through this gate. Only he has shown his faith to the divine. Do you really not understand? You knelt before the statue, not before the god. Is your faith really just kneeling before a symbol? Hearing that, Shuri was a little unsettled and thought, although it takes the form of a deity, a statue is still just a symbol. We've been fooled. The kids erupted in commotion. How can this be? That statue looks like our God in the holy painting. Indeed, the scriptures forbid worshipping idols. Then the statue pointed at Isaac and said, look at that child. Even faced with the fear of death, he refuses to submit and keeps his faith true. Therefore, only that child is worthy to enter the third archive. Isaac, resentful, swore back, shut your mouth. Kina glared at him, grinding his teeth. I will not accept this. He charged at the statue and shouted, that kid can't even speak yet. How do you know he didn't kneel out of faith? Whisper jumped out and said, I think he's got a point. The child clearly didn't want to. Isaac nodded in agreement. And seeing no one object, Kina shouted even louder. Besides, if he truly has that faith, then why doesn't he have a holy mark? Hearing this, Isaac flinched slightly and the kids murmured in surprise, huh, the boy doesn't have one. I'm here, how could a saint candidate not have a holy mark? Seeing everyone's gaze focus on Isaac, Kina smiled smugly, thinking maliciously, he's the only candidate without a holy mark. Give up, kid, you can't be a saint without one. But the statue said, you say a saint candidate without a holy mark, it's because he's still young. At that answer, the whole group was stunned. The statue, indifferent to their reactions, sniffed and said, I mean he is still too young. Kina, bewildered, flew into a rage and argued, that sounds ridiculous, wait, can you move? The statue replied apathetically, I mean the child is still a baby, trust me. The kids then shouted, then let me in too. If someone without a holy mark can enter, why can't I who has one enter? Right, I have one too, that proves I'm a candidate. The statue exhaled and answered, you must understand that having a holy mark doesn't mean you are special. Do you all really think that? So you all want to enter the third archive, right? The kids answered in unison, yes. The statue pondered for a moment and said, if so, go in, I allow it. Hearing that, the group cheered with joy. Wonderful, now we can enter the third archive. Only Shuri was somewhat surprised, wondering, something's off. Did it really let us in that easily? The statue continued, I mean, if you all want to jump into the fire like moths to a flame, go ahead, I will certainly let you in. As soon as it finished speaking, the statue dimmed, a terrifying smile curling its lips. The door to the third vault opened, and dark mana was released, striking the kids in the face. Some struggled to breathe, others vomited uncontrollably, when the voice rang out again. Do you feel it? That's the dark mana emanating from the corpse of the withered demon king. Know your place, you fools. I had planned to spare those who couldn't withstand the dark mana. Now most of the kids have collapsed, vomiting continuously on the spot. Only Isaac's mouth curled into a grin, excitedly staring inside and shouting, wonderful, the body is mine, the corpse of the withered demon king, my body is in there. Isaac drooled with longing, thinking, I never thought we'd reunite after self-destructing in the heavens. Oh my god, look at the volume of dark mana leaking out. His wicked demeanor immediately terrified the kids, but the voice said, look, that child has proven his faith. That's the face of a brave warrior. The kids turned pale and muttered, sure, but his eyes are glazed like an addict. What kind of freakish child is that? The voice from the orb rang out again, it's not too late. Those who cannot smile in the face of death should turn back. If you give up now, I will allow you to choose treasures from the second vault. Hearing that, the kids resolved inwardly, damn, how can we endure this massive dark mana? No way, we're not going in. Going in means death. I'll just try to pick the best item from the second vault. Then a voice rang out, no, I don't need any treasures from the second vault. Kina stepped forward and shouted, we will enter the third vault, so activate all the traps inside. Hearing him, the kids cursed this madman under their breath. The voice, surprised, asked, are you serious? Kina spread his arms and announced loudly, no saint in history has ever taken the corpse of the withered demon king, not even the famed saintess Melissa could do it. The voice praised, it seems you know something about the third vault. Kina smugly thought, there's no way Saintess Melissa would let these kids die, this must be a method to weed out candidates. He added, I don't want to hear talk about us taking treasures without trouble. So restore the third vault to its most dangerous state. Only then will I be esteemed above the saintess. Hearing that, Isaac sneered under his breath, this kid is really crazy. The orb lit up and responded, if you say so, then fine. It's even easier for me to determine who the saint is. Seeing the blinding light, one kid couldn't help shouting, ah, if you want it, go in alone. But the whole group was lifted up, screaming in disbelief, why are you dragging us along? Deep inside the third vault, a skeletal hand lay at the center. The kids who entered could not stand up again. A jock cried out joyfully, oh, what a mess. Whisper pointed and called, Master, over there. It's the place with the skeletal hand, surrounded by swirling mana. Whisper exclaimed happily, your body is there. Isaac whispered in secret joy, well done. My baby, no, my body is absorbing energy from the third vault. The kids now saw it too and panickingly asked each other, is that the corpse of the withered demon king? Just the hand is already emitting that much dark mana. Isaac thought differently, it's not the whole hand, only the thumb. Is that what's left of me? The others are all copies. Suddenly, the hand surged with a massive amount of mana. From within that column of mana, the shape of a demon emerged. The kids clutched their heads in fear. A demon thought there wouldn't be any more after the second trial. The voice rang out again, didn't you say you shut off all the safety devices? Isaac stared at the demon in astonishment. Wait, that's the demon stomped the ground, threw its head back and howled, you vermin, how dare you crave the body of the sovereign. One kid pointed at Kina and spat, it's all your fault, are you going to take responsibility for this? Kina waved indifferently and stepped forward, trust me, I guarantee you can leave here safely with a treasure. He thought, the 14 retainers, the elite subordinates trained by the withered demon king, are also fools captured by the Holy Pope's clan. I've prepared a sacred spell capable of countering that one, the treasure will definitely be mine. Thinking this, Kina's eyes lit up, and immense pressure descended as he intoned, kneel. At the sight, the kid stared and whispered, wow, that's the light of the Holy Pope's clan. Kina privately rejoiced, good, it's working, now I'll take it. Suddenly the demon snarled, so it's you, isn't it? No longer controlled, it lunged toward Kina, threatening, you vermin dared crave the body of my sovereign. At the same time, outside the entrance to the relic vault, people gathered and murmured, what's going on in there? The connection was suddenly cut off. And a moment later, someone ran up shouting, big trouble, the demon seals in the third vault have been lifted. Hearing this, Rilai and Simon broke out in terrified sweat. Simon bit his hand and murmured, Rilai, the sealed demon is one of the 14 retainers, right? Rilai wondered in panic, how did this happen? If it really is one of the 14 retainers, then those inside are in danger. Those with children inside also clamored, what about the elders sent as supervisors? They disappeared while trying to disable traps in the vault. Does that mean the kids inside are in extreme danger? How can the children deal with that monster? We must stop the trial and get them out. Just then, a huge teleportation gate appeared outside the entrance, the blinding light causing everyone to squint. Rilai stared inside, puzzled. Is the relic vault opening? What is that blinding light? Someone said, please stay away from the entrance. The leaking dark mana could be dangerous. Another person said, no, wait a moment, I can't sense any demon's presence. Has it been defeated? Hearing them, Harriet, hidden among the crowd, quietly rejoiced. Well done, Kina. The crowd buzzed, you mean the demon guarding the corpse of the withered demon king has been defeated? Then surely one of the saint candidate did it. probably Kina Barit, as expected of the Holy Pope's clan. Riley bit his lip and endured as he heard them, while the others paid no mind and stepped forward to congratulate Harriet. Congratulations, Eminence Cardinal, this result befits the strongest saint candidate. Harriet smiled in return. It seems Kina has completed his task admirably. Saying that, he glanced at Riley, thinking smugly to himself, the Joshua clan, this is the outcome for your foolish defiance against the authority of the Holy Pope's clan. Now that we have the corpse of the withered demon king, you will have to submit to us. It's time to put an end to your pretentious displays of nobility. Suddenly someone shouted, look, the kids are coming out. Everyone turned to look. Riley anxiously prayed, Isaac, Shuri, please be all right. After a while, most of the children came out, and upon reuniting with their families, they burst into loud crying. Riley took stock for a moment and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens, though a few were injured, fortunately none were seriously hurt. Seeing no more emerging, the crowd discussed, it seems the children who entered the third vault haven't returned yet. Could they have met with danger? Riley grew more uneasy, staring fixedly at the gate without blinking. Suddenly someone shouted, the last saint candidates are coming out. Shuri and Armin, exhausted, led the group of kids out. Gowel and Simon rushed over to ask, child, are you okay? As Gowel lifted Shuri, the child wailed as if never before. Gowel tenderly asked if the child was hurt anywhere. Riley, now pale, couldn't believe it and screamed inside, where is Isaac? Isn't the boy with them? Suddenly Harriet shouted, Kina, Kina, step forward. Kina looked at him with a sullen face. Harriet demanded, Kina, what are you holding in your hand? Where is the body of the withered demon king? Kina stammered, terrified beyond words, that. Harriet flew into a rage and cursed. Since when did I tell you to bring this useless thing back? At that moment, another teleportation gate appeared in the sky, and the crowd pointed toward it, shouting, look, is that a wolf? In the air, a wolf stood there holding Isaac in its jaws. Riley also turned in astonishment and exclaimed incredulously, wait, that's Isaac. The wolf landed and Riley ran over, calling Isaac. Asili also called out, young Master Isaac. She hesitated as she looked at the wolf and said, but young Master Riley, that wolf is a guardian drake, serving as the protector of the relic vault. A sacred drake? Riley thought in shock. She's right, that's the little drake, the guardian of the relic vault. Though it appears as a wolf, the energy it emits proves it's a sacred drake. Lady of the house, you have a close bond with dragons and summoned it to guard the relic vault. Its mere presence is noble enough. He walked over to look at Jock, puzzled, and wondered, what was that sound? He only saw Isaac chewing on a small bone in his mouth. Seeing this, a few people shouted, Elder, could what he's holding actually be the body of the withered demon king? Why is the boy holding it? Isaac did it. That child brought back the body of the withered demon king. Hearing them, Harriet barked, Kina, did you give it to that brat? I don't think that was a wise action, but it's the mercy of a saint helping the householder save face. As he spoke, he shot a glance toward Riley, when suddenly the wolf's voice rang out, what nonsense are you spouting? No one but this child managed to take the body of the withered demon king, you fools. Hearing that, Kina grew even more terrified. Harriet couldn't believe it either. What? Kina recalled the scene and was still horrified. Why did my sacred spell have no effect? The demon rushed forward and shouted, you vermin. It positioned itself right in front of the kids, slapped down and bellowed, die. The children dared not look and fled. Kina was frozen in fear. With a bang, smoke and dust rose in a thick cloud. Kina slowly opened his eyes, surprised to see the children protected by a barrier. Seeing Isaac's small arm still radiating holy power, they understood who had done it. The child of the Joshua family. The demon missed a strike and angrily spat, you filthy cleric, how dare you crave the body of the great withered demon king? Die. It threw another punch. Isaac, enraged, swung his fist and angrily retorted, grandfather, you idiot, grandfather. Don't you even recognize your master? Back in the present, the crowd now looked at Harriet with contempt and murmured, that dragon won't lie, right? So the Joshua family's child really did bring it back. Then what did Kina do? Suddenly, Riley stepped forward and said, but isn't that dragon extremely dangerous? The 14 retainers aren't monsters the children can handle. Why did you remove its seal? The wolf replied smugly, oh, the 14 retainers. That white-haired brat requested I lift the seal. The kids calmed down and pointed at Kina, accusing, yes, Kina asked the dragon to activate all the traps in the third relic vault. He dragged us along and put us in danger. The crowd then surrounded Harriet and accused, so our children nearly died because of Kina. How could someone from the Holy Pope's clan do such a thing? If Isaac hadn't defeated the demon, everything would have been worse. Wait, does this mean the Joshua family's child beat the Holy Pope clan's child? Isn't that wonderful? A child not even a saint yet is already that strong. So the rumors that the Joshua clan is about to return are true. The more Harriet heard them, the angrier he grew, grinding his teeth. Riley was both relieved and worried, thinking, Isaac, you've really done something great. Just then, some elders came over and cooed to him, little one, that bone is dangerous. Can you be a bit more obedient this time? But Isaac stubbornly refused and pushed their hands away. The old bones cried in disbelief, oh my, how is this child so strong? Isaac thought with pleasure, I have so much mana now, maybe it's from the will to survive, but I can absorb it almost instantly. Unable to pry it from Isaac, someone went to Riley and said, ha, Isaac did very well, the lady of the house will be delighted to hear this. Riley forced a smile and replied, yes. She then added slyly, with that, we can finally track the soul of the withered demon king using detection magic. From afar, Isaac heard and choked up, wait, is this why they wanted my body? He looked again at the elders and was terrified. Their voices sounded like soul-seeking demons. Hand it over, come on, find the withered demon king and tear him apart. Isaac panicked and cowered back. What the hell is this? One old man, face flushed, said, at last we can avenge a 150-year grudge, bring it here. But Isaac ordered the wolf to sit down, then took the opportunity to swallow the bone whole. Quickly urged the wolf to fly off, cursing inwardly, you crazy lot, I hope I never see you again. The next day in the clan's main hall, a group of elders gathered to ask, have you found it? The old woman replied, I don't think it's here. After a while she collapsed into lament, why hasn't it appeared? Not far away, Isaac ground his teeth and muttered, go search for it all day and see if you find it. Even so, the events at the relic vault still weighed on his mind. He recalled the fight with that demon. After Isaac knocked it back, it panicked and in demon speech said, Master, is this mana yours, Master? When I heard the news of your death, I thought my world had collapsed, but deep down I always knew you would return to us. Master, I need to serve you. Master was captured. At that point, the demon vanished. Isaac tried in vain to get it to continue and angrily cursed. Damn it, if you're going to speak then say it clearly. I have many more questions for you. Back in the present, he rubbed his chin and analyzed. The ones who captured him were from the Holy Pope's clan, right? I need to investigate this. As he thought that, a bottle of milk was brought before him, startling Isaac awake. Riley shouted madly, Isaac, go quickly, bring more laxatives, something strong. Seeing this, Whisper laughed heartily. Isaac grimaced and cursed, damn this clan, one day I'll cause chaos for them. An old man wailed anxiously, if the lady of the house finds out we're done, she might even gut the boy. Riley calmed him and reassured, calm down, elder, it'll be fine. Although she once dissected one of her sons, the boy is still her grandson after all. Mentioning this made the two of them even more horrified, even her own son. Over there, Whisper said, but didn't Melissa go on the pilgrimage with the householder here? Aya replied, yes, they won't return for some time, so I just need to absorb all the mana before Melissa comes back and then flee. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened by Gowel. He strode in boldly and shouted, Riley, come out here immediately. The lady of the house is calling for you. The moment he said that, Isaac jolted. What? Riley was just as alarmed. My mother is back, but she's never returned early from a pilgrimage like this. Isaac broke into a sweat, cursing under his breath. Damn it, did they come back early because of me? I haven't finished absorbing the mana yet. This is bad. With Melissa's temperament, she'll certainly tear me apart. After a while, gold and jewels were laid out in the room. The elders, incredulous, asked, are all these gifts for Isaac? Riley sighed, I thought the lady of the house would come herself. Gowel joked back, afraid, she's not back. She only sent a voice message saying she'll return with the householder. Besides, I never said she had already arrived. Hearing his steady tone, Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed, that damned bastard. Suddenly, the blonde soldier entered and reported, it seems the Holy Pope also sent a gift. At the news, two elders spat and cursed, God damn them. The blonde soldier was confused by this scene. The Holy Pope's envoys will hear you, they're waiting just outside. No sooner had he finished than a man entered, smiling. The emperor is very concerned about this incident, so this is a gift prepared by the Holy Pope's people to apologize and to thank the Joshua clan. But it seems the Joshua clan doesn't much like the Holy Pope's gift. However, I'm sure everyone will like this one. The cardinal said it will be of great help to Isaac. Seeing the item inside, the elders stammered. Is that the three armies general? Isaac asked confusedly, what the hell is that? Whisper answered, it's a medal. Meanwhile, the old men clustered together and muttered, a medal from the Holy Pope? No way. Suddenly the man exclaimed, Lord Riley, please accept it. It's meant for Isaac. Isaac couldn't understand it, looking at the man thinking, it's mine, why is he giving it to uncle? Riley, trembling with anger, shouted, did he really say to give this to me and not Isaac? The man smiled and replied, yes, I was ordered to ensure it was presented to you. Hearing this, Riley grew even angrier. An elder couldn't contain himself and jumped up, shouting, you're giving something that belongs to Isaac to another family member. Are you insane? Do you know that awarding a medal to another member implies that the recipient of that medal is dead? At that explanation, both Isaac and Whisper were startled. The man smiled again and said, what, oh my, please don't misunderstand the Holy Pope's good intentions. I was instructed to do so simply because he's still too young. The old man from before wouldn't back down and snarled, what about the thing on the medal's ribbon? Don't the Holy Pope's people know that the sunflower symbolizes that the medal's recipient is deceased? Isaac grew angrier the more he heard, do they want me dead that badly? The Holy Pope's gone mad. The old woman lunged in, cursing, God damn it, that Holy Pope and his clan dare to openly mock us over the Joshua curse. Seeing the tension rise, Gowel stepped in to mediate. Calm down, elders, we can't be hasty like this. He was shouted down, how can we stay calm, Gowel? Gowel forced a smile and replied, this could be misconstrued as the Joshua clan openly hostile toward the Holy Pope's clan. If this is blown up, it won't be good for our family. He spoke half aloud and kept the rest to himself. To put it bluntly, we should know our place. This must have been done intentionally by the cardinal. Even though I'm allied by marriage to their clan, this is still dirty. Anyway, this also means Rilai's family and that brat won't be able to do anything anymore. That's convenient for me. Thinking that, Gawel ordered, "What are you standing there for? Rilai, go accept it and show your gratitude." Rilai shouted angrily, but brother, Gawel cut him off. What's there to be angry about? Isaac disagreed too. He waved his hand dismissively and thought, this won't do. At once, the metal in the box suddenly burst into flame, the fire growing larger and drawing everyone's attention. The man holding the box couldn't bear the heat and tossed it away. Gawel exclaimed in disbelief, "That's holy flame." They saw a blue holy fire envelop the metal and lift it high. The Holy Pope's men panicked. Who cast the holy flame? The metal. They looked over and saw Isaac's arm raised, a little holy flame on it. His smug, unabashed face grinned at the man. They no longer cared who did it and shoved it onto Isaac, ordering him to perform the ritual. The Holy Pope's men jumped up, clutching their arms in alarm, and angrily shouted, "What is the meaning of this? This is a medal personally awarded by the Holy Pope to you. Are you trying to go against him?" The old men, putting on mournful tones, wailed, "Do you mean we did this on purpose? The child is so young, what would he know? Are you going to punish Isaac, a child who won't even accept the medal?" Unfortunately, this happened before the boy received the medal, so consider that we were never given it. Hearing that, the man yelled in disbelief, "What? Are you insane?" The elders unitedly threatened, "Or do you want to?" Rilai held up the charred medal and asked him, "We accepted the medal sent by the Holy Pope. Despite the fact it was melted by a child's toy flame." The elders joined in, lamenting, "The metal really melted. Oh my." Seeing he couldn't argue with the crowd, the Holy Pope's man tried to reconcile. "Please give it back to me. I must have handed over the wrong item." Rilai tossed it back, but the metal suddenly burst into flames. The fire leapt onto that man's hand and burned him, despite his screams as he was burned. The old men turned and scolded Isaac affectionately. "Oh my, our little Isaac is such a troublemaker." Isaac, pinched on the cheek, muttered, "Get your hands off me or I'll burn you right now." After a while, the man finally managed to put out the fire and stood up, seething. He didn't dare stay any longer. He ran off shouting as he fled, "Damn you Joshua people, remember this." Immediately, the elders' mournful expressions vanished and they cheered playfully. "Well done, Isaac, you've put our minds at ease." One man even stepped forward to instruct Gawel, "Throw that disgusting metal away." Then he threw his head back and laughed. The lady of the house should have seen that bootlicker of the Holy Pope's face earlier. The others joined in. "Well done. Rilai, you were behind all this, weren't you? Using holy flame was a brilliant idea." Rilai looked bewildered. "What?" An old man came closer and whispered, "Don't play dumb, kid, you're the one who cast the holy flame, right?" Rilai, sweating, shot back, weren't the elders the ones who did it?" Hearing him, all the elders fell silent in confusion and began questioning one another. "Didn't you also cast the holy spell on the boy when he entered the reliquary?" "I only cast an invisible magic." "What about the speed Isaac used? If the boy could do it, then how?" After a while, they turned to stare in one direction as if at a monster, murmuring, "Could this child have cast all those holy spells?" The ancient script book, a legendary treasure that allows its user to instantly learn and cast the spells contained within. Ajak recalled and marveled. It really was the right move to take this book from the archive. Although it's weaker than the fire magic I used as the dried demon king, it's still quite useful. The elders, unable to find an explanation, returned to discuss. Could the boy's mother have used holy magic? Is Isaac's mother a fire mage? She's actually the complete opposite. Then he's more than just talented. It's like someone who can compose poetry without ever learning to write. Even the prodigy saintess Melissa had to learn to read before casting her first holy spell. Hearing the elders mutter, Isaac joined in, grumbling, "What's all the fuss? This is getting unbearable." At that moment, Asili cried out, "Pardon me, elders, but isn't it even more surprising that he erased the Holy Pope's blessing?" The elders rushed up to her, eyes widening as they replied, "Indeed, you've got a sharp eye." The elder who ordered the medal thrown cried, "Bring me that medal at once, I must inspect it personally." Rilai answered, "Yes, elder." Before he finished, he couldn't find the medal and shouted helplessly, "It's not here." He flew into a rage and yelled, "What? It was clearly just here." Gawel, standing back, cleared his throat and said, "I threw it away." "You told me to do it. You shouldn't have said it out loud." That elder, helpless, ordered, "Gather people and go look for it." Gawel refused to go. He stood silently, thinking slyly, "I can't believe that brat could melt the Holy Pope's medal, an item forged from supposedly unfusible metal. We can't let the Lord find out about this. Let's see how they explain it without any evidence." A few days later, in the western part of the Joshua Duchy, the head of the Joshua clan returned. He ordered his descendants, "Although the mansion is not far now, do not let your guard down, understood?" Staring at the layer of ice he himself had frozen, the Lord frowned and muttered something under his breath. At the same time, inside the clan's mansion, the elders stood ashen and murmured, Why indeed, the body of the dried demon king still hasn't appeared." Isaac was high on a pile of laxatives, smiling in satisfaction. "Thanks, feels like a tonic to me." The elders collapsed again, hanging their heads and lamenting, 3 laxative pills and 500 fruits from the Julius clan too. Hearing them, Isaac commented, "Ah, those fruits are tasty. I heard they boost affinity with holy beasts. Holy beasts, creatures that assist in battle, there's no reason not to befriend them. I'll need their help to defeat the Holy Pope and the gods in Rilai's future. Surely the Joshua clan must have one right. At the thought, Isaac was stunned in disbelief. Outside the window, a giant whale was rising into the sky. It was the Joshua clan's holy beast, Terran Blom. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. Please wait a moment, or would you like to dine first? The clan head ignored them and directly opened the door and entered. The elders bowed their heads and saluted when they saw him. Hail clan head, hail clan head. Watching the man approach, Isaac sized him up. That man is the head of the Joshua clan, so he's my grandfather. Holy crap, look at the aura of survival radiating from him. I have a good feeling about this. Suddenly, Rilai stepped forward to block him and reported, Father, please wait a moment. Slitting Isaac's belly won't solve anything. Isaac smugly thought, don't worry, my dear uncle, there's no way he'd slit my belly, right? But the clan head didn't bother to care. He pointed straight at Isaac and in a voice cold as ice said, throw him into the sea of flame. Hearing that, Isaac froze, unbelieving. Rilai panicked and shouted, no, father. Isaac also cried out in fear, what's wrong with that survival aura? Why are you planning to burn me? Are you insane? So only my uncle stands on my side. Rilai loudly defended, the boy is still far too young to be thrown into flames. Hearing that, Isaac angrily snapped, so if I grow a bit older it's okay to toss me into the fire? Feels like I'm just getting roasted anyway. Rilai continued pleading, father, please reconsider. Gowel ran over to add, that's right, that would be an overly generous reward for the brat. Isaac lost it and cursed, how the hell is that a reward? Suddenly Joe spoke up, indeed, if we throw Isaac into the fire, we could reclaim the body of the dried demon king and the boy might become stronger through the flame's blessing. But please give us a little more time. Gowel sneered again, or fine, gut him instead. Rilai then suggested, or dunk the boy in water. Hearing that suggestion, Isaac flew into a rage and cursed, you lunatics can all go to hell. Gowel kept spouting, that can't happen. The flame and water of the shrine are secret treasures of the Joshua clan used to nurture a saintess, and you suggest using them on a useless, snot-nosed brat. Rilai protested, useless? How can you say that? Hearing this, Isaac grasped the situation a bit. Judging by how he objects, those things must be good for me. Gowel babbled on, Shuri is the one worthy of receiving them. Remember, Shuri defeated the demon in the reliquary. Rilai retorted, what are you saying? It was Isaac who defeated that demon. Even the holy dragon spoke on his behalf. Gowel replied, that dragon must be mistaken. How could a child who can't even walk do all that? Rilai snapped, don't get ahead of yourself, brother. This has gone too far. Isaac even used holy flame to singe the metal sent by the holy pope. We witnessed that with our own eyes. Are you going to deny that too? Gowel persisted stubbornly. Who knows whether you and the elders colluded beforehand? Besides, there's no evidence at all. Suddenly the clan head cut in, a medal. He pulled the medal from his coat pocket and asked, is it this thing? The only one connected to the divine is the holy pope, and an object blessed by him is called a blessed medal. Looking at the medal in the clan head's hand, Isaac was a bit puzzled. Even as the dried demon king, I couldn't melt it so easily. How could this happen? Did I happen to be born stronger in this life? At that moment, Rilai cried in surprise, how did you find it, father? The clan head replied nonchalantly, I picked it up on my way here. Seems like it was at the bottom of Lake Elaisva. On hearing that, Rilai said excitedly, look, father, the boy carries a flame strong enough to melt the holy pope's emblem. Isaac smugly thought, that's right, now you can prove the Joshua clan is superior to the holy pope. Rilai added, he can even withstand the dry demon king's flames. An elder chimed in, indeed, clan head, this child will surely become an excellent dry demon king hunter. Rilai continued, haven't many civilians been harmed by the dry demon king who has been hiding until recently? The elder agreed, exactly, if we ignore this, the era of the dry demon king could rise. Hearing them, Whisper said dejectedly, whether now or in the past, it seems those imposters of yours have been running rampant, master. Isaac sighed, I'm wondering who they could be, but it's not that important. The more attention they draw, the more it benefits us. Whisper agreed enthusiastically, that makes sense. Suddenly Joe's voice rang out, not just now, father, think about what happened 70 years ago. The dry demon king came to the Joshua clan and cursed us. At that, Isaac jumped in disbelief. What? Rilai ground his teeth and recounted. He came to us and declared he would destroy the Saintess's bloodline. Just thinking about that curse makes my blood boil. Whisper burst out laughing. If that happened 70 years ago, then it couldn't have been you, master. You died 150 years ago. Isaac ignored the jibe and mused, a curse on the bloodline, so that's why they kept yammering that I can't live long. But never mind, a curse from an ordinary demon is child's play to me. I just need to suppress it with higher grade mana and it won't affect me. Then the elders said, even if that curse doesn't kill us, it will suppress vitality, cause erectile dysfunction, or stunt development. That's why many people live their whole lives without growing a single hair. When Isaac heard hair mentioned, he flew into a rage and vowed, I'll definitely kill that fake. Whisper taunted him, baldness can be hereditary, you know. Isaac snapped, Can't you see the clan head and Riley have full heads of hair? You. Suddenly the clan head stepped in front of Isaac and said, a curse. Judging by those red eyes, the boy must be cursed too. Fire and water alone won't be enough. Hearing this, Isaac grew uneasy too. What now? You're making me a little worried. The clan head paused, then said, I will grant the boy a sacred spirit. Those words made everyone startle. What? Isaac was also astonished. A sacred spirit? You mean the creatures that are only possessed when they are bestowed? I really need one to reach the transcendent level, a tier even the gods can't touch. What a marvelous gift. With a sacred spirit, I'll become transcendent and punch those arrogant deities right in the face. Gowel couldn't stand it and objected. A sacred spirit? That's far too preferential. Father, isn't that a reward for those who have brought great glory to our clan? What has this child done for us? Even if it really could melt the metal, that's just a blatant provocation against the Holy Pope. Do you think they'd easily overlook that? Hearing this, Isaac ground his teeth and cursed. That name again, why don't you get cursed into silence? Suddenly the clan head glared at him and growled. So Gowel, when they sent that so-called gift, what did you do? Gowel flinched and didn't dare to answer. The clan head continued. Those heretics dared to humiliate us right in this mansion, yet you not only escorted them away safely but now defend them. What exactly have you done besides bullying your own little nephew? And now you intend to stand in his way. Even beasts protect their own. Have you forgotten that the Joshua clan was built on the principle of protecting the weak? This little child should be protected and cared for, yet he could help us restore our honor. Isn't that an example of bringing glory back to the Joshua clan? Call everyone to the main mansion. I will bestow a blessing on Isaac. A few days later, inside the clan mansion, Riley arrived with a few people and asked in confusion, Father, you're not simply bestowing something on the boy, what do you mean? The clan head turned his back and said, don't you understand? If we shove the boy into the fire or water to expel the dried demon king from him, the boy will be harmed. The shrine's flame and water have strong anti-demon properties, so the boy wouldn't be able to learn any exorcism rites. Riley wiped sweat and asked, so the boy can't advance beyond a level 5 cleric? The clan head answered, yes, the boy will be stuck at level 4 forever. He pulled out 3 gems and said, I'll let Isaac choose between fire, water, or a sacred spirit. That should serve as a test. Gowel inwardly rejoiced at the proposal. Is that so? I knew he wouldn't easily grant that brat a sacred spirit. The clan head placed the 3 gems before Isaac and said. Isaac and Riley stood tensely, thinking. Fire, water, and sacred spirit energy. Isaac picked the white gem, child. Please choose it, Isaac, but Isaac instead reached for the red gem. He raised it curiously to inspect it. Riley immediately froze. Gowel bumped him and taunted, don't be so disappointed. After all, even a last straight level 4 Joshua will make a scene. Before he finished speaking, a strong light burst forth. The red gem in his hand cracked and shattered, releasing a gigantic flame. The onlookers cried out in shock, what, isn't that the shrine's flame? Within the flame, the image of a person gradually coalesced. Riley exclaimed in horror. It's an arrogant divine being hovering in the air, looking down. The elders stepped back and shouted, it's a sacred spirit. Gowel couldn't believe it and ran over to question, what's going on, father? Why is there a sacred spirit in that gem? The clan head calmly looked on and said, don't be alarmed. Gowel said there was only one sacred spirit, did he not? The Joshua clan's roots are of water. But for a child who can create a fire hot enough to melt the Holy Pope's gold. I planted a trap even in this test. It seems the boy chose correctly. Still, this was beyond my expectations. The divine being now seemed to be going berserk, erupting flames and roaring. Have you lost your mind or what? Ai la Jiaswa, you dare summon a royal tier like me to the mortal realm. The more he roared, the angrier he became, continuously spewing fire in all directions. The elders couldn't bear to watch and fled, urging one another, quickly use holy wards for defense. Gowel screamed in panic, Father, you summoned a royal tier. Do you intend to burn our entire land to ash? The clan head tensely pointed and replied, it wasn't me. It was this child who did it. This brat really intends to turn this place into his grave. Isaac heard him and could only lament his own bad luck. The fire spread wider and pushed everyone back to avoid it. Isaac muttered irritably, I only meant to add a bit of holy power to summon a mid-tier. Why did it call out a royal tier? Whisper, baffled, asked, exactly what the hell are you made of? Isaac grew even more unsettled. I wondered what I could summon if I pushed it a little. No sooner had he thought that than both he and Whisper were surprised to see the divine being unable to contain itself, rampaging, its released flames growing larger, prompting Whisper to exclaim with delight. Anti-demon flame, that's it. Its fire can convert mana into holy power. It will help you a great deal, master. Isaac froze but agreed, true, but how can I subdue her? Watching the divine being torch the crowd, Whisper suggested, do it the traditional way. AI frowned and analyzed. Moreover, royal tier sacred spirits are linked to the celestial realm, and I still can't get too close to those damned gods. Whisper, helpless, right, after all sacred spirits have close ties to the gods. Just then, a loud shout rang out. My gods, clan head, drive her away. This sacred spirit is so mad even the gods would abandon her. The clan head remained calm, stroking his chin and murmuring, if I'm hated just because of hair color, then maybe I should renounce the gods too. Seems you can't trust anything with black hair. Hearing him, Isaac was surprised, so that's why this sacred spirit was cast off. The sacred spirit heard their words and cursed angrily. Shut up. You weak mortals, what the hell are you thinking? You dare summon me with a subjugation ritual? The clan head ignored her raging and replied coldly, I didn't call you. The sacred spirit then yelled, ridiculous, you must have used your authority as clan head to summon me. The clan head paid no mind and pointed at Isaac, that boy there. Hearing that, she fell silent and looked in that direction, seeing the one he pointed to. She shouted even louder, are you insane? Did you sacrifice a child to summon me? The clan head replied coldly, I would never do such a thing. She pointed at Isaac and said, even if your clan collapses, it wouldn't go this far. What did you do to this infant? But on closer inspection, she asked, slightly wary, what on earth is wrong with this kid? Isaac greedily reached toward her, resolving inwardly, not only powerful but hostile to the gods, I've got to have her. I'll use you as my mana filter. Sensing something amiss, she condensed a fireball and hurled it while shouting, fine, I'll test it myself. If this child truly summoned me with a subjugation ritual, then he'll survive this attack. The fireball charged at Isaac, but no one rushed forward to stop it. Only when it struck did Riley jerk and shout, Isaac. The sacred spirit was secretly pleased at the sight. Let it go, I'll finish it off cleanly. Before she finished speaking, she saw Isaac unharmed, greedily crawling toward her. The clan head said coldly, now do you believe? This nursing child is the one who summoned you here. Now choose, make a contract with this child or refuse and accept punishment. Hearing this, she gritted her teeth, unwilling to choose, and flew down toward the crawling Isaac while trying to explain, do you think a sacred spirit of my rank cares about that punishment? This is even better. I'm already here. I'll burn the Joshua clan down and enjoy my freedom. Watch your lands burn, you stupid whale. As she was speaking, someone lunged forward, opened wide, and swallowed her whole in one bite. This shocked everyone into silence. They scrambled to intervene. Isaac, you can't eat that, she screamed in fury, you crazy brat. She couldn't break free and could only wait helplessly for the others to rescue her, but no one acted. They just warned, don't swallow this time. That only enraged her more, and she raged. Have you all lost your minds? How have you been raising this child? Just wait, you bastards, I'll retreat for now, but I will repay this debt. Hearing that, Isaac stopped licking and said, oh ho, planning to teleport. Inside his mouth, the sacred spirit thrashed and shouted, see you later, you sons of bitches. But nothing happened, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Whisper beamed with satisfaction and teased, oh my. She didn't understand and asked why couldn't she? Suddenly, a familiar surge of energy shot straight at her. To the onlookers, it looked like holy power, but the sacred spirit cursed in fury. Damn it, that's dark mana. The clan head forced a smile and explained, the boy swallowed the dried demon king's thumb. She screamed in madness, what the hell did you feed this child? Isaac thought sacred spirits are the purest beings in the holy realm, essentially embodiments of holy power and extremely vulnerable to dark mana. As he suspected, even a little dark mana overwhelmed her. She clapped her hand over her mouth and wailed, damn it, I'm losing my power, I feel sick. Stop it, please stop. The clan head remained cold and said, oh, what a pity, the dried demon king's power is too great for us to approach. This remark made her angrier. You'd go berserk at the mere mention of the dried demon king and attack, yet now you can spout such nonsense. The clan head stooped to negotiate. If you stay by my grandson's side and cleanse all the dried demon king's dark mana, I'll bring you home. She freaked out and cursed, where did you get such a treat? Do you know who I am? The clan head didn't care and replied, then enjoy being eaten. After waiting and hearing no more from him, the sacred spirit panicked slightly and threatened, you lunatics, this is why I hate you all. If you weren't descendants of the saintess, I'd have cut you off long ago. Damn it, since it's come to this, I'll use this brat to destroy that damned lot. Hearing that, Isaac kept licking and cursed, Grandpa, those bastards, what did you say? After a while, she couldn't take it and cried out, 4 days, just let me stay with this brat for 4 days. 4 days is all I need for a finger. The clan head pondered silently, only 4 days, how boring. But there was no other choice. The clan head turned and ordered, open the East Manor gate and take this child and the sacred spirit inside. Do not allow anyone to enter until the purification is complete, understood? Hearing this, everyone panicked and protested. Clan head, father, the East Manor is... Before they could finish, the clan head barked to stop them. Enough, I don't want to hear about it anymore. Isaac didn't want to be difficult either. He pulled the sacred spirit from his mouth, outwardly looking disappointed. But inwardly he grinned slyly. The East Manor is next to the annex. There must be a lot of mana cores there. And so time passed quickly. In the East Manor, the Joshua family. Just like any other day, a massive explosion occurred. The servants, fed up with it, stood outside calmly discussing. Isaac's at it again, was that Lord Isaac? It's more like the dried demon king and his mana. Looks like the clan head has given up. Then the next successor will probably be Lord Gowel from the Pope's line or his brother, right? It seems Lord Isaac has been cursed and is no longer in the line of succession. But is he really cursed? To tell you the truth, just yesterday a relative checked on him and was so terrified they ran out. They even said he looked like a bald old man. Wasn't he more like a malformed monster or a skeleton? Come to think of it, he's been holed up in there with a sacred spirit. For 10 years now, hasn't he? I wonder how much more abuse this manor can take. The next day, at the Joshua estate, the East Manor, like any other day, echoed with a loud scream, and the servants were immediately frightened and ran away. But today, Asili came to visit Isaac. She hesitated to approach the door, her hand on the knob for a long time, afraid to open it. Finally, summoning her courage, she opened the door and called out, "Young Master Isaac, I'm here." Seeing inside, she asked in alarm, "Young Master, are you all right?" Isaac had something in his mouth. At Asili's call, he yanked the lollipop from his mouth. Asili blurted in confusion, "How strong is the dried demon king's curse that you still haven't grown up?" Isaac smiled inwardly. "What are you talking about? I'm trying not to grow up. After all power is absorbed most effectively as an infant. There are innate abilities that can only be obtained right at birth." Not far from there, the unlucky sacred spirit had just woken and groaned drowsily. Hey, my whole body aches." Asili turned and greeted, "Did you sleep well?" But before she could fully wake, she snapped, glaring at Isaac and shouting, "Damn it, whatever it takes, today I'm going to purge all that mana. I nearly purified almost everything yesterday." Saying the same line for nearly 10 years, her body surged with a heap of dark mana again. The harmless-looking child glanced over, and the sacred spirit went crazy, cursing as usual. "Hey, you brat, why has your mana increased again?" Isaac pretended to look away, smiling to himself. The sacred spirit angrily lunged and grabbed his collar, screaming, "You damned monster, how much of the dried demon king's body did you swallow that even after 10 years of purification the mana hasn't decreased? And it even increases every time I wake up." Isaac smirked inwardly. "Well, that's because for the past 10 years I've been secretly absorbing the mana cores in the annex every night." Whisper added with a laugh, "I never expected there to be so many demon cores in the annex." "That's wonderful, Master. I thought it would take 40 years, but I never expected you could finish in just 10. Isaac sighed in relief. Finally, the exhausting mana collection was over. Self-taught, his knowledge was a bit limited, but he'd trained up to 6th level holy magic. Seeing Isaac sitting silently, Asili worried he was unhappy and comforted him. "It's okay, young master. The Holy See is about to act." Isaac wondered inwardly, "The Holy See?" Asili added, "The dried demon king's subordinates, the 14 retinue, will all be executed. Now we can completely cleanse the dried demon king's mana, so don't worry too much." Hearing this, Isaac jumped up and yelled, "Grandpa, no, are you crazy? I still have a lot to ask them. You're going to execute them." Asili ignored him, put Isaac back in the crib, and smiled, "Now have some candy and rest." The young master helplessly held his head and muttered, "That damned imposter, I have to do something about him." At that moment, laughter rang outside the door. "Ha ha ha, well done." Gawel walked Shuri and praised, "Not only did you level up, but you're also the youngest priest to be ordained. I heard the princess will also attend this investiture ceremony. Is that right? What an enormous honor that you, the valedictorian, have been assigned as her protector." Shuri smiled and replied, "Of course, after all I'm your son, it's nothing." Gawel puffed up and laughed, "That's right, and you're modest too. My son is becoming more reliable just like me, you're so clever." Before he finished laughing, he noticed Shuri was gone and called out in confusion, Shuri, Shuri." At that moment, Shuri was being teleported away, crying and screaming loudly, and landed face first on the ground right in front of Isaac's crib. Still indignant and confused, the familiar voice called out, "Hey, Shuri." Isaac leapt up, stood on the crib rim, towering above, and shouted down, "You want to die? Every time you open your mouth you spout lies. Do you think your life ends after graduating the academy?" Shuri clammed up, cursing silently. "It's that crazy name again." Isaac continued lecturing loudly, "Remember, thanks to my training you were able to level up and score high on the exam. And now you act like you're something." Shuri protested indignantly, pounding his chest, "I worked hard too. Do you think becoming valedictorian was easy?" Isaac retorted, "With your skill level it was impossible, you idiot." Shuri fell silent, stammering in agreement, Yeah, that's true." Isaac rubbed his chin, thinking, maybe I should start preparing for the priest ordination ceremony. After all, most holy spells require ordination before they can be used. Thinking that, Isaac jumped down and shouted, "Hey, Shuri, I need your help." Shuri, startled, asked me, "What now?" But when he saw Isaac's grim face, he quickly forced a smile and said, "What do you need help with?" Isaac curled his lips and said, "Hand over everything you've got, the quiz prize money, and even the allowance you get from Gawel." Shuri cried but could only curse inwardly. He's truly a demon. Isaac, as if understanding Shuri's thoughts, said, "I thought so too." And what's this about the dried demon king's subordinates being executed?" Isaac asked further. Shuri answered wearily that, after the incident at the Relic Archive, they stopped obeying orders. Since they seemed to be just waiting to die, they decided to remove them. Isaac, surprised, "Really? There's no choice then, I must get it this year." Shuri asked in astonishment, "Get what?" Isaac replied, "Priest ordination." Shuri almost burst out laughing. But when he saw Isaac's raised fist, he tried to stifle his laugh and explained, "You haven't even enrolled in the academy yet, and you want to be ordained." No sooner had he finished than he took a bop from Isaac, who said coldly, "Try laughing again." Shuri meekly replied, I wouldn't dare. A moment later, Shuri hesitated and said, actually, there's a recommendation system. If the academy professors happen to be present, you can get ordained by receiving a recommendation letter and passing the exam, but you must have achieved a great deed to prove your virtue. Isaac immediately exclaimed, oh, what a perfect system for backdoor deals. Before he could enjoy that, Shuri added, but your character is terrible. Isaac grew angry, about to explode, when Whisper added with a kick, at least this bastard knows how to judge people. Isaac promptly scolded it, then heard Shuri continue. You must save a life to be recommended. The higher the status of that person, the greater your chance of selection. But when does an important person conveniently get into danger for you to rush in and save them? Isaac didn't bother and muttered while calculating time, so there's only 1 month left. He then asked, the princess will attend this ordination ceremony too, right? Shuri, sensing something was off, still forced out an answer, yes. Isaac grinned wickedly and said, isn't the princess an extremely important figure? The next day, at the Joshua estate in the training grounds, Riley stood at the gate and shouted, go on, Isaac won't come to the capital. 2 family members tried to persuade, Your Grace, this year is different from other years. This time, he absolutely must attend the founding festival. This is the year when saint candidates will be ordained as priests. Riley fell silent and brooded upon hearing this. Seeing that, the two continued analyzing. Over the past 10 years, while other candidates have achieved many great deeds, young Master Isaac hasn't even shown himself. That's right, he displayed extraordinary skill at the Relic Archive 10 years ago. I heard young Master Isaac is living in the East Manor. Like the Saintess is right, I'm really eager to see how much he's matured. As an academy lecturer, teaching young Master Isaac is my lifelong dream. Also, this ordination ceremony coincides with the princess's birthday, so the Pope will personally preside over the ceremony. Hearing this, Riley calculated inwardly, the Pope. The other added, he will bestow the title of hero on those who are ordained. Riley lapsed into thought again. Receiving the hero title will significantly increase a person's field of power. That's a huge benefit. But Riley still refused, replying, Isaac is not old enough to be ordained. They weren't satisfied and said, if he's that talented, does age matter? After saying this, the two looked at Riley with shining eyes awaiting his decision. Riley held his head and sighed and in the end had to agree. Fine. Hearing that, the two visibly cheered. But Riley curled a sly smile and said, but you will be held responsible. So the local big shot gets to storm the founding festival again. As usual, the manor where Isaac lives would explode a few times because of clashes with dark mana. An old man in the distance silently watched the scene over there. He pondered thoughtfully, so that's where it is. Even the Pope can summon the Spirit King only once, so did that brat really summon it through a subjugation ritual? And it's an exorcising sacred spirit to boot. A fire spirit with black hair, quite likely it's a guardian of the heavens. A sacred spirit can't become a spirit king because of its evil nature. The Pope and his family love collecting spirits. If they saw this one, they'd go mad. If I can steal this sacred spirit and present it to them, I'll surely be richly rewarded. I've already prepared something that can neutralize divine mana. If I can suppress that brat's divine mana, the Dry Demon King's dark mana will definitely go berserk. Then I can sneak the sacred spirit away amid the chaos. A moment later, a voice sounded outside Isaac's room. This room, Professor. He was invited in. The servants exclaimed joyfully, finally we can meet the young master. Yes, indeed. Oh, young Master Isaac. As they said, he looked no different from 10 years ago. Hearing the noise, Ajax turned his head, broke into a radiant smile and called out, Old Grandpa, please come in, here are my recommendation letters. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't contain themselves and cried, Ah, my heart, we must take him to the academy right now. Only the old man stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he stared at AI, thinking, that little fox dares to charm others. I'll use everything to drive the Dry Demon King's dark mana insane. Ajax continued to regard him with sparkling eyes. The old man held him and shouted inwardly, now go crazy. But nothing happens no matter how long he waited. He looked down to see Isaac mischievously winking at him and making faces. The old man's face turned gray as he wondered, why isn't anything happening? I've released enough divine mana to destabilize the dark mana. Just then, the sacred spirit leapt onto Isaac's head and shouted, Hey, you annoying brat, what are you waiting for? Kill that damned cleric. Why are you releasing so much divine mana? The old man felt both relieved and anxious. Here we go, the royal class sacred spirit, this is my chance. He drew from his sleeve a cloth wrapped with dark mana, slowly wiped Isaac's face with it and said, seems awfully hot today. Isaac sniffed and was surprised. What's that smell? His face twisted ugly as he cursed silently at that bastard. On the other side, the sacred spirit suddenly clutched its throat, coughing violently. Seeing this, the others exclaimed in surprise, Sacred spirit, what's wrong? She couldn't bear it and released a large amount of purified dark mana. Losing control of itself, it grew larger and glared at the people. The old man immediately shouted, Is the Dry Demon King's dark mana going berserk? The others also cried out in alarm, "It's dangerous, Professor." Outwardly, the old man feigned fear, but inwardly he was pleased. Good, now I just need to smuggle this crazed sacred spirit out. He chose the moment and crushed the gem in his hand, condensed a fireball in his palm and muttered the name inwardly, Soul Severance Shroud. Immediately, a column of fire shot straight toward the struggling sacred spirit, but the fire that shot at her automatically reversed, coming back to the old professor, leaving him astonished. Immediately, he was burned by his own flame and screamed miserably. Isaac felt smug inside. What do you think you're doing, using fire like that? The screams inside made Riley in a silly panic and rush in, shouting, "Isaac, young master." Seeing enough people had come in, Isaac rubbed his chest and thought, this should be enough, right? Good, now there are plenty of witnesses. He sat cross-legged in a serious pose, absorbing the dark mana back into his body. The sight stunned the panicked crowd into silence. They cried in disbelief. Is young master Ajak absorbing the demon mana? Yes, he's calming the frenzy. After a while, Isaac looked at them with sparkling eyes, happily thinking, so the mana has been dealt with. He snapped his fingers and ordered the sacred spirit, "You there, stop immediately." The dark mana enveloping the sacred spirit dispersed. Witnessing this, everyone gasped, "Purifying holy power, oh my." The sacred spirit was no longer frenzied. It slowly shrank and fell, and finding itself unharmed, was somewhat surprised. But the others shouted, "Incredible, he controlled the dried demon king's dark mana. He even calmed the rampaging sacred spirit, and with the Joshua family's purifying holy power." The sacred spirit couldn't believe it either and wondered, what's going on? Shivering, Asili stepped up to Isaac and cried, "It's a miracle. Aja, young master, you've finally spoken. I'm so proud of you." Hearing this, Isaac held his head and complained, "Hey, are you only focused on that?" No one paid attention to the old man lying sprawled on the floor from the burns. They rushed to praise Isaac. Seeing this, the old man grew even more resentful and muttered, "What the hell just happened?" No sooner had he finished than the sacred spirit flew before him and snarled, "I should be the one to question you, that lackey of the golden faith. Who is behind this?" Questioned, the old man trembled and tried to excuse himself. "You misunderstand, I only came to see young master Isaac." The sacred spirit growled, "Misunderstand? You were wearing fireproof clothing from head to toe, and you say it's a misunderstanding. From now on, all fire spirits will have no relations with the clerics of the Pope's family." Hearing this, the old man collapsed to his knees. The sacred spirit covered her mouth and laughed. I only did that because I was annoyed, so don't get the wrong idea." Having said that, she flew off, and the old man panicked and begged, "What? Please wait a moment. How could a sacred spirit sever ties with clerics who are linked to the divinity, especially those of the Pope's family? The sacred spirit can't have that ability." She ignored his cries and coldly barked, "Get out. I severed ties with the gods long ago. I'm no longer bound by their rules." Those who heard this showed their satisfaction. As the old man was about to say more, she cut him off and snapped, "Get out of my sight." Then she turned back to Isaac and softly said, "And Isaac, you saved me with divine mana, and moreover controlled the dried demon king's dark mana. Now that the dried demon king's dark mana has been purified, our contract ends here. However, I will stay by your side to repay this debt." Isaac inwardly laughed. Of course, no wonder it's a divine entity, a bunch of fools who won't owe anyone. The others cheered. "We'll return to the Holy See to report this. A child like this must be ordained." Isaac's face grew even more sly as he laughed inwardly. "Ha ha, thanks for all the recommendation letters." A few days later, inside the clan's meeting room, Riley came in to see the head of the family. Seeing him, the head held up a paper and read, "The Holy See has approved Isaac's ordination. They want the boy to attend the ceremony." Riley, astonished, so fast. Was he recommended because he saved members of the Joshua family and the academy? The head cut in, "No, the boy was recommended for saving a royal-class sacred spirit." Mentioning that, Riley remembered, right after that, who could object. Suddenly, the head pointed at the paper and said, "More importantly, ordination is equivalent to graduating from the academy. So I tested Isaac to see if he had the necessary knowledge." Unexpectedly, he scored a perfect score on all 1,600 questions. Seeing the result, Riley was overjoyed. A perfect score. Nothing could be better. Besides, now the boy can walk and talk. But the head sighed with a headache, regretting that his attitude was somewhat poor. "Now we only need to assess Isaac's character. Most will pass, except for a few pathological or criminal cases." Riley brightened. "I remember. That's a test using holy magic to force truthful answers, right?" The head flipped another sheet to see how the boy answered. The content read, "What do you think of the family that gave you life and raised you?" Isaac answered, "I will conquer it. It will all be mine." Riley excited. "Oh, such strong will." The head also approved. "At first I was shocked, but only someone with that ambition is fit for our family." The second question was, "What will you do after being ordained?" Isaac replied, "Chew up those damned gods, of course." This left the two speechless. The third question, "What are your goals and aspirations as a cleric of the holy nation Helen?" Isaac answered, "I will destroy this nation." Seeing the answer, Riley gaped as if his eyes would pop out. He was still bewildered, pointing at the paper, when the head cleared his throat and said, "Only you and I know these results. If Isaac takes such a test again, Rilai held his head and groaned. The boy would certainly be executed for heresy. Seeing Rilai grasp the seriousness, the head slapped the table and decided, I will go to the ordination in his place. Do not let Isaac leave the house during that time, understood? This brat needs to be properly disciplined first. That night inside Isaac's room, Whisper shyly called, Master, have you decided? Isaac replied contentedly, of course. His tiny hand grabbed a cloth bundle, sneakily wrapped the package and crawled out the window, laughing, I'm off. The next day at the Roman Capital Academy. Inside the Department of Holy Arts, someone called out, I heard this time a 10-year-old boy will be ordained. The children whispered in surprise, really? What did he do to be ordained so early? Looks like this year's graduation ceremony will be very interesting. At those words, a red-haired boy burst into laughter. Nizer sat smugly before the kids and sneered. A child who can't even walk gets ordained, what a joke. Another kid, puzzled, asked, what do you mean can't walk? Nizer replied nonchalantly, that's it. That boy hasn't grown a bit in 10 years. He's cursed by the Dry Demon King. How could he possibly mature? Saying that, he turned to taunt, right, Shuri? You expect someone like that to be ordained? It's probably just an honorary title. The others laughed and chimed in, oh really? Shuri, sitting there and taking hits, had no choice but to sigh, it's such a nuisance. He was silent for a bit and now it's starting again. But Nizer wouldn't relent and turned back to mock. The Holy Maiden's clan sure gets pampered. Even a useless brat gets ordained. It's ridiculous. Hearing this, Shuri couldn't hold back, darkened, stood up and cursed it under his breath. That bastard, how dare he? Just then another kid stepped in and shouted, do you think the Holy See is a joke, Nizer Sepet? And besides, the recommendation Isaac accepted came from Duke Leon Sepet, your father. I didn't think you'd be stupid enough to insult your own father. Stung by Kina's retort, Nizer angrily snapped, shut up, you aren't even a student anymore, what are you doing here? Kina replied calmly, I didn't want to come either, I was invited. Besides, I was asked to guide you as an advisor and holy arts instructor. That left the others stunned. After saying that, Kina turned to Shuri. Shuri, I'm really worried about you. Shuri didn't understand a thing. Kina smiled and explained that cursed Isaac will never be able to become a priest. If the Joshua family still holds by the time you become head, maybe. But if it collapses, come find me and I'll give you a menial position in the Pope's family. Those words made Shuri, who had just calmed down, fly into a rage. But he had to clench his fists and tell himself, no, stay calm, it's not the time yet, there's nothing I can do. Shuri tossed his head to the side and said, I don't need your help, take care of yourself. With that, he gloomily returned to the dormitory. A little while later, inside the dormitory, furniture was thrown everywhere by Shuri. He clutched his head and screamed, damn them, why is this nonsense happening to me? Our family won't even attend the ordination because that brat ran away. Why now, that useless bastard? I curse you to lose all your hair like the Dry Demon King. No sooner had he finished than a magic circle appeared, and a baby's arm reached out from within. Isaac's face darkened as he hissed, what did you just say? Shuri saw on th letter 1EA7N and shrieked in terror. Isaac continued to thunder, bawled, huh, do you want to die? Shuri, terrified, screamed, why did you crawl out of there? And how did you even get here? Isaac sat with his legs crossed like an old man and replied calmly, to be ordained, of course. The family head and my uncle tried to stop me, so I ran away. Anyway, Shuri, look at the baby bottle that's been hooked out. Shuri backed away in horror. What now? Isaac barked, you coward, you actually went to beg for a menial job from the Pope's family. Before Shuri could finish, he took a blow to the stomach, hitting Isaac while cursing. Shut up, how dare those bastards slander the name Joshua? Joshua belongs to me, only I may insult it, only I may destroy it. Shuri wailed, what the hell are you talking about? After beating Shuri senseless, Isaac pointed the baby bottle and declared, remember this, Shuri. I will be the one to burn the Joshua family to ashes. Shuri cried helplessly, gods of heaven and earth, please take this bastard away. Seeing Shuri continue to submit, Isaac jumped off the bed and shouted, don't be weak, lead the way now. Shuri shouted back in panic, where are you going? Isaac cracked his knuckles and replied maliciously, to smash those dogs who dared touch you, of course. A while later, inside the gathering spot for the kids, some people saw Isaac arrive and whispered, what's this? Who brought that kid here? Look at his hair, so nice. Isaac paid no heed to anyone, clutching the bottle and shouting, who did it? How dare you mess with a member of the Joshua family? The kids, hearing that, immediately turned their heads away as if they hadn't seen anything. Isaac stroked his chin and murmured to himself, that red-haired girl, I recall meeting her in the relic archive 10 years ago. It must be her. Hearing that, Shuri hurriedly ran in and shouted, wait. He thought to himself that he had to stop him. If he caused trouble here, they'd be in big trouble. Besides, that girl is Nizer's sister. She's Naki Sepet. Shuri leapt up hurriedly, trying to get in and grab Isaac, but he had already darted over, landing right in front of Naki and shouting, you there, redhead, did you cause trouble for Shuri? Naki paid him no mind and replied calmly, I never laid a hand on Shuri Joshua. It was Nizer who did it. Isaac didn't care either, folding his arms and declaring, good, then you admit it. Hearing from afar, Shuri tore at his hair and cried, I told you it wasn't Nizer Sepet, are you even listening? Then Whisper jumped in, Master, I sense a familiar energy from this girl. Isaac confirmed with satisfaction, yes, it is familiar. It's the energy of one of the 5 great patron deities. Seeing Isaac keep targeting her, Naki pointed at him and retorted, you must be the Isaac from the rumors. One is the cursed child and the other is a descendant of the Pope's family. Looks like this year's pious purity ritual won't amount to much. The Joshua family will sooner or later be struck from the 5 faiths rolls. Hearing the girl, Isaac thought irritably, how rude, typical servants of the 5 patron deities. Shuri couldn't stand it any longer. He slammed his hand down and shouted, Isaac, don't pick fights with rival families, go home. But his words were useless. Isaac put up a hand to stop him. Shut up, why should I go back? Am I here to receive my ordination? Naki shut him down immediately. You'll never be ordained. Nizer said he'll file an appeal with the Pope to cancel it. There's no way an unrecognized child can be ordained. Hearing her, Shuri gritted his teeth. That bastard. Naki kept jabbering, and with your attitude, you won't need Nizer's appeal. You'll self-destruct sooner or later. At that, a servant quietly asked, Miss, should I call the investigators? Shuri thought in horror, no, that's no good. 70% of investigators are from the rival family. With no other option, he leapt forward, grabbed Isaac and shouted, Isaac, let's go now. At that moment, shouts rang out from outside, and a foot brimming with deadly intent stepped in, followed by the massive body of a wolf, causing the kids to scream in terror, a monster. While the kids were scattering, Isaac smugly thought, there it is, my insurance. Naki exclaimed in bewilderment, a monster? Did it escape from the training room? A servant rushed forward to block her, saying, it's dangerous, miss, step back. As he said that, a blast of force hit him, and he was sent flying by a wolf's paw. That paw whipped again toward Naki's face, terrifying the girl. At that moment, Isaac grabbed the baby bottle and shouted, hey, it's not that easy. He hurled the bottle at the wolf, muttering in annoyance, damn it, I've been calling you, and now you finally crawl your way here. Wounded by the blow, the wolf changed targets. It bared its teeth and growled at Isaac, who was standing there. Naki calmed herself, condensed magic, and shouted, you damned monster. But she glared and snarled at it, now get out of here. Isaac's aura of authority radiated toward the wolf. Recognizing the master of that force, the wolf was moved to tears, and finally behaved obediently like a small dog, happily running back out. Seeing this, Whisper said with satisfaction, truly my master, you pulled a sleeping monster out, beat it to a pulp, then kicked it away to show off. Isaac folded his arms and smiled, I'm just doing what's necessary. Just then, the Pope's guards burst in, where's that monster? Stay away from that monster. It seems to have run off in that direction. Contact the monster response team immediately. Someone concerned rushed over to Naki and asked, Miss, are you all right? Shuri looked and recognized the investigator. He hurriedly scooped Isaac up, intending to bolt. Haha, then we'll be on our way. But the investigator slapped his shoulder and held him back. Stop there. No one is to leave until the investigation is over. Shuri grimaced and thought, we're done for. He awkwardly turned back and forced a smile. Aha, we really don't know anything. Suddenly, Naki shouted loudly, don't do anything pointless. She pointed at Isaac and said, that child saved me. That statement left both Isaac and Shuri dumbfounded. Naki brushed off the investigators, stepped forward and asked, you're Isaac, right? I'm sorry for what I said earlier. But don't think I'm especially grateful to you, understand? Seeing the girl's flushed expression, Isaac wondered inwardly, what's wrong with this kid? The kids who had run off began to gossip among themselves. So the boy really did get a recommendation letter for saving someone. Among the kids, a stunned blonde girl said, that child is the one my brother mentioned. She is the princess of the holy nation Helen Charlotte Electric Hella. At the same time, at the Joshua Manor in Riley's office, a voice rang out, oh my, why do you keep refusing? Cardinal of Thansak, isn't your nephew being ordained a good thing? Let the boy attend the ordination ceremony. The family head, displeased, replied, get lost. The voice persisted, continuing to persuade, but the Pope will be angry. The family head was unconcerned and said, that's not my problem. My nephew will be raised at the Joshua Manor until he comes of age. The other person was not satisfied and threatened. If you keep locking a child like that up, it will affect his character. The family head ground his teeth upon hearing this. His character is already bad, there's no convincing him. The man changed the subject and announced, I don't know if you've heard, but it seems there's a golden-haired child walking around the academy. On hearing the description, the family head realized it was Isaac and angrily shouted, Riley replied in alarm, yes, father. He hurried in and asked, what's the matter? But then saw the family head hastily putting on his coat and growled in anger, prepare to go to the capital immediately, we must be there before tomorrow. Riley, stunned, objected miserably, even taking the fastest route will still take at least a week. The family head's face darkened as he snarled, we have 23 hours and 48 minutes left, no more car travel. We must run. The next day, at the academy dormitory in the capital, Shuri pounded on the door in distress and pleaded, hey Isaac, what are you doing? Are you planning to stuff that small body of yours into a priest's robe? Get out now, everyone's already here. They're just going to laugh at you anyway, so hurry up. Just put it on and go back home, please. While still crying, a voice called out, I'm ready. Shuri startled and blurted, I beg you. Halfway through the sentence, he was made to widen his eyes by Isaac's appearance. Then, unable to believe it, tried to stifle a giggle. You, Isaac ordered, let's go. The final night of the founding festival, in the banquet hall for the ordination ceremony. The kids all sat properly in their places, awaiting orders from above. Suddenly a loud voice shouted, everyone stand up. A foot stepped into the hall, followed by the hosts of the 5 great families entering in procession. Gowell saw this, stood up, and applauded with the others. But inwardly he sneered, those are the heads of the 5 great families, the position equivalent to Riley of the Joshua clan and even the cardinal of Than Sak. All of it will surely be mine. At that moment Riley, out of breath, came over and asked, am I not late? Gowell surprised Riley. Riley didn't care and asked directly, have you seen Isaac anywhere? Gowell showed obvious irritation and replied, why are you looking for him here? He's probably at home. And don't tell me you ran all the way here. Riley answered miserably, yes, that's exactly what happened. Then do you know where Shuri is? I think Isaac is with the boy. Gowell said, I haven't met him yet. Before he finished, someone shouted, the Pope has arrived, begin the ceremony. An old man entered from outside, followed by a group of clergy. He was Pope Giulio Barret. Seeing him enter, everyone bowed. The spokesperson cried out, may the blessings of the gods always be with Hela. No sooner had the words finished than the Pope sat on the throne at the center. The spokesperson signaled, please be seated, my honored guests. The family head also sat down, thinking puzzled, I don't see Isaac anywhere. The spokesperson read aloud, the ordination ceremony will begin now. When Isaac's name is called, please step forward. The family head thought to himself, well, that's fine. The spokesperson read again, Isaac Joshua. This made the family head pause for a beat. No one answered, so the spokesperson asked again, is Isaac Joshua here? Still no response. The family head happily raised his wine glass and breathed a sigh of relief. If he's not coming, stop calling him. His name should have been removed long ago. He's not here, so proceed quickly. While he was still smug, a sound from outside echoed in, causing the family head to choke on his drink and spit it out. Gowell scowled and turned to scold, you insolent brat, how dare that kid show his face here? At the door, a youth entered, followed by an extremely disheveled Shuri. This was Isaac in his teenage form, after unsealing the baby form. Seeing him arrive, the family head's face darkened. He crushed his wine glass. The head of the Pope's household ground his teeth and sprang to his feet. Isaac paid no mind and simply stepped forward as instructed. Isaac Joshua, please come up. Hearing his name, Isaac stepped forward. Riley couldn't contain himself and jumped up, tears streaming as he sobbed, Isaac, it's Isaac. Since when did you grow up like this? And you're even wearing the ceremonial garment I prepared for you. The crowd whispered curiously, I heard he was still a child. Does the Joshua clan really have such a powerful child? Could he have broken the Dry Demon King's curse long ago? Oh my, he's so handsome. Nizer, incredulous, jumped up and shouted, what the hell is going on? Why is he suddenly so tall? Isaac paid little attention to the chatter and only smiled. But the family head couldn't hold back. He slammed his fist into the chair and muttered angrily, damn Dry Demon King, you hellspawn, what have you done to Isaac? My grandson never used to smile like that. Have you taken over the boy? The crowd continued to whisper, could the Joshua clan's curse finally be over? If this isn't a saint, then what is? He looks more blessed than cursed. With that, Isaac approached the Pope. The Pope calmly spoke, Isaac Joshua. Isaac looked him straight in the eye and evaluated, is this guy the Pope? He clearly looks over 70, but his aura is like a monster. Moreover, the face bears echoes of the popes I've faced before. Should I deal with him now? From the family head and Riley's minds the customary question arose. As a newly ordained cleric, do you have anything to say to the Pope? Isaac answered, kneel down so I can behead you more easily. Both recalled this and went ashen, screaming inwardly in terror. Isaac. The family head clenched his fists and shouted in his mind, we must stop that boy. No sooner had he thought it than he punched the table, turning it to gold, then nonchalantly wondered, why are my hands so slippery? Riley also flipped his table over and yelled at the top of his lungs, frying, there's frying. Their behavior left Gowell baffled. He muttered, are you too crazy? Riley, as usual, replied, I swear there was a frying thing big as your head. The spokesperson, briefly stunned, cleared his throat and continued, everyone, please keep order. Next, Shuri Joshua, please step forward. Seeing their absurd actions, Isaac grew annoyed and ground his teeth. These bastards are trying to stop me. He turned his head and Shuri shyly stepped up behind him. The Pope remained seated calmly without saying anything. The spokesperson continued to read. Next, those being ordained will offer rites to the gods. The crowd murmured. At last it was time for the gods to choose. I wonder which god will bless my child. Seeing a cleric carry a basin of water past, the family head grumbled irritably. There's a good chance it's the patron saint of Than Sak. Riley prayed in panic. I hope so. Surely an evil god won't choose the boy right. The family head replied coldly, if that happens, I'll deal with it. This left Riley stunned. Huh, deal with it, Isaac? The family head frowned and answered, I meant the holy chalice, what did you think I meant? Meanwhile below, it was Shuri's turn to step up. He pricked his fingertip with a needle, and let a drop of blood fall into the holy chalice. As the drop entered, the surface of the water immediately changed. Streams of pure light rose continually into the air. Gowell laughed out loud on seeing it. That's my son. The patron saint of Thansak has shown itself. Shuri excitedly ran back while Isaac, displeased, followed behind, thinking, so the god the Joshua clan worships is the god of light, a humble but upright deity. As for me, any god would annoy me. He sighed and let a drop of blood fall into the chalice. The Pope, upon seeing the drop of blood, was startled, as a strange light shot up from the chalice and shook him. The moment the drop fell, dense dark energy began to spread out, and the darkness thickened, engulfing the room. This sight made the family head and Riley panic. They rushed forward. The family head cried in disbelief. Could it be? From within the dense darkness, the face of the Dry Demon King appeared, and the crowd screamed in terror. Dry Demon King. The form of the Dry Demon King grew clearer and clearer, and the family head could no longer contain himself. He lunged forward, yelling, Dry Demon King. Dark mana suddenly coiled around Isaac's body. The family head like a man possessed, eyes blazing red as he swung his fist. He threw a punch, but the Dry Demon King darted aside to evade, and casually dragged Isaac away like an object. A gloomy voice echoed, I have long awaited the appearance of this so-called saint. Isaac was startled. What? He threw his head back and laughed. I will destroy the Holy Kingdom piece by piece, starting with this brat. Isaac went blank. What the hell is going on? One had to admit he looked exactly like me in a past life. It's creepy. Suddenly Whisper leaped out, snickering. What's wrong with this imposter? My master should look more stunned and defeated. Isaac cursed angrily, you bastard. Meanwhile, the Pope and the other family heads gathered their power, and spheres of energy took turns flying toward the Dry Demon King, creating an explosion that forced the Joshua family head to recoil. Riley urgently shouted, fall back. The family head crazily gathered his power, and a giant white serpent lunged forward, its jaws wide open to swallow the Dry Demon King's head. But the sacred power was absorbed completely in an instant. The Dry Demon King remained unscathed, standing there leisurely and laughing. Lord of Thansak, because of my curse you probably can't use your full power, can you? Wouldn't it be better to just stand still obediently? The family head looked up and retorted, I wasn't going to act anyway in case I accidentally destroy this place. The formation at his feet flared, his eyes glowing blood red, manifesting a giant sacred whale spirit that roared, but you've been talking too much. The Dry Demon King ignored him, casually using Isaac as a shield and sneering. Do you want to see this so-called saint boy die? Someone panicked. I thought so too. Your grandson is taken hostage, yet you summon something so dangerous? Huh, why is it opening its mouth? The family head grimly chuckled. A saint won't die just from taking this hit. Isaac cursed in fury. This madman, I'll really die. With a boom, the whale bit down and then exploded. Isaac clutched his head in agony and collapsed. The Dry Demon King straightened up to take the blow. His body then slowly dissolved, the force so great it shattered the entire hall. After a moment, Gowel looked up and asked, did we take him down? Others trembled and whispered, oh my, the Dry Demon King has returned. Didn't he vanish after cursing the Joshua clan 70 years ago? Could he have regained enough power to come back? Only Isaac was annoyed. He slammed his hand down, thinking to himself, no, that bastard is an imposter. Seeing Isaac sprawled like a dead fish, Riley hurried over. Isaac, are you okay? People in the hall buzzed. He's indeed a Joshua clan member, but took that blow and is unharmed. Didn't the Dry Demon King just call someone a saint? Has he really died? Probably. The Lord of Thansak dealt with him using the sacred whale beast. Hearing them, Isaac snapped, how could he be dead? That was only an illusion. At that, those in the hall jumped in alarm. Whisper flew over anxiously and said, it seems he created it as a manifestation and sent it here. But there's something strange. Someone else bowed his head and exchanged. You sensed it too. He used my mana. Could my mana core have fallen somewhere? If a fragment of my bone lay in the Saintess's reliquary, it's not impossible. But if that imposter is holding it, even better, I'll just kill him and take it back. The more he thought, the more sinister Isaac's expression became. The family head saw this and exhaled, thinking to himself, just now surely, if I hadn't attacked, he would have conveniently dealt with Isaac too. He cast a wary glance at the friendly Pope across the way, feeling puzzled. But why? The Pope himself was also troubled, wondering. Unbelievable, the supreme god the Hongsak clan has longed for over 1,000 years. The god who stands above the 5 principal deities would choose a Joshua brat. He also glanced over at the Joshua family head and at Isaac. At that moment, the family head stepped forward and called him to turn. Yes. The family head reached out and said, come here, let's go home. My grandson has broken the Dry Demon King's curse and he's grown up handsome too. Isaac felt a chill. Why does he smile so creepily? The family head gloomily coaxed, this old man will buy you candy. Isaac screamed in horror, no way, I'm going with you. Your face looks like you're about to drag me into the slaughterhouse. Suddenly Kina stepped forward and called out, Your Grace. It's not time for Isaac to return yet. No sooner had the words left than dark mana flared up in the great hall. Unknown wherefrom, a horde of undead charged out. Kina looked at the scene and exclaimed, there are still matters here unresolved. The family head folded his arms and watched. Isaac rose up helplessly. There's no way around it now, sir. I don't think we should go back at this time. His face brightened again, eager to rush in and fight the monsters. Isaac lunged forward to stand between Kina and the threat. He blurted in confusion, this arrogant brat grew fast enough and now he's a saint. Isaac smiled inwardly. I don't know what your schemes are, but I'll use you to the fullest. Without speaking, the two stepped forward shoulder to shoulder, thinking, I'll show you who the real saint is. A holy orb coalesced in the palm of his hand. Isaac raised it high and shouted, Purify. A blinding light forced the demonic creatures to retreat in waves. Everyone cheered with joy. What a magnificent, purifying holy spell. It's been 100 years since I've seen such pure light. But someone wondered, why didn't the boy use an offensive holy spell and only a purifying one? Someone replied, because it cleanses mana, maybe he's trying to prevent their summoning. Unexpectedly, the demonic creatures became ecstatic after being purified. Isaac smiled helplessly. Apart from Shalurk, I have nowhere else to learn holy arts. But if the purifying holy spell reaches level 6, it can deal area damage over time. Isaac's expression suddenly turned malicious, causing even the rampaging demonic creatures to falter. Isaac thought to himself, moreover, the reason to use Purify now is... Suddenly Kina cut in, step aside, your holy spell won't handle them. Isaac smiled and gestured. Kina internally scoffed, only having level 5 holy spells and already showing off. They call you a once-in-a-century talent. But with that level of talent, you're no match for me. He condensed a sphere of energy and shouted, watch closely, only a powerful holy spell attacked from multiple angles will defeat them. Unexpectedly, the forming sphere suddenly winked out without a trace. Seeing this, Isaac covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Kina awkwardly tried to save face. Haven't you been taught about those monsters? They have extremely strong regeneration, so you must kill them in one strike. Hearing that, Isaac couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Stepped forward and said with a smile, looks like your idiot really knows nothing, huh? Kina tightened his fist in anger, thinking, I should have let Lord Thansak take him away. Looking at this bastard makes me furious. Isaac continued, those are just bait. Kina puzzled, bait. Isaac moved to another corner and said, their true forms are here, right? He concentrated energy in his palm. An invisible bug appeared. Isaac cried out, found it. Kina folded his arms and demanded, what the hell are you doing with that bug? Isaac didn't answer and stabbed the bug dead. Immediately the dark mana exploded outward. Isaac spun the wooden stick in his hand and explained, it silently poisons everyone nearby. So it's very dangerous. If you're poisoned slowly, you won't realize you're dying. Just then a child couldn't bear it and clutched his head, crying, ah, what's happening? Isaac repeated, the Dry Demon King said earlier that he'd destroy all of us. Kina only then remembered while Isaac grinned like a demon. If his target is this holy kingdom, he'll have to eliminate us first, the trainee priests. Immediately everyone realized and told each other, those poisoned use holy spells to dispel it at once. Go find the hiding bugs. Isaac was cheerful but suddenly lowered his eyes, only to see endless holy light shooting up from the hall. He panicked and couldn't speak. Wait, if you deal with them all at once like that then. The dark mana will spread in all directions, engulfing the kids. Whisper happily jumped out to report, Master, this is the chance. If you cleanse those poisoned, won't you be recognized? Isaac praised, you really are a genius. Aha, the opportunity has arrived. But before he could act, the cross struck down. The Pope used a 9th level holy purification, and all the dark mana was immediately absorbed. Isaac ground his teeth in annoyance. The Pope said calmly, now no one will be poisoned anymore. Isaac fumed, swearing inwardly, that damned Pope. Suddenly a foot filled with dark mana stepped forward. A wolf sneaked up behind Isaac, thinking, that bastard dared to disobey our great king. I won't forgive you. I will drag you down to hell with me. It darted off and disappeared, then reappeared behind Isaac. He noticed it and turned his head to look. The Demon King's aura descended, causing the wolf to freeze. It was terrified, its strength and courage evaporating. The wolf tucked its tail and fled. Isaac was smug. A nameless nobody dares think of harming me. Just then, the men returned to report, we've dealt with the rest, hurry and take the wounded to the infirmary. Only Kina went pale watching the scene. He couldn't believe it. Could a single glance really have driven that monster away? Impossible, how could he do that? That's something only someone like the Pope could do. Isaac paid it no mind, yawning as he left. The Demon King Kalao's appearance at the consecration ceremony threw the holy nation into panic. Kalao had returned, then fled after being defeated. Who was the saint that Kalao mentioned? In the meeting room, the Pope said slowly, it seems there's something wrong with the Holy Grail. There's an illusion summoning spell engraved on it. We're investigating the origin of that grail. Please wait for the results. The head of the Crimson House asked, so the appearance of outsiders is the issue? Harriet answered, yes. That's one cause, but the main problem is the Holy Nation's barrier, which is protected by the Holy Dragon. The next day, inside the Joshua family, Isaac held a newspaper, thinking, the weakened barrier is why the demon tribe could invade, and since the Holy Dragon is linked to the royal family, isn't the Pope responsible? They're slippery bastards indeed. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. My nephew, now you're even reading the paper. Gowel patted his hands and laughed. Congratulations, my nephew, you've been granted a title. Isaac thought helplessly, what should I do to deal with this bastard? It feels like the patriarch is forcing him on me. Beside him, Riley excitedly cheered. Oh, Isaac, since you can speak smoothly now, recite the poem Cursing Demon King Kalao. Isaac screamed in his head, "Stop using that." At that moment, the patriarch's face darkened as he opened the door. He stepped forward and said, "Good, both of you are here. Hey, you go outside so we can have a private word." Isaac stood and agreed, "Ah, yes." The room door was quickly closed. The patriarch gazed around in thought, raising a level 3 holy spell of absolute soundproofing to enclose the three of them. The patriarch sat down and replied, "Just to be safe, it's a matter concerning Isaac." Riley, sweating, asked, "Father, what are you going to say that you need a soundproofing holy spell for?" The two sat down anxiously to listen. He propped himself up, his face sour, and said, "I think Isaac was chosen by an evil god during the recent consecration. The god that chose Isaac is certainly not ordinary. It seems this is a mark that has never appeared in the history of the consecration ceremonies. Only the Pope and the Cardinal of the royal color saw that mark, and the Pope attempted to eliminate Isaac." Riley couldn't help exclaiming, "What? The Pope did that?" The patriarch sighed in confirmation. Yes, unless it was an evil god's choice, he certainly wouldn't have acted like that. Gowel pondered for a moment and said, "Could it be not an evil god but the god that their clan worships?" This suggestion led the three to one answer, the royal color fate. Seeing everyone silent, Gowel continued, "Ah, they hate anything impure. I mean when others get involved with something that belongs to them. So if someone from Joshua were chosen by a god worshipped by the royal color clan, they'd certainly not let it go. If the Pope reacted that way, then the god whoever was chosen is definitely connected to the royal color clan. Or it could even be a god they have never summoned before." Hearing this, Riley quickly said, "If it's Isaac, the boy could totally do it." The patriarch scowled and snarled, "Do you think that kid could summon a respectable god?" The two trembled and replied, Certainly not." The patriarch then ordered Gowel contact the Pope's family and investigate which god chose Isaac. Gowel panicked, Me? Why me?" The patriarch said, "If you succeed, I'll give Shuri a relic." Gowel immediately fell into thought. The patriarch continued, "And from now until Isaac begins his practicum, the boy will be under special supervision. If Isaac continues to get faith test results like last time, then in the future Riley, the boy could become a dark priest." The three of them looked ashen as ashes. Gowel clutched his head in anguish. If he really becomes a dark priest, the whole family will be branded traitors. Treason will have everyone arrested, and Shuri will get into trouble too. Riley also went pale, covering his nephew's mouth. The patriarch coldly ordered, "By any means that must be prevented." Sometime later, Riley came over and said, "Soon, you kids will begin your practicum. The scoundrel seniors used to beat us to a pulp, but that's in the past now." Isaac scowled and muttered, "Don't say that, it feels like I have to re-enlist." Riley continued to babble, "During the practicum, you'll work with seniors. You'll discover your abilities and learn the real duties of a priest that the academy doesn't teach. Based on evaluation results, you may change rank a ND Chinese letter, so do your best. When you finish, you'll sign a contract with a god." While he was still speaking, Isaac raised his hand to ask, "Oh right, do you know when we can participate in the god sacrifice ceremony?" Riley replied happily, "You're interested in the god sacrifice ceremony?" Isaac answered enthusiastically, "Very interested, especially in the executions of Demon King Kalao's followers." Riley was even more pleased, "I'm glad to see your faith growing. Then let me explain the god sacrifice ceremony to you. The god sacrifice ceremony is when we offer gifts to the gods and many people gather together to celebrate it like a festival. Actually, everyone will attend, but the most important thing is the sincerity and faith they offer to the gods. So in essence, this is a very personal ritual." Isaac slapped the table to interrupt, "Wait." But Riley kept talking like a machine. "This brings us back to the basic question. Do we really need to gather many people to perform this rite? Think about it, the god sacrifice is fundamentally a form of ritual we perform to offer to the deities. Historically, rituals have always been communal acts. The core of this ritual is that we all serve the gods together. The clearest evidence of that is each person's personal faith in the gods." Isaac complained inwardly, "Uncle is a bit too serious. And where did those glasses come from?" Riley continued, "An interesting fact. So is kneeling alone a form of prayer? And is kneeling in a group a ceremony? But you can't really put it that way. The most important thing is the purpose people gather for and the attitude they take. Maybe I'm going a bit far, but I think you get the idea right. This sacrifice has a lot in common with a festival. And what's the first thing you think of when you hear festival, right? Having fun and enjoying things together. And isn't joy part of faith? Then the gods will bless this sacrifice with great joy. And that's the gods' prerogative in the sacrifice, isn't it?" Isaac smirked, realizing, so that means low-ranking gods or angels will attend the sacrifice, right? If I catch them, I'll tear you apart." Riley exclaimed excitedly, "Our Isaac surely wants to personally execute Demon King Kalao's subordinates, right? That righteous spirit is truly needed." Gowel stepped forward to add, "The group with the highest score will be honored to execute Demon King Kalao's subordinates. So remember to do well." Shuri replied awkwardly, "Yes, father." Isaac, helpless, covered his face. "Group work again." Riley lowered his voice in plea. I hope you kids achieve good results so you can accomplish what you desire. Isaac replied respectfully, yes, uncle. He sighed helplessly inwardly, no choice. I'll have to take out a few groups and pretend to save the others. He brightened up, I'll do my best. Ride, trusting the surface but not the heart, exhaled in relief. Yes, this lovely child certainly cannot become a dark priest. What a relief. Suddenly Gowel standing nearby winced and hissed. But Isaac, which God chose you at the last consecration? Isaac went pale at the question and snapped irritably. I don't remember clearly, but it was a rather strange and unpleasant mark. In their minds, the two immediately pictured that scene. Horrified, reaching the conclusion, look, this is a sign of doom. That's certainly an evil god. Both of them recoiled slightly. It's fine. Occasionally there are gods whose marks look frightening. Yes, ultimately faith is what matters. Isaac paid it little mind. I'm not too worried. Suddenly Riley said, oh right, the cardinal of the royal color will come to see you. Isaac twisted his ear in annoyance. That bastard. I mean that person. Why? Before there was an answer, a shout came from outside. Isaac Joshua. Riley and Gowel turned ashen and looked toward the one outside calling. Kina Barit, he bellowed arrogantly, I have business with you. The two of them muttered unhappily, why is he here to see Isaac? Gowel tore at his hair too. Who knows, how could I understand his thoughts? Kina stormed in without speaking. Vi guessed maybe he came to harm Isaac. Didn't the Pope send him? Gowel pondered and agreed. If it's about an evil god, that's very possible. Suddenly Kina placed his hand on Isaac's and shouted, Isaac, I think you're a worthless person. I'm serious, Isaac. This disgusting line made Ike grimace. This bastard is crazy. Wanna pick a fight? Whisper laughed like it was harvest time. Kina said casually, but now I realize you stayed out of the world's sight for 10 years because of your training. You didn't want your skills defiled by the fools at the academy. I knew from the moment you were consecrated. You're exceptional and can't be compared to those idiots. It's a waste for someone like you to be stuck doing practicum assignments. The more he praised, the more irritated Isaac became. Terrifying. Whisper added, I think this guy's a bit insane. Kina paid no mind and reached out, inviting, train with me under his guidance. And then we'll move into the professional world. Take my hand, Isaac. We'll execute Demon King Kalau's followers together and lead the holy nation. The scene left Gowel gaping to one side. Is this a new form of bullying from the Pope's clan? But he seems serious. The offer is frighteningly good. If it were me, I would definitely. While he was still thinking, Isaac's icy words rang out, get lost. Kina couldn't believe it. What? AI snapped irritably. Get lost, I'll go through the practicum like everyone else. Gowel blushed as he realized, right, he's insane. Kina refused to accept it and tried to persuade further, don't worry about priestly status. I'm not just talking training, I'll grant you the status of a priest with 10 years experience. But Isaac didn't want to hear it, showing no interest. Then pointed at Gowel and said, if you want to take someone, take that one. Gowel couldn't believe it and pointed at himself, me. Kina sneered to his face, that one and you are not on the same level. Which, if agreed, was true, yet Gowel's face burned, those damned bastards. Kina shouted, you have the talent to drive away monsters with just a look. Whisper understood and snorted with laughter. He must have seen his master scare monsters off with threats. Aya glanced sideways, thinking, this bastard probably wants to learn that move from me. The more he wants it, the less I like it. He turned his back and waved his hand. Let me say it again, get lost. Just the thought of learning from the Pope makes me want to vomit. Kina scowled and repeated, did you just say my grandfather makes you nauseous? Isaac pointed at him and replied, of course, I even want to slit his throat. Before he finished, a hand clamped over his mouth. In an instant, Isaac vanished from where he had been, and a foot stepped forward as someone called out, our nephew is busy. The one who intervened was the patriarch, who looked at Kina and said, don't come near this boy again. Kina refused to accept it and shouted, even if you are the patriarch of the azure color, the patriarch cut him off. If you keep associating with this boy, he will make you into garbage. Isaac grew more mouthy but was silenced by the patriarch, forced to bite his hand. The room suddenly fell silent. Isaac seethed, veins bulging, muttering, you Joshua bastards, I will definitely destroy you. The 5 colors test is the exam every trainee priest must pass, consisting of white, yellow, azure, black, and red. This is the order in which they are tested, overseen by the cardinals of each faith. So to become an official priest, you must pass this exam. Isaac went up to a door and mumbled, are the people in my group going to be here? According to Shuri, they group 30 people of the same background or faith into one team. Isaac heard the scolding and cursed. Do they want us to fight over factions or what? But Shuri said, our group is all my friends, so it'll be fine. When AI heard the full explanation, he praised, looks like sending you to study early paid off, Joshua. Then he opened the room door and smiled at his decision. I'll use these guys to get through the 5 colors test and save my subordinates. First, I need to make a good impression. He was still grinning when someone shouted, he's here. The gloomy crowd stared at AI and told each other, tie that bastard up quickly. This made Isaac dumbfounded. A few jumped forward to challenge him. You're the one who's been bullying Shuri all these years, right? let us teach your little brother some manners. Think you're just playing around with the big guys. If you dare tell Shuri, you're dead. AI saw this and lowered his eyes with a sigh. These guys are hopeless. The blonde one saw Isaac submitting and stepped forward, smiling. Right, consider this a friendly gathering. While he was speaking, AI pulled out his baby bottle. They clutched their stomachs, laughing, pointing, and jeering. Is that a rattle? Ha ha, looks like the rumor he's still an infant is true. Just hang him up somewhere. Before the words were finished, the bottle hit him square in the face. Blood sprayed everywhere and he was knocked unconscious and flew backward, silencing the gang. What the hell is going on? Is that bastard crazy? Isaac paid no mind and said, you only get high marks if you're close-knit, right? Then let's practice some team-building exercises. Get to know each other, my friends, though this face is a bit too gentle. Isaac felt this group was degenerating and needed the purifying light of the gods. Seeing the baby bottle in his hand, his classmates screamed in horror, then proceeded with group activities so cheerfully that the noise echoed through the whole building. A moment later, Shuri pushed the door and irritated and shouted, Isaac, I don't really understand this. Is this called team building? She only saw Isaac having them form shapes for him to sit on, leaving Shuri at a loss for words. Seeing Shuri enter, they desperately begged for rescue. Shuri, isn't this guy related to you? Shuri awkwardly avoided them. Thanks for playing with my cousin. They shouted, save us quickly. Shuri pretended not to notice and went to quietly ask Isaac, hey, the first test will be judged on the group's level of harmony. What are you going to do? Isaac repeated in surprise, harmony? Are you blind that you can't see this pyramid? This is harmony to the extreme. Shuri stared, speechless, cursing inwardly. It's because you forced them with violence, you madman. Suddenly, Isaac produced a sheet of paper and said, here, take a look at this. Shuri asked in shock, what's this? Isaac answered without caring, a list of the people trying to leech off you. These bastards have been finding every excuse to siphon from you for 7 years. Though the Joshua family doesn't expect repayment, there's a limit. One protested tearfully, the Joshua family doesn't need anything from us. Even if we offered something, it probably wouldn't help. Before he finished, Isaac cut in like a demon. Nothing to worry about. Your limbs are still intact and your organs still fresh. I don't need much, my friends. I only want a healthy relationship. You give what you give, and that's what you get. So in this group activity, work diligently and devotedly, and with a pure heart, okay? But that smiling face made the whole room fall silent. Isaac barked no answer. They hurriedly responded, yes, sir. Isaac ignored them, jumped down, and declared, good, then the team building session ends here. Shuri helplessly yelled, what if we fail the test? AI paid no mind and called back as he left, follow me, I have something I want to show you. Shuri protested angrily, one failed point and you're out. The first criterion is harmony, you know. Isaac replied indifferently, don't worry, I've thought it all through. First, take a look at this. Inside the cabinet was an unlucky guy locked up crying. AI grinned like a fiend, but Shuri stammered in horror, hurriedly grabbed his collar and shouted, you lunatic, what are you doing? That's someone from our group. Besides, he's the son of your friend. Don't you remember him from the sacred script archive? Isaac answered hoarsely, I know. Precisely because he's in our group, that's a problem. He has a letter saying he'll stop spying. That made Shuri freeze, sweating. The two of them glanced over at the unlucky fellow. Shuri lunged forward and ripped the gag off his mouth, and not trusting him much, asked, Nizer told you to do this, didn't he? Aeon wept and confessed, I'm sorry, I had no choice, I have my reasons. Isaac, as usual, inquired, so what did Nizer tell you to do? Aeon panicked and hissed. He said to completely sabotage Joshua's group. He said Shuri would concede because of the test, so I had to demand outrageous things to make the group collapse. Even acting hostile toward Isaac at the welcome party was his doing. He wanted to personally execute a subordinate of Demon King Kalo. Hearing this, Isaac thought to himself, so Nizer Sepet not only dares to touch me now, he wants to execute my subordinate too. Isaac's face grew sly as he declared, he needs to be taught a lesson. A few days later in a room, voices of discontent rang out. Why can't it be done anymore? Spying isn't hard, is it? How many of you have given up already? A boy bowed his head awkwardly and replied, sorry, we've had several team building sessions, so they let me stay home. Hearing this, Nizer changed his mind. Team building? But there's nothing we can do, he'll have to go. All right then, get out of my sight. The others in the room comforted each other. Never mind, Joshua's group still has 3 loyal members. As long as they're in there, they've got this in the bag. Nizer gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. That bastard is really unbearable, I have to deal with him soon. Even my father is paying attention to him. Does he really want to invite him into the family? Never mind, once today is over, it'll be fine. Anyway, those Joshuas will be eliminated today. Having decided, Nizer led the way outside. In the center of the building, a senior's voice spoke evenly. Welcome to the 5 Colors Harmony. The White Faith practices rights through speech, and the most important thing among teammates is harmony and faith. Therefore, the first topic of the 5 Colors Harmony will be evaluated by vote. Isaac listened, yawning. Nizer confidently calculated, if just one person objects to keeping the team intact, the whole team will be eliminated and the dissenter will be moved to another group. That means even if someone betrays the Azure, they can still continue the test. I've already planted spies, so your failure is guaranteed. A moment later, the moderator announced, I will declare the results. The Azure group, the entire group, has agreed to keep the same members. This news struck Nizer like a bolt of lightning. The moderator continued, therefore the whole group has passed the 5 colors harmony. Isaac turned back triumphantly and gave him a provoking smile. A moment later, outside the building, Shuri shouted breathlessly, Isaac, wait for me. What did you do? How did you get them to agree like that? Isaac stopped and answered, do you remember how the Scarlet Cardinal kept looking for me the other day? Shuri immediately said, of course I remember you. You even dared to refuse the Cardinal's summons. Isaac snapped, do you want to die? Shuri lowered his voice, sorry. Isaac continued, anyway, I told him that if he wanted to meet, he had to hand over the golden remedy. This made Shuri pale with fear. Isn't that the secret medicine only the lineages of the Golden Faith possess? It's extremely precious. There's no way he'd give it to him. But Isaac walked on and said, he gave it to me too. That's why I used that pill to bargain with those guys. This made Shuri gape. What? He actually gave it to him. But then he realized the problem and shouted, so you were going to give the golden remedy to them after the vote? Isaac replied as usual, oh no, I had them take it all before the vote. Shuri couldn't believe it and scolded, what if they betrayed us? Isaac grinned cheerfully, it's fine, I trust my teammates. Shuri listened and doubted his entire worldview. Strange, could he really have reformed? If so, that would be a relief. Until they opened the door. Inside was a group of kids screaming and begging, please, we did exactly as you told us, please give us the antidote. My stomach hurts so much. Shuri shouted, antidote for what? Isaac then perked up and added, I trusted they wouldn't dare betray. Shuri turned pale with fear. What the hell did you do, you madman? Don't tell me you gave them poison instead of the golden remedy. Isaac waved it off. It was the golden remedy, really. Like a candy trick, 93% flour, 5% mana extract of Demon King Kala, 1% laxative, 0.5% hair extract, and a whopping 0% golden remedy. Shuri cried out in despair. Even rinsing a real golden remedy pill with water would yield more than that. Isaac beamed. It's about time they paid back what they've been sucking from you for years. Shuri heard this and clutched his head in despair. The kids turned pale and sobbed, begging, save me, I can't take it anymore. We've already passed the 5 colors harmony. Please give us the antidote. Seeing their pitiful state, Isaac softened. He went to the next cabinet, rummaged, and said, all right, I'm a man of my word. Now, where did I put the antidote? Tada found it. Shuri turned deathly green and muttered, you're insane. That's the diaper you used. Who would hide the antidote in a diaper? Isaac waved the diaper and asked, so who should I give it to first? The whole group lunged to grab it. Suddenly, the door was thrown open. Nizer stormed in angrily and yelled, give me back my people, you bastard. I don't know what bribe you used to kill my men. But as he was still speaking, despisingly looking toward Isaac, the severely harmed ones leaped at Nizer like avengers. Before he understood, Nizer screamed, I won't let this go. That was his last sentence. After that came his and the others' agonized screams. Don't you dare lay a hand on Isaac. Why are you suddenly rushing to protect him? What did you do to them? After letting them beat him until tired, Isaac stepped forward to accuse. I heard you told them this. In desperate moments, people seek an overwhelming power. But you're wrong. The most important thing for them now is saving their own lives. No one can withstand death. Hearing this, Nizer paled bit by bit, glanced at those trembling people, and could no longer look at Isaac. He questioned existence and wondered, is that still a human gate? A while later, inside the cathedral office, while Harriet was working, he heard a knock and calmly called, come in. Seeing a servant open the door and enter, Harriet sighed. It took 7 days just to meet an acolyte. How rude. Unexpectedly, the servant nervously reported, sorry, sir, but Isaac said he won't be coming. Harriet, annoyed, grit his teeth. He received the golden remedy and still didn't show up. The servant awkwardly recounted, that's what he said, sir. He also asked me to pass on a message. Harriet asked darkly, what message? The servant replied, next time if you want me to come, send a big lump of gold. This made Harriet so angry he snapped his pen. He hissed sharply, by any means. Bring that brat before me. A moment later, Nizer strode angrily down the corridor, muttering, that bastard. Still, it's not like I gained nothing. A moment later, Nizer strode angrily down the corridor, muttering, that bastard. Still, it's not like I gained nothing. My people reported he has something he can't risk showing the investigator. If I investigate, I'll find a clue and expose his identity myself. While pondering this, Nizer came upon a gathered crowd and angrily moved forward to vent. Who are you people? Why is the dormitory so noisy? The frightened group turned and stammered, we have business with the young master here. The servant's heart complained bitterly. Damn it, why did it have to be someone from the Scarlet Clan, the sworn enemy of the Golden Clan? Please, get out of here. That Scarlet freak. If rumors spread that the Scarlet Cardinal summoned someone from the Azure Clan, it would be troublesome. Suddenly the door opened and a voice said, why are you so late? I'm sure I told you to come early because I need something for the tea gathering. Seeing Isaac open the door, the servants were secretly relieved. That kid is surely trying to help us. Given what he received, at least that's to be expected. Typical Joshua, always predictable. They hurriedly answered, yes, we're here because we have something to give the young master. It's being prepared. Isaac instructed, right, a social meeting needs refreshments, so bring them before the day ends. The servants respectfully complied. But these words planted a new idea in Nizer. A social meeting, the very meeting where you charmed my subordinates, right? The servants quickly excused themselves, then we'll take our leave. Unexpectedly, Nizer had prepared a fireball, and as soon as they stepped out, they were struck by the 5th grade sacred spell, Hell's Repentance. After the attack, Nizer advanced and said, I just helped your subordinates rest a bit. I have private business with you. Why not take an interesting faith test together? Shuri looked terrified. No, he'll certainly be burned at the stake. If he takes that test, the worst is the whole clan could be wiped out because of him. But now Nizer produced a device and said, I have a convenient thing, just place your hand on it and it will react. Let's use this for now. While they were arguing, Herod appeared behind them and growled, Isaac Joshua, I didn't expect you to dare refuse my summons just because you were busy playing. This made Nizer standing before him go pale with fear. Herod looked down and demanded, do you think I'm a joke? Nizer reluctantly turned his head and looked at Cardinal Burit. He glanced down and accused further, you're even close with the Scarlet Clan. A brat from that family dares lay hands on my men. Isaac stood silently like he was watching a play. Meanwhile, Nizer went pale with fear. He panicked inwardly and cursed, damn, is this guy allied with the Burit clan? Then Isaac shouted, I'm sorry, your eminence, but you see, young Master Nizer here told me not to associate with people from the Golden Clan, so I couldn't respond to your summons in time. This sent Nizer into a panic. Herod, who'd long had him in his sights, couldn't hold back any longer and bellowed, when did I ever say that, you bastard? And what's this about you saying the cardinal summoned you? I thought no bishop is allowed to contact trainees during their probation. Could the cardinal be? He blurted out and Herod cut him off annoyingly. Oh really? Aya covered his mouth to laugh. Oh, this is going to be fun. Herod glared and accused, the 3rd son of the Scarlet Clan, I gave you time to bond with your teammates, but it seems you wasted that time. I'll let you off this time because I know your father. Nizer stammered in terror, no, it's not like that. Herod paid him no mind and continued, but I'll specially assign additional tasks from the cathedral to your group. Nizer ground his teeth helplessly. Damn it, please don't. After dealing with Nizer, Herod turned and ordered, now come back to my chambers with me. Suddenly Isaac changed his mind and smiled. Ah, sorry, your golden eminence, but the Scarlet Cardinal has already summoned me. This caused Nizer, who had been clutching his head and leaving, to freeze. Isaac lounged in the doorway and said, what can I do? I just had an appointment. I'll meet you when the conditions are more favorable. Herod, incredulous, asked, the Scarlet Cardinal just summoned you? Isaac, as usual, replied, yes, the Scarlet Cardinal just called me. Nizer stood dumbfounded beside them. He hadn't said a word. How did he know? At this rate, Cardinal Paris will hate me. My rating points are ruined. I've got to get out of here. So he stepped forward to explain on Isaac's behalf. That's right, I mainly came to fetch Isaac, so I'll take him with me. Herod frowned. Didn't my scare tactics fail to frighten him? He awkwardly added, your eminence, but was cut off by Herod. Fine, I suppose if you have a prior appointment, there's nothing I can do. Go. Nizer breathed a sigh of relief. Even Cardinal Burit wouldn't want to provoke Herod's own clan. He paused, then added, however, it's true that you've caused trouble for the Golden Clan. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I'll assign more work to you. Nizer swore, damn it, but he reassured himself, it's fine, if I hand this guy over to my father, the cleanup will be. Unexpectedly, Isaac had vanished and the door was shut. Nizer snapped, where did that brat go? Shuri, sweating, pointed inside and said, Isaac went asleep. He said if he wants to grow taller, he has to go to bed early. Nizer ground his teeth but could do nothing, raging in his head. Damn it, it's only 2 p.m. and that bastard. He stormed in and shouted, hey, wake up, please get up and use it. But Isaac slept like the dead. Seeing someone trying to wake on th letter 1ea7n, everyone in the room panicked and shouted, damn it, drag Nizer out of here now. 3 days later, the tea house duties still couldn't be avoided. Nizer muttered gloomily as he worked, Isaac Joshua, I'll kill you. Who can endure cleaning for 18 hours a day? He recalled being scolded by his father when he'd used a light orb to beg for help. An incompetent fool who can't even bring a kid to me dares ask for my help. Nizer was choked with resentment, with no one to tell. His teammates complained constantly about low scores, and even his father wouldn't bother to help. If I want Dad's help, I have to bring that kid back, so first I have to meet him. After all, he'll have to come to pray sometime. I'll wait for him in the chapel. With that decided, Nizer resolved to hold his ground here, even though most of his days were being eaten up by cleaning. 6 hours later, Nizer sat there like a hollow corpse, irritable and sleepy. And then his friends burst in, banging on the door and shouting, what the hell are you doing? You damn fool, we still have work to do. If the score drops any further, I'll kill you right now. Nizer, unwilling to accept it, begged, no, I have to see Isaac, no. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure standing in the doorway. Isaac smiled warmly and raised his hand in greeting. Nizer went dumb for a moment, then turned savage and screamed, let me go, but his friends refused to let him go. Seeing this, Shuri sighed, you're a devil, did you come here just to piss him off? Isaac grinned widely, nearly bursting with joy. It's nothing, just meeting for fun. Shuri asked in confusion, but wouldn't meeting Cardinal Scarlet be more beneficial for us? Isaac asked back, why's that? Shuri said, because Cardinal Burit will never help us become kings. Isaac, not understanding, repeated, Kings, why would that be? Shuri, exasperated, please at least learn the grading criteria. Isaac frowned and snapped, you should have said that sooner. Shuri had to explain, King is an irreplaceable talent, Queen is talent who can protect the nation, Rook is a model trainee, Knight is a capable trainee, Pawn is an ordinary trainee, Ko Lao is useless. Hearing the ranking, Isaac was annoyed. Damn, seriously. Shuri sat down and explained, if the Cardinal flies into a rage and ranks us as Ko Lao, we'll be exiled to the Academy. And besides, Cardinal Barrett might even want to kill people. Isaac, unconvinced, retorted, say something that sounds reasonable. Who has a grudge enough to kill a 10-year-old? He even gave me the golden remedy. Shuri went dark and said, you don't know. Your mother was once betrothed to Cardinal Barrett. But your father stole her away from him. That prior engagement was broken because your father turned it into a feud between the two clans. Isaac heard this and went pale. He was definitely going to kill him, 100%. Suddenly Whisper popped out to grab popcorn and overhear, startling Isaac backward. You scared me to death. Shuri helplessly analyzed further. If you can recruit Cardinal Scarlet to your side, you could use him to restrain Cardinal Golden. Besides, the Golden clan's descendants also have to pass the Scarlet clan's test, so just promising they won't be labeled Ko Lao in Scarlet's exam would be enough. At that moment, a small formation lit up in the room. A hand reached out behind Isaac, and unaware he muttered, that's true, let me go meet him once and see. No sooner had the words finished than that hand clamped over his mouth. Shuri turned in surprise, what did you just say? But the empty room made Shuri shout, Isaac. At the same time, inside Harriet's study, a deafening explosion occurred. Isaac, irritated, demanded, hey sir, you're kidnapping, what the hell are you doing? Realizing where he was, someone awkwardly scratched their head and laughed. You always act so high and mighty, yet you had your subordinates come to kidnap me. Harriet turned around angrily and scolded, you brat, I have something to tell you. Isaac cut him off, yes, there must be something. Didn't you call me here because I've been ignoring you all this time? Suddenly Harriet shouted, Isaac Joshua. Isaac froze and looked up. Immediately seeing Harriet's earnest expression and sincere voice, I want to adopt you. Isaac was stunned, taken aback by this. What did he just say? Adopted? Does that mean joining the Golden family? He wants me to join the Golden clan. What the hell? Is he mocking me? Or is this a new tactic to control the Joshua family? Saying nothing else, Harriet had to explain clearly. There's no scheme here. I'm only proposing that you leave Joshua and become an adopted son of the Barrett family. The more Isaac heard, the more suspicious he became. That only made him question, why would you do that? Is it just because that fake Ko Lao demon king called me a saint? Whatever your purpose, it's not important. Thinking that, he hesitantly spoke, but if I become your adopted son, what will I get? That question stunned Harriet. Isaac boldly spread his hands and demanded, if we're negotiating, at least state the terms clearly, will you? Harriet couldn't believe it and wondered, he's going to negotiate with me at that age. He seriously listed, I'll give you everything the Joshua family cannot. The Papal family can make up for all your shortcomings. Before he finished, he was cut off by loud laughter. But what is Joshua lacking? Harriet awkwardly rubbed his chin. I heard Joshua is trying to keep you locked up in the mansion, right? The Azure faith demands patience and restraint of one's nature, so you'll face many limitations. As for our Golden clan, we will not interfere in any of your affairs. Moreover, we will support anything you wish to do. But Isaac was still dissatisfied. That still sounds too little. Unless you intend to back me as the next successor of the Barrett family, that's not enough. Harriet asked in surprise, I heard you're aiming for the position of saint, and now you're even aiming for the papacy. If you truly want to become the Pope, wouldn't transferring to the Golden family be more advantageous? Isaac replied nonchalantly, but I'm still of Joshua if you think I'll switch sides just for such things. Harriet interrupted, tempting, a land named after you, your own territory, a vault full of gold, a private army under your command, tax-exempt privileges, and a mansion even larger than Joshua's. I'll even grant you the rights of direct descendants. Isaac hesitated slightly, stroking his chin. I'll consider it. Harriet pleased turned his back. Very well, then I'll begin the admission process right away. But wait, tell the Joshua family. Upon saying that, he realized the problem. Isaac smugly repeated, oh yeah, certainly, I'll keep it secret. Immediately, a noise rang out outside the room. Shuri hadn't yet run when he saw Harriet dart out like a ghost. He sat down in terror on the floor, trembling from being frightened by Harriet, then ran off shouting, I didn't hear anything. Harriet, having no other option, sighed resignedly, then stepped back into the room and said to Isaac, anyway, what's important is what you decide. Even if that brat tells Joshua, it won't change anything. Unexpectedly, Isaac replied, oh, I only said I'd consider it. I never said I'd join. I wouldn't join the Papal family even if it killed me. That statement made Harriet's face darken as he was walking. He couldn't believe it and repeated, even if it kills you? Isaac replied firmly, yes, even if it kills me. Harriet snapped angrily, you really are just like your mother. From your appearance to the way you speak. With a single word from me, you'll be expelled and will never be allowed to be a priest again. Don't dream of becoming the Pope, not even the title of saint will be recognized for you. With the Pope's authority, I could forbid you from setting foot in the holy nation. You know that well, yet you still dare to say things like that. Isaac smiled brightly and replied, I will found a country where neither priests nor the Pope are necessary. From the start, why would a nation need two leaders? Besides, it will become my country anyway. Harriet, who had been thunderously threatening, was frightened by those words. The man beside him could only force a smile. I'll need at least that much courage if I want to defeat the dried-up Demon King, huh? Consider my offer to adopt you never mentioned. That would be better for you. Anyway, thanks to you, I'm more curious now. I wonder what happened at the investiture ceremony. What made the royal family want to adopt a direct descendant of a rival house? Surely the people of the Holy Nation are also dying to know. At the same time, inside the Joshua mansion, the host's voice shouted, Isaac passed the 5-color harmony test. How could he possibly pass? He was supposed to fail. Damn, it seems my faith wasn't strong enough. He fell to his knees before the holy chalice, and once more prayed with all his heart. O Lord, my God, sovereign power that rules heaven and earth. Make him fail, my damned grandson. The scene left Riley speechless nearby. When someone takes an exam, their grandparents pray for them to pass, but this family prays for them to fail. Benjamin Joshua, the second son of the Joshua family, couldn't hold back and blurted out, Riley, what happened to the family while you were away? Since when did the faith of purity start cursing others? Riley forced a smile, and Benjamin grew even more curious. Who's really such a troublesome child? Riley waved his hand awkwardly and replied, Troublesome? The boy is gentle, innocent, polite, and very clever, brother. Benjamin, more perplexed, looked at the host praying for his grandson to fail and asked, Then why are you acting like that? Vi, sweating and at a loss for words, replied in a low voice, I think he's just overly worried for his grandson. After all, the upcoming test for the royal and crimson families is very dangerous. Benjamin rubbed his chin and said, You can't inherit the family as a younger son, so the appearance of a child with potential to be heir should be a good thing. But why do I feel so uneasy? Just then the patriarch stepped forward, scratched his head, and wondered. Strange, whoever received that blessing should be so overjoyed they'd collapse and be unconscious for 3 days. Why doesn't it affect that kid? The two sons were at a loss. Isn't it more like a curse? I think it would be better if it had no effect. A voice suddenly called out, Even so, I think that child still means a great deal to you. They turned and saw a young woman performing a curtsy. Greetings, master and uncle. I am Lee Joshua, a candidate for the Holy Maiden. Riley cried happily, Oh Lee, you're back. Lee smiled and greeted, Is everyone well? But nobody paid attention. The patriarch kept muttering to himself, But how did that boy pass the harmony test? He shouldn't have been able to pass. The papal family is taking too much interest in Isaac. If they're truly after his life, he'd best accept it and return soon. But if his investiture were delayed a year or two, it would be fine. The problem is the boy is so outstanding they can't postpone the ceremony. As gloom settled, Benjamin stepped up to the table, curiously looked at the letter on it, and asked, Father, who sent that letter? The envelope looks too luxurious. It doesn't resemble our family's mail at all. The patriarch sighed, It's from your fourth brother. Riley surprised, Noel, he sent a letter. The patriarch opened the letter and read, Hey, when will you stop being the head of the family? You're almost dead, why not pass the position on? That's what he wrote. Because of that, we have to teach him a lesson. In any case, we won't let your brother take over. Riley agreed at once, I agree. The patriarch instructed again, If he's still unfit, Riley, you'll be the next head. But he passed the harmony test, so there may still be hope. At that moment the fire Holy Spirit flew back and burst into the room cursing, Hope my ass. The patriarch looked up and demanded, What's going on? Shallark, angry, began to rant. That bastard's been hitting others with his milk bottle. What kind of lunatic uses healing magic just to beat people up harder? The patriarch cleared his throat. Classic Isaac. Benjamin doubting life. Well, Salak continued, he even poisoned and threatened teammates to pass the test. Riley frowned and lamented, Good heavens. But the patriarch remained fairly optimistic. It's fine, as long as the papal family doesn't find out. Before he finished, Shuri pushed the door open and shouted, Father, Father, it's not good. Cardinal Paris has offered to adopt Isaac. The whole room immediately went pale. The patriarch restrained himself and asked, What did Isaac say? Riley, panicked, tried to dissuade them. Father, Isaac is a Joshua family member. He would never betray us. But Shuri dashed both their hopes. He said it's perfect. Riley rushed forward and grabbed him, demanding, What do you mean? Shuri, what did he use to lure Isaac? Shuri replied miserably, A large sum of money no one could refuse. Riley hissed in anger, Bastard. The servants muttered among themselves, Indeed, money can buy even immortals. That's right. The patriarch clenched his fists in anger, veins bulging, growling, Those damned dogs, that old man is still alive. And they dare to snatch my family member. Meanwhile, at Isaac's place, piles of gold and jewels were being delivered. Seeing the treasure, the students gaped in shock. All this gold is from the Paris family. I heard it's all for Isaac. So the rumor that Isaac is close to the papal family is true. Isaac grinned slyly. This is more like hush money. After all, gold is just gold. Suddenly, Shuri sprang out of nowhere waving a flag and declared, Isaac Joshua belongs to the purity faith. Isaac was stunned. What the hell? Why did the patriarch send him, that stingy old man? Isaac stepped forward and Shuri produced a crumpled letter. Isaac frowned, opened it, and read the contents, which contained only one line: "You are of the same family as me." This made him even more puzzled. What the heck is this about? As he was still frowning and tearing the letter, a voice rang out. "Why are they here?" Shuri startled and turned. Shouting in surprise, "Sister Lee." Isaac, gloomy, was startled and incredulously turned his head to look. "The lady of the house has come here too." The crowd looked toward the door and saw two women enter, prompting the noisy students to whisper, "They are the holy maidens of the Joshua family. Look, it's Melissa." Aya scowled and cursed under her breath. "Damn it, Melissa, why is she here? Does she know how hard I've gone to avoid her? We have to find somewhere to hide." Someone suddenly shouted, "Wow, she looks so real." "That's the feed from the communication orb, right?" Isaac poked his head out in surprise. "What?" Spotting the problem, he nudged Shuri and scolded, "Christ, you scared me, tone it down." "I thought she actually came." Shuri, bewildered, hugged himself and said, "Hey, what did I do wrong?" but couldn't dodge it. Melissa's voice rang out, "You must be Isaac. It seems the rumors about you spreading quickly are true. So you've really broken the curse of the Dry Demon King. I'm quite impressed." Isaac wiped sweat in silent relief. "Good thing this is just via the orb. Since we won't meet in person, she probably won't realize I'm the Dry Demon King." Suddenly Melissa added, "I heard you were kidnapped by his followers recently, right? You must have suffered a lot." Isaac jumped, fearfully breaking out in sweat. No way could she sense that even through the orb. Melissa bristled, her tone sharpening. "Why do I feel the power of the Dry Demon King on you?" Isaac stepped back in panic, thinking, shit, if I'm discovered, I'm done for. Melissa pressed on, "What the hell is going on?" Isaac took a wild chance and shouted, "Maybe it's because I swallowed the Dry Demon King's finger 10 years ago." As soon as he said it, the room fell quiet. Melissa punched her fist and laughed loudly. "All right, I heard that from V. I mean, what are the chances he's actually here?" Everyone sighed in relief, thinking, good thing I swallowed that finger. Melissa added, "If he really were here, I'd skin him and hang him up." Isaac smugly mocked inwardly. How would you skin a skeleton? A child suddenly asked, "Did those people really come all the way here just to see the trainee priests?" Nizer replied irritably, "I heard the Holy Maiden doesn't get involved in family affairs. What are they doing here?" Lee turned and said, "Because I'm interested in you, the third child of the Crimson family." Nizer startled me. Lee grinned and explained, "I heard you were chosen to inherit the family headship, yet you lost all your people in the harmony test and were foolish enough to get your team punished." Hearing that, Nizer felt as if struck by an invisible punch. The kids nearby quickly steadied him. Nizer, snap out of it. Damn, is he really this crushed? Melissa paid him no mind and only praised. "Anyway, Isaac, I've prepared a special gift to reward you for your recent efforts." Isaac, slightly intrigued, thought, "A gift, money?" Melissa continued, "The gift is my ultimate technique, the most powerful holy attack, capable even of defeating the Dried Demon King." Isaac grimaced inwardly and groaned, "I don't need that." But the kids were ecstatic. The Holy Maiden's ultimate move, the Divine Power Technique, you can't buy that with money. It's basically an upgraded version of Holy Power. The kids following Nizer panicked and yelled, "Heard that? At this rate the Azure will overtake us." Nizer ground his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, this will only make that kid more arrogant." Suddenly a boy stepped forward and shouted loudly, "No way." He thought smugly, "You think the Holy Maiden will overlook you poisoning your teammates? I'll tell everything and strip you of the right to stay here." He is the fallen Count's son, Nizer's top spy. "Holy Maiden, I have something to report about Isaac. Isaac gave us poison to pass the harmony test." Those words left Melissa stunned in place. The boy continued sobbing as he recounted, "A candidate for sainthood used poison. Can you believe it, Holy Maiden?" Melissa stammered, "What poison?" Nizer rejoiced inwardly, "Well done, finally you're useful. Deal with that brat and I'll bring you onto my team." Melissa shouted coldly, "Isaac, do you think poison alone is sufficient? Poison is one of the least effective ways to train willpower. You're doing a pathetic job." The boy, flustered, rushed forward and cried out, "Wait, Holy Maiden, Isaac really beat us black and blue." Melissa was shocked again. "What?" She continued to lecture Isaac. "Listen carefully, Isaac, beating flesh and skin does nothing for training. From now on, remember to break bones, that's how they'll become stronger. To atone, I'll personally break their bones in place of Isaac." The boy screamed, not knowing whom to beg, and Lee intervened. "No, you can't. He'll die if you do that." Just as everyone exhaled, Lee suggested, "Let me do it instead. Don't worry, I'll be quick." Feeling sorry for him, Isaac stepped forward to take charge. "I'll handle it myself." Lee, a bit doubtful, "Really?" Isaac grabbed the dumb kid and whispered, "See, if you'd listened when I threatened you, you wouldn't be suffering now. From now on, you'll be my meat shield and subordinate." The unlucky boy could only scream inwardly, "These Joshua family people are insane." A while later, inside the private room, Isaac wiggled his ear and listened as Melissa asked, "Hey, do you want to become the head of a family?" He mumbled in reply, yes." Lee then asked, "If you become the head, what will you do?" Isaac didn't hesitate and said, "Definitely wipe out the Holy Maidens." Shuri panicked and shouted, "You lunatic." But Lee patiently asked, "Why?" Isaac bluntly answered, "Because Holy Maidens are unnecessary. Shuri begged miserably, please, I'm begging you. Isaac covered his mouth, stood up, and said, I'll personally deal with the dried demon king. So why don't you stop being a holy maiden? That remark frightened Lee into silence. She could only look at Melissa. Melissa did not get angry, she even smiled. I can't do that, I committed a sin I should never have committed. Lee hesitated. There was one time in my life when I had the chance to destroy the dried demon king. A perfect opportunity to wipe him out forever. But I couldn't do it, I'm not even sure why. Perhaps the gods will never forgive that. I am the reason the Du family was cursed. Isaac was surprised to hear that. Melissa continued, to break the curse, we must defeat the dried demon king. That's the burden I must bear. Isaac didn't understand and repeated, a sin you should never have committed. Melissa only smiled silently, offering no answer. Lee also tensed, guessing there must be a reason she couldn't kill the dried demon king. Suddenly, Melissa changed the subject and said with a smile, that's why I wanted to meet you today. Looking at what Melissa produced, Shuri stammered, is that the Holy Maiden's emblem? Isaac propped his chin and tried to recall. The Holy Maiden's emblem is unique in the world. Its value is immeasurable. Why would Melissa give this to me? Melissa continued, I've heard your offensive holy techniques are rather weak, so I've infused my power into this. With it, you'll be able to use divine force at any time. The remaining 5 color tests can't be passed by purification magic alone, so use this. I'll stop by the holy nation Helen soon, then I'll teach you how to deal with the dried demon king. See you later. As soon as she finished, she vanished. Isaac grumbled bitterly to himself, get out and never come back. Lee stood up and said, well, I have to go too. Isaac also stood to leave, but Lee paused and gently asked, Isaac, tell me, do you have a monocore? Isaac went pale and looked ill. This brat discovered I created a monocore. Even Melissa didn't notice. How does she know? Should I kill her right here? But Lee rubbed her chin and mumbled, or did I misjudge? The thing inside was the monocore from the annex, right? Isaac hurriedly went along, ah yes, a monocore, that's right. Isaac touched his chest and muttered, oh damn, I forgot I haven't absorbed it yet. I thought I could unseal it with holy magic, but I still can't. What the hell is it? Nothing works. Suddenly, Lee took off her necklace and said, you can break that seal with this necklace. Isaac brightened with joy and respectfully raised his hands to accept it. This girl not only knows about the monocore but also gave me a way to solve it. Jackpot. Lee hesitated and warned, still, I'm not sure you can really use it. But it seems you're trying to restore the family's secret art, right? Isaac couldn't comprehend what. Lee asked further. After eliminating the holy maidens, what will you do? Isaac flamboyantly replied, become a rich freeloader. Lee snorted and walked away. All right, I'm off. Make sure I see you again after your training period. Isaac stared after her with wide eyes, thinking, this girl is weird too. A moment later, an Azure soldier suddenly glanced in. Lee passed by and said, let's go. The soldier hesitated and asked, Miss, that necklace could reveal the family's secret art, sir. Lee lowered her eyes and sighed, I know. The soldier didn't understand, so Lee added, it's a family heirloom. It was passed down directly by the head, so other direct descendants are eyeing it. Lee smiled and cut in, if it gets taken, that only proves that's all the value he has. The soldier sighed, but if he can protect the necklace, he'll become the successor. Lee wasn't too concerned and replied cheerfully, better that than him going to the Holy See. Recalling every word Isaac had just said, wiping out the holy maidens, personally dealing with the dried demon king, she couldn't help but burst out laughing again, peering out of the carriage and murmuring, make sure you actually do it, Isaac. Meanwhile, Isaac's eyes had lit up at the thought of money. That night, rain poured down over the Barrett manor. Inside, a servant's voice rang out, my lord Gowel, it's been a long time. Gowel replied coldly, are you well? The servant respectfully, I'm well, sir. How is the Joshua family? Gowel sneered, what do you think? They're still a pile of trash as always. The servant echoed, indeed, Joshua is full of hypocrites. That made Gowel hesitate slightly. He was actually afraid he might relent toward them. But inwardly, Gowel thought differently. Something must have happened at the investiture ceremony. The clergyman who oversaw Isaac's investiture was found dead in the monster forest. Was it serious enough that they had to silence him? And now the Imperial Yellow family wants to adopt Isaac too. There's no way they'd do that unless they were crazy. Too many strange things are happening here. Damn it. Even though my mother belongs to that family, if I dig too deep I might end up dead. A moment later in the family's secret chamber, Gowel instructed, I want to rest for a while. Do not enter until I call. The servant bowed respectfully, yes, sir. Alone, Gowel told himself, relent, me who handed Joshua over to Red Robe Barrett. Sometimes I think I've been too close to the Joshua family, yet I feel nothing for that damned clan. Lost in thought, Gowel slowly walked into Barrett's office and moved deeper into the archive to check the records. The investiture of Isaac Joshua. There it was, the mark of the god who chose Isaac. Everything belongs to me. The more he read, the more appalled Gowel became. The greatest god. So that's it. This is why the papal Barrett family orchestrated all of this. This isn't for the Holy See. It's for the survival of the Barrett family. No, it's about the survival of the entire empire. Back at Isaac's place, he threw a pile of items onto the floor. Whisper asked excitedly, is this money enough to buy the weapon to break the binding orb? Isaac wiped his sweat and nodded. Yeah, I think it's enough for now. But the problem is the anti-demon stone. Whisper added, it not only nullifies mana but is also immune to magic, aura, and even holy power. Headache-inducing. Isaac got increasingly angry. They dared turn my subordinate's binding orb into anti-demon stone? Those bastards. Whisper joked, maybe because that's the only way to take down a level 9 demon king. After a while, Isaac sighed in resignation. Forget it, I'll try unsealing the mana core first. Whisper perked up immediately, so you're finally going to absorb it. Isaac took it out and smiled. According to Lee, this should help me break the seal, right? I've never seen anything like this before. As he spoke, he brought the necklace closer, his eyes shining bright as he cried out, look, it's opening. The box completely broke free of its seal. The mana inside leaked out bit by bit. Isaac shouted, hurry up and eat it. Whisper yelled excitedly. But there was too much mana. Whisper tried to bite at the opening but couldn't keep up with the leakage. Isaac happily reached out. There's more mana than I thought. This amount is more than enough to raise my spell rank. Now I can freely cast high-level spells. The two of them howled and screamed with glee over the pile of mana in the room. Whisper opened its mouth wide, trying to swallow as much as possible, while Isaac took the chance to reach out and absorb it. As they reveled, Isaac's expression suddenly froze, staring in shock as the hand absorbing the mana turned into dried bone. What the hell is this? After a while, the room was completely drained of mana, but the corner of the bed where Isaac sat was shrouded in darkness. He looked at his hand in dismay and cursed it under his breath. Those damned bones again. Damn it, it's definitely a curse. The curse turned the dried demon king into the strongest demon king, a reversal between life and death. Whisper asked confusedly, will that curse take over your body? Isaac denied it. My body has been blessed many times, it won't be easily consumed. The curse only suddenly strengthened because the amount of mana absorbed increased too quickly. Whisper realized, so the balance was broken. They began arguing. I can bolster holy power to suppress the curse, but then I'd have to live like a pious sheep again. What a hassle. Your body can automatically convert mana into divine mana, or you could wait longer, but who knows how long that would take, or siphon some mana from the Holy Maiden's emblem. That's wasteful. At worst, you'd be discovered and burned alive. No choice, I'll use the 5-color test. This made the carefree Whisper jump in surprise. Isaac analyzed, if I exploit the heresy test of the Crimson family skillfully, I can greatly increase my divine power. For now, I'll seal my right hand. Before he could act, someone called out, Isaac. Shuri opened the door and asked, what are you doing in here? Isaac panicked. Oh no, he hurriedly stood up, hid his right hand and forced a smile. You're here too. But this made Shuri suspicious. Why are you laughing to yourself? You're scaring me. Why are you hiding your hand? Are you hurt? Isaac denied it. Hurt? Oh no, I'm fine. Shuri didn't believe him and grabbed his right hand. Not fine, let me see it. Under close inspection, he was startled and stumbled back. What the bones is that bone? Whisper flew over and suggested, Master, quickly use a memory wipe spell. Isaac hissed via telepathy, no, if I use it on someone else I'll be discovered. Unexpectedly, Shuri trembled as she pointed at him and said, I didn't expect you to be morally corrupt and physically like this too. Is your rotten morality because your body has decayed inside? You should have said something when this happened. I already thought you were evil for no reason. This made Isaac jump. What? His mind immediately leapt to the family curse. The Joshua lineage produces either useless offspring or talented ones with grave defects. Shuri clutched her head and lamented. An ancestor once suffered exactly like this. But how are you both disabled and morally corrupt? Isaac gritted his teeth at the question, silently cursing, should I just kill him? But Shuri was genuinely worried and said, first, tell the Lord and get you treated. Although you won't live long, there should still be a way to extend your life. Isaac grimaced, shouting inside his head, that would expose me as the dry demon king. So he put his hand on Shuri's shoulder and said, don't tell the Lord or the others. I don't want our family to worry. Besides, the 5-color test is much more important right now. I want to personally destroy the dry demon king's subordinates before I die. His Hollywood-level acting immediately moved Shuri. Isaac turned away and said, don't worry, I won't die that easily. I have a plan. Shuri, impatient, a plan? Tell me, I'll help you. Isaac curled a sly grin, his wicked face turning back as he said, then I need you to deliver something to Cardinal Crimson. 20 days later, inside the dining hall, the trainee clerics muttered, Isaac, that bastard. Who would plant a bomb in the latrine? And that's not all. Yesterday, he laced the food with cyanide. He even pumped poison gas into my pillow. Isaac sat nearby, frowning, and asked, don't you like my personal training plan? They all leapt up in protest. Training your head? That's assassination. One couldn't help himself and pulled out a paper to challenge. What else? 1. Fall off a cliff and die. 2. Killed by demons. 3. Beaten to death. 4. Die. However, Isaac cheerfully replied, what else? That's your objective. Saying that, he turned to one side and said, once you've eaten, put this on. It looks suspicious. What's this, a sandbag? You expect us to do physical training? We're clerics, not knights. Isaac didn't care, walked over to the pile and replied, the next 5-color test is coming up. We need to train physically, right? The kids objected, what are you talking about? The next test is the Imperial Yellows. Isn't their test supposed to require intelligence? Isaac innocently said, oh, I changed the order of the exams. Next is the physical test of of the Crimson faction. The kids doubted you changed the order. Isaac confirmed, yes, and I also changed the content of the test. The kids panicked. What on earth have you done? Isaac didn't want to argue further, clapped his hands and shouted, enough nonsense, put on the sandbags and run 50 laps around the training yard. They were instantly enraged. You're being absurd. You can't just change the exam order on a whim. And 50 laps, what the hell? Are you insane? The legendary milk bottle was raised again. The kids fell silent with dark faces. Isaac, like a demon, repeated, I misspoke, it's actually 100-meter laps. If we don't finish first this time, prepare to go down the golden stream. So run, you bloody dogs. The whole lot screamed in panic and took off. After a while, one who dropped his sandbag groaned, fine, I give up, I'm stopping. Why do we have to suffer so much? Isn't it enough to achieve the king rank twice? We've done it once, just wait for the Azure test and we'll get it again. Before he finished, Isaac suddenly loomed behind him and said, are you messing with me? We have to reach all 5 ranks. The guy was so scared he couldn't get up. 2 companions quickly tried to cover for him. Crimson and Yellow will never let us reach king rank. Besides, the next test was supposed to be Yellow's. Why are we being dragged to do physical training? The 5-color exam order is an imperial tradition. Who are you to change it? The proper order is white, yellow, azure, black, crimson. No sooner had he finished than someone suddenly burst into the room and shouted, everyone, something's up, the next test is crimson's. Cardinal Crimson privately spoke with Cardinal Yellow and changed the order. The kid stood frozen, holy crap. But Crimson's test is one-on-one combat, worse, if you lose you fail outright. Suddenly, Isaac stepped forward and growled, so now have you decided what the next test is? Get moving and start training. A few days later, at the Empire's training center, a group of youngsters were walking down the corridor, led by Nizer with a scowl. Damn it, he couldn't believe his father agreed to Isaac's proposal. He recalled his father's words, Isaac said he'll show you something interesting. Attack it and give it your all. Now he couldn't help feeling resentful. Worse, this time it's not one-on-one but team combat. Whatever Shuri Joshua leading the Azure team was nothing to worry about. Except for Isaac, the others were easy to handle. No way the Crimson family, a clan of fighters, would lose. Thinking that, he marched out confidently and shouted, come on brothers, let's fight, wipe them out in a flash. But when he arrived, his expression changed drastically. On the high dais, 2 cardinals were seated. But Cardinal Crimson wasn't looking that way, he was staring elsewhere. Over there, the group led by Isaac was stepping forward, and notably Kina had suddenly joined Isaac's team. Isaac smiled and explained to the usher, oh, about this, my food taster had stomach pains since breakfast. Luckily, I found a replacement. She's an apprentice anyway, so it should be fine. Confidence instantly flipped to extreme panic, and the crowd erupted. What? Kina Barit on the Azure team, she's as strong as a senior cleric. Cardinal Crimson was also reluctant. Cardinal Yellow, this has gone too far. Why did you let Kina join Azure's team? While they were still speaking, he saw Cardinal Yellow's grandiose expression and was left speechless. He knows nothing either. On the field, Kina asked softly, if I handle those bugs, will you train with me and teach me some powerful moves? AI smiled and said, of course. Kina, satisfied, then let's do it. But to Nizer, it was like the end of the world. He couldn't accept it and shouted, this is cheating. She's not even an apprentice anymore. Why is someone of her caliber appearing in an apprentice's match? Before the matter could blow up, Kina cut in. You're wrong, I declined promotion to senior cleric and gave up all privileges, so I can remain an apprentice longer, just like Isaac Joshua. The spectators gaped with sweat beading on their brows. Seeing the tense atmosphere take hold, Kina turned to the instructor and asked, has the referee made a decision? The instructor awkwardly held his head. Kina Barit is still officially recognized as a junior cleric and she hasn't participated in any 5-color exams. So there's no rule forbidding her from taking part. Isaac was pleased to hear this, while NHI couldn't stand it and shouted, damn it, nonsense. Even if we all rushed in together, we might not win. And if more join, we're screwed, but if it's one-on-one between captains, there's still a chance. Thinking that, his gaze shifted to Shuri. Isaac noticed his strange attitude and stepped forward to tease, what's the matter, constipated? See, I told you to go first. Shuri timidly whispered, after this is over, your hand will recover, right? Isaac smiled reassuringly. Yes, once I have more holy power, it will be fine. But Shuri couldn't understand and said, you should be the captain, honestly. To be honest, we've come this far because of you. From me becoming class leader and topping the test, to passing the harmony test, it's all thanks to you. Hearing him lay it out like that, Isaac scowled and snapped, what? Well, it's true I'm a good teacher, but few can keep up. Yet you managed it, that left Shuri stunned. And after a moment, she retorted, still, Nizer is not to be underestimated, but Isaac sternly warned, if you do exactly as I say, even facing that annoying redhead won't be a problem. Shuri regained confidence, joyful and admiring. Isaac, he started to say but then changed tone. And if you lose, I'll personally dress you down, understood? Shuri's mood sank, she was speechless. A moment later, the instructor shouted, the match will begin in 5 minutes. Both teams prepare to fight. Vasily prayed anxiously, Lord Isaac, although Kina is on their team, I still think the situation is unfavorable for both Isaac and Shuri. Those damn Crimson family dared to use holy sorcery to devastate the kids. On the floor, Isaac's apprentices looked like rabid dogs and had to be restrained. Isaac casually held the lead rope and said with a smile, now, not yet, don't be so hasty. The scene flustered Riley. Asili hesitated. That looks more like the Azure clan's holy sorcery, I think. Lord Isaac asked me to teach him that spirit-stimulating holy spell. Riley couldn't believe his eyes. That is the spirit-stimulating holy spell? Asili awkwardly, I guess so. But it was supposed to only boost morale so people wouldn't fear the enemy. Riley was shocked at the sight below. Why do they look like beasts? Isaac at the center thought joyfully to himself, this is a secret I've never revealed. Spirit stimulation combined with stimulant herbs creates a bestial transformation. I've already prepped their physiques to undergo the beast transformation. Now it's time to exploit it to the fullest. At that moment, numerous formation arrays appeared above the arena. Isaac looked up joyfully. It's starting. The formation arrays lit up one by one. Illusions of divine trees sprouting and growing without end. The legion knelt and bowed, and the excited crowd shouted. That is the patron deity of the Crimson family, the god of justice. Shuri led his group in kneeling and called out, pray quickly. Whoever has the stronger faith will be blessed by the Crimson family's god and gain the advantage. He pressed his palms together respectfully, thinking we must win. Unexpectedly, when Isaac saw the deity's face, he couldn't help himself and flung the legendary feeding bottle, smashing the statue into 100 pieces in one blow. Then he muttered to himself, I didn't mean to. The statue's head hit the ground. Shuri couldn't believe it and lunged forward to scold him. Isaac, you still haven't kicked that habit. Isaac pretended to ignore it. Don't make a fuss. Nizer couldn't contain himself and roared, did Isaac Joshua just destroy the Crimson family's god? Isaac decapitated the statue. Keena's face darkened as well. Isaac, did you just destroy a deity's statue? How on earth did you do that? Some holy spell, right? Can you teach me? Seeing him take her spotlight, Shuri panicked. Why did you learn that, besides destroying a deity's head? Keena snapped back annoyed. So what? Apart from the Yellow family's god, the other gods mean nothing to me. Shuri was at a loss for words and gave a wry smile. May the gods save even this one. Suddenly Shuri grabbed Isaac by the collar and shouted, Isaac, you bastard. You were just testing the arena's durability, right? That's insane. Apologize. Isaac looked exhausted. Fine, is that apology enough? Then the group looked up at where the two cardinals were seated. Cardinal Crimson smiled and murmured, this kid is unpredictably troublesome. Seeing him fall would be entertaining. Shuri panicked inwardly. Are they going to interrogate Isaac? Suddenly Cardinal Yellow interjected. If we're discussing the issue, didn't the Crimson family themselves allow the statue to be destroyed? The head of this household permitted an apprentice cleric to use magic to destroy the statue. Perhaps we should reassess the Crimson family's faith. He thought to himself, I will not let you touch Isaac. Immediately, the two cardinals faced off fiercely, with no quarter given. After a moment, Cardinal Crimson yielded. The venomous man forced a smile and said, calling a heresy investigation over a few apprentice clerics is a bit much. Let us continue the 5-color exam. Shuri heard this and was overjoyed. Suddenly a voice rang in Enhai's ear. This is an order. Enhai immediately looked up at his father. His face darkened as he glared down. Make Isaac Joshua into a cripple. A moment later, the instructor stepped forward to announce the rules. The rules for the Crimson test are very simple. Find the real necklace among the fake ones. The team that finds the real necklace first wins. The holder of the real necklace will be chosen by each team's captain, and once chosen, the holder cannot be changed. Shuri tensely calculated. Choosing who holds the necklace is crucial. The instructor added there are 3 ways to identify the real necklace. First, capture the opposing captain and force a confession. Second, use deduction to guess who is holding the real necklace. And finally, defeat the entire opposing team and collect all the necklaces. Team captains proceed to distribute the necklaces. No sooner had he finished. Nizer immediately commanded, everyone regroup, don't worry, they're just the weak Azure family. Meanwhile, Shuri stepped closer to the instructor, his expression extremely serious, and said, I want to resign as captain. The instructor flustered, what? At that moment, Isaac flew into a rage, grabbed him up and shouted, what the hell are you doing? Distribute the necklaces now. Shuri angrily yelled, wait. On the other side, Isaac and Nizer quietly rejoiced. That Shuri really is weak, truly dumb. He should have volunteered to be captain. What's there to fear from the Azure lot? Just watch out for Keena and everything else will be fine. She knows how to hunt monsters, but that doesn't mean she knows how to deal with people. A bunch of idiots, really. After a moment, the instructor signaled to start the match. And Nizer's side drew their weapons boldly, each full of confidence. There was no reason to fear those weak Azure kids. But the instant the sound began, their faces went ashen and black as ash. What the hell is this? Isaac, as if possessed, charged forward alone with a roar. He was extremely excited. This was a legitimate test where he could give those annoying clerics a real thrashing. Yes, he had to take full advantage. Shuri was terrified of his teammate. Is that even a human face? The kids from Crimson tried to encourage each other. So the Azure plan to unsettle us with those faces? Don't be afraid. They won't dare attack because of the code of honor. They can only defend. No sooner had he finished speaking than Isaac leapt into the air, happily undoing his shirt buttons and muttering, "Now those apprentice clerics will learn a lesson." He pulled out an upgraded golden bracelet, transforming it into a spiked chain mace, and charged forward, swinging a massive strike while shouting, "Hand over your captain!" Boom! The floor was dented into a deep crater. The kids weren't hit but were blown back by the shockwave. The group panicked and asked each other, "Is that really the Azure team? What the hell is this? I thought they were supposed to be honorable." Isaac didn't care. Like a grim reaper, he advanced threateningly. "If you want to stay alive, hand over your captain now." Isaac surged forward like an earthquake, shouting, "Hand over your captain now." Nizer panicked, waved, and shouted orders. "Someone come over here and help. Hold the line, do not fall back." While he spoke, Kina crouched, gathered momentum, and launched herself straight at him. Her speed so great that the kids stared after her in astonishment. "Stop her, pretend to attack." Nizer carefully watched Kina's hand about to touch him and clenched his teeth, thinking, "Just as I thought, you're truly talented, Kina, but it's still not enough." He sneered coldly, "I've seen through everything you plan to do." As soon as Kina touched him, Nizer's image vanished from the spot. Kina glanced back and saw Nizer appear there, astonished and thinking, "A wholly dividing illusion." Nizer, not daring to delay, shouted, "Grab her." The kids quickly closed in and surrounded Kina, and simultaneously used level 5 binding repentance holy spells. Kina was hit by the spell and powerless, grit her teeth and stood still watching. As Nizer took the opportunity to vanish, he reappeared right beside the Azure family's kids. He shouted excitedly, "Catch them." Another group of kids received the order and charged at the Azure family. "Got them!" Nizer seized the chance as the two sides clashed in chaos and rushed through, confidently thinking, "This isn't much different from ordinary beast transformation spells. At worst, it only makes you a little stronger." "Found you, Shuri. Let me take an arm or two of yours as a souvenir." Thinking that, he gathered holy power in his palms. Above, Rilai and Asili looked down anxiously. "Lord Rilai, isn't that a holy spell? Be careful." Nizer resolutely lunged at Shuri. Shuri sweated, gritted his teeth, and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, Isaac's words keep echoing in my head." "He'll be fine, Shuri. Just do as I say and we'll win. Nizer will surely try every way to fight you one-on-one. After all, he has always looked down on you." Thinking that, Shuri slowly raised his hand, assuming a stance to prepare for combat. The scene only excited Nizer more. "It's over for you, you idiot." Suddenly, Shuri's pupils emitted a cold light. Nizer's full-force attack collided with Shuri and was stopped. Rilai gaped in disbelief. "Shuri." Isaac, unconcerned, looked over and smiled. "That's right. Show them you're not weak." Shuri gritted his teeth, grabbed Nizer's wrist, and snarled, "You're the idiot." Before Nizer could comprehend, Shuri's other hand grabbed his collar, yanked hard and threw him backward. Shuri followed up with a knee strike, sending Nizer sprawling on the floor. Nizer's eyes rolled back, drained of strength and unable to resist. Only then did Shuri let go, thinking, "Do you know why we aren't supposed to use the family's techniques on humans? Because they only work on demonkind. No, it's because humans can't withstand them." Shuri stared coldly at the unconscious Nizer, the entire arena silent without a sound. Shuri, furious, ground his teeth, shouted, "Never underestimate the Azure like that." Isaac's side cheered excitedly, while Nizer's side panicked, not knowing what to do. Kina, trapped in the middle, frowned and analyzed. Shuri doesn't have that kind of power. Someone must have secretly used a holy spell to boost him. Seeing traces of holy power still on Shuri's body, she immediately turned her gaze to the mocker over there, certain it was Isaac's doing. Isaac, not yet satisfied, called out loudly to Shuri, "Finish it." Shuri sweated and stammered, "All right, then let me take the necklace." Hearing that trembling voice, Isaac angrily snapped, "Hey, bring Destrokletter 1EB1NG hawing in and finish him off." Shuri stood up to respond, Okay, I know." By chance, Nizer regained consciousness and clutched his head. Was immediately grabbed by the collar by Shuri, who shouted, "Nizer Sepet, tell me where the real necklace is." Nizer doubted his ears. "What, you think I realize heir will confess under this kind of interrogation?" Shuri, helpless, covered his face and pleaded, "Spill it, you bastard, I'm begging you, only then will you get out of here alive." Nizer questioned existence. Is this guy insane? He angrily shouted, "Shut up, you crazy bastard. I've learned every torture method needed to inherit the family. How could you?" While still shouting, Shuri coldly stood up and lifted his leg like a demon demanding a light. Seeing this, Nizer turned pale and stammered, unable to speak. "Wait." Immediately, a heart-piercing pain hit him and made him jump. In the stands, the audience trembled, sweating. What a terrifying sound. Can someone from the Azure family really do this? It's horrifying. Shuri ground his teeth at their chatter, while Isaac showed obvious amusement on his face. On the arena, Nizer's wailing screams kept echoing, his face tortured beyond recognition. Shuri coldly warned, "I told you to confess quickly." Nizer's side immediately rushed over to aid. "Shuri, you bastard." Kina immediately intervened, "Stay where you are." He lightly planted the tip of his foot on the arena floor, and a wide area paralytic holy spell was cast. The entire stands blazing with the radiance of the magic array. Nizer cursed bitterly inwardly. Damn it, were they pretending to be captured? They even knew where the necklace was hidden already. But why did it hit? Shuri also broke out in sweat, muttering, "All right, then let me take the necklace." Nizer immediately shifted his gaze to another direction, glanced at Isaac's sneer and shouted in his mind, could he have planned everything? Nizer's kids, still displeased, crawled forward and cursed, Are you doing all this just to force Nizer to talk? But no matter what, Nizer won't tell you. Isaac raised his eyes and asked, what are you talking about? Don't you all already know where the necklace is hidden? Then he pulled out the ancestral ring, its unique effect absorbing holy power worn on his hand. The kids, seeing this, hurriedly begged, wait, I'll tell you where it's hidden. But Isaac didn't care. He swung the mace down on them and barked, stop talking, let's begin. After a while, Isaac produced the ruby set necklace, stamped on Nizer's kids, and shouted, found it. The judges immediately declared the Azure team the winners. Cheers rose without cease, hail the Azure faith, but Shuri couldn't hear it. Incredulous, he looked at his hand as excited murmurs spread. So the rumor of the Azure faith's return was true. They even managed to bring the Pope's grandson to their side. Riley also clenched his fists in excitement. Well done, Isaac Joshua. Suddenly, a kid came up behind him and exclaimed, no wonder he's the youngest priest in the Empire. Give the winners who have blessed this arena with a spectacular performance a well-deserved reward. The person who just arrived was the Crown Prince of the Holy Nation of Helen, Chapel Alex Freck-Hella. Seeing the Crown Prince, Riley hurriedly bowed, I pay homage to the second son of the Holy Nation. The Crown Prince casually praised, you have truly outstanding grandchildren. How would you feel if I gifted them priest uniforms? Riley happily agreed at once, of course, Your Highness. That will make the children shine even more in the upcoming exam. Garments bestowed by the royal family are practically heirlooms. The Crown Prince cheerfully offered, then may I stop by when the tailor arrives? Riley was a little embarrassed. Yes, aren't you quite busy, Your Highness? You don't have to. The Crown Prince smiled and cut him off. I want to meet them in person. Riley wondered suspiciously. They are only 2 trainee priests. Why would he want to meet them? Suddenly, the Crown Prince added, ah yes, consider it a small extra gift. You'd better advise your youngest grandson to skip the golden test. The Pope intends to kill Isaac. As soon as he finished, Riley hurriedly looked down at the arena, saw Isaac standing there unharmed, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, whispering, thank you, Your Highness, but he'll be fine. A moment later, inside the waiting room, the kids' excited voices rang out, hey, did you hear? The Crown Prince intends to gift us uniforms. Really? And we ranked first this time. We're making quite a splash. Amid the crowd, Isaac scowled, stared ahead and snapped, hey, aren't you going home? The test is over. I don't need you anymore. Kina continued calmly sipping his tea as if he hadn't heard. His attendant worriedly advised, he's right, you should go. The housemaster is looking for you. Kina angrily set his teacup down and barked. No, you told me to join the Azure family, remember. This frightened the attendants pale and left them speechless. Isaac sneered in rebuttal. When did I say that? Kina replied nonchalantly, last night. Isaac scowled and snapped, don't make things up, that was only for the Crimson test. Who allowed you to officially become a priest of the Azure family? This left Kina temporarily at a loss. The attendant exhaled in relief, then a moment later retorted, suit yourself, I agreed to become an Azure priest, so I'm staying here. The attendant breathed easier but immediately grew alert again. Master. Kina turned and instructed, tell my father I'm not returning yet. The Azure family's attendant snapped angrily, just leave already. The Crimson family's attendant fretted, Master. But Kina was determined and thought to himself, he definitely used a holy spell on Shuri yesterday. But what was that power? And on top of that, the Crown Prince plans to gift them garments. Gifting clothes is basically staking a claim. All 5 faiths are under the Pope's control. Could the Crown Prince be opposing the Pope? Thinking this, Kina slammed the table and declared, anyway, I want the reward for helping you with the Crimson test, but since you're so busy, I'll stay here with you. The attendant silently lamented, but if Cardinal H learns of this, the whole family will be thrown into chaos. Kina didn't bother to argue further. If you want, I can help you win the remaining tests. I'll even deal with those Crimson priests for you and help the Azure priest execute the Dry King's subordinates. What do you say? Isaac didn't care and turned away, saying, no need, just get lost for me. That attitude drove Kina mad. What? You said you'd teach me. I won't go anywhere until you teach me. If you're so good, drag me outside then. With that, he flopped down and staged a tantrum in the middle of the room. Isaac was exasperated. Are you stupid? I'm only using you. Now go away. But Kina stayed lying there, refusing to budge. Say what you want. I fulfilled the deal. I'll take what you promised. Isaac snapped irritably. I said later. I'm busy now. Leave before I change my mind. Kina, angered, demanded, are you going to break your word? But he had no choice and coughed, conceding, fine, I'll wait. Once the apprenticeship before he finished, Isaac cut him off. I'm out of patience, I'm canceling. Besides, I have disciples who obey far better than you. Kina wasn't convinced and jumped up. Disciples who obey more than me? Who? Isaac pointed behind him. Who else would it be but Shuri? There. Kina instantly shot a bullet-like glare at Shuri. That guy, yes, him. Kina, not accepting it, stomped and asked again, you mean that guy is better than me? If I prove I'm better than him right now, will you teach me? Shuri, dragged into it, screamed and wailed. Why are you dragging me into this? Isaac still teased, propping himself up with his hand. Depends on how you perform. Hearing that, Kina ran up and stared straight into Shuri's face. The next day in the Holy Sea's banquet hall, the kids sat eating, eyes wide, whispering, what's that? The Azure team's seating is really fancy. Seems like their food is different from ours. I heard their chamber was upgraded too, so if you rank first in the test, you get special treatment like that. Riley was also present, holding a glass of wine and lost in thought. I didn't expect them to rank Isaac's team first. What criteria does the Holy See use to judge? Suddenly someone stepped up behind him and called out, "You must be pleased that the Azure team won, right?" Riley startled and turned. Cardinal Paris approached with a smile. "Long time no see, Riley. I hear you're about to reach rank 9, is that so? At your age, that's truly impressive. But the head of the Joshua family must be worrying a lot, because the only capable successor, you, Riley, don't have much time left." "Ah, pardon me, even if longevity weren't an issue, the role of family head might still be beyond you. After all, you can't have children. But still, your grandson is truly outstanding. Master must be proud." Mentioning Isaac put Riley on guard immediately. "What do you mean?" Cardinal Paris waved his hand. "Forgive my teasing. Even as a third son, our family's heir was utterly defeated in front of the royal family and other nobles." Riley, helpless, thought to himself, indeed, the family sees through people. Perhaps they already know about the Joshua family curse. He wasn't wrong, and anyway, I never intended to be family head. As long as he doesn't harm Isaac. At that thought, Riley froze. Cardinal Paris suddenly approached the kids, turned directly toward Isaac, and called out. Isaac, the boy beside him, hurriedly shook him. "Hey, Isaac, he's calling you." Isaac, annoyed while eating, muttered, "Damn it, why do they have to interrupt me while I'm eating?" But he still turned back to greet. "Yes, Your Eminence." Cardinal Paris smiled and asked lightly, "What's the interesting thing you said you'd show me? I haven't seen anything yet." Isaac asked back innocently, "You haven't seen?" "It's the sight of me crushing your son." The moment he spoke, the room fell silent. Isaac didn't care and pointed at him, asking, "Well, do you find it entertaining?" Shuri screamed, stammering, "Why would you say that to the Crimson family?" Isaac remained unconcerned and retorted, "What? Why? Afraid he'll run his mouth?" Shuri quickly covered his mouth and warned, "They're always hunting the Dry King's viper, don't provoke them." Isaac stayed casual, "So what?" Cardinal Paris didn't take offense and kept smiling. "In any case, I have high hopes for the Azure family. It seems you've learned an interesting skill. I don't know why, but I can sense dark mana in you." Isaac broke out in a sweat, knowing that gaze was a holy detection spell, but he forced a smile and replied, "Have you forgotten? I ate part of the Dry King when I was a child. If seeing me crush your son isn't entertaining enough, would you like me to repeat the performance during the golden test?" At those words, everyone stared at Kina, wondering if he intended to attack the cardinal's son. Kina, unaware, froze and looked at the group. What's wrong?" Unexpectedly, Cardinal Paris was very intrigued. "So what do you intend to ask of me this time?" Isaac, ignoring Shuri clutching his head in despair, smiled and answered, It's not difficult. I want to meet the demons serving the Dry King. So you just give me the keys to their prison." Cardinal Paris grew pale at that and immediately turned to leave. "I can give you the keys if you return safely, but I don't know if that's feasible. You may not even come back from the golden test." The kids went pale at that. Isaac didn't care and sneered, "What nonsense is this bastard spouting now?" At that moment, a kid ran in holding a paper and shouted, "Everyone, we've received the mission for the golden test." The others curiously asked, what's it about?" The boy shouted, "It's an expedition." Cardinal Paris explained, "In this test, you'll need to recover items that the holy nation of Helen lost in each region. Aren't you curious where your Azure team will be sent?" "To Graciandia, the mysterious empire." At those words, the kids went pale. Shuri sprang up tense. "Graciandia is Helen's mortal enemy. They want us to go to a country that wants to kill priests." A few other kids also jumped up to complain. "It's right next to demon territory. Are they insane? Do they really want us to go there?" Recently, many holy knights and guards have been kidnapped in that area. It's said the culprit is a high-ranking demon that ate priests during the golden test 14 years ago. Clearly, that area is still sealed off for investigation. Hearing this, Isaac buried his face in his hands and sat in silence. Cardinal Paris stepped forward to reassure them. "How pitiful. But you needn't be that afraid. I can change the location by my authority." The kids eagerly nodded in agreement. "Yes, Isaac, please beg him just this once." Isaac withdrew his hand and, wearing an innocent look, asked, "Really? You'll change the location for us?" At the same time, in the Azure Manor in the capital, Riley's voice echoed through the estate. "This is huge. This is insane. They're planning to send the kids to the land of the mages. On top of that, they also have to rescue kidnapped holy knights. This is clearly an S-rank mission. It's basically sending the kids to their deaths. If they don't cancel it right now, I'll tear this place apart." Seeing Riley getting carried away, Gowel cut in. "Calm down, father's already as furious as you. He even threw, no wait, he's already gone there to make a scene." He added, grinding his teeth in annoyance, "Those bastards clearly want to get Isaac killed. Since our father has gone, they'll probably adjust the test. Given the current situation, they can't assign apprentices diplomatic impact missions. They likely just want to warn us not to be too arrogant." That remark left Riley a bit surprised. Gowel explained further, "Anyway, I don't want Shuri to die there, and don't worry too much. even Isaac if he's still coherent. Before he could finish, a servant burst in, shouting, "Sir, there's big news." Master Isaac on the other side. Cardinal Paris cheerfully praised, "That's right, Isaac, just tell me you want to live." But Isaac cut in, his face darkening, and cheekily retorted to him, "I find that place interesting, why would I want to change the location?" At the house, a servant yelled, "He has accepted the mission," leaving Riley and Gowel speechless. Meanwhile, in the Black Domain within demon territory, a small demon came in to report. The demon sitting high above asked, "So you mean, you failed to kill the saint?" The small demon dared not raise his head and replied, "I sincerely apologize, my lord." Ash's face darkened as he muttered, "Well, it's fine, after all, the main goal was to create chaos." Seeing the power of our revered king firsthand was a major achievement. We even managed to smuggle a magical device into the Holy Nation's borders, once deemed inviolable. His Majesty is truly mighty. Even a small fraction of his power is terrifying. Suddenly, the small demon trembled and reported, "My lord, I sensed his power during the coronation ceremony." Ash repeated in surprise, "His." The small demon confirmed, "Yes, it was the great Dry King." Hearing this, Ash lost his composure and leapt from his seat. "What? You sense the great Dry King's power from the kid who ate part of his body?" The small demon, sweating, confirmed, "Yes, I heard he was anointed and is currently being trained." Ash couldn't contain himself and shouted, "Heaven smiles on us. Although we can't do anything to him while he's inside his family's territory. Sooner or later he'll have to take the Golden and Azure exams. A perfect opportunity for young priests and demons to hunt each other. Even a small portion of his power has made us this strong. Imagine how powerful we'd become if we could eat a piece of him directly. I want to know what that kid's flesh tastes like. I can't hold back any longer." Back where the young priests gathered, they buzzed and debated. "Have you heard about the mission assigned to the Azure team? The mission to that mysterious empire? Not only that, I've heard they also have to rescue a holy knight taken hostage. The Golden family really wants to shove them into a death trap. They'll definitely be slaughtered by those mages." Hearing the kids gossip, Shuri cursed inwardly, "Damn it, everyone thinks we're going to die. Doesn't anyone believe we'll succeed?" But the worst part is, the Holy Knights are completely ignoring our team, which means we'll be in danger the moment we leave the border. Because both the demon clans and the bandits will surely attack as soon as we step out of the Empire. While thinking this, Isaac's annoying voice rang out, "Those bastards are outrageous. Why won't anyone join our team?" Those words pushed Shuri over the edge. He snapped, "It's because of you. This mission isn't just hard, they're trying to send us to our deaths. Can't you see everyone's already writing their wills? Do you know what happened 14 years ago? In the Golden Test, Uncle Rilai's Azure team was wiped out." Those words are hard to ignore. Recalling the Golden family's face, Shuri scolded silently, "That vile cardinal, how dare he play such dirty tricks? If we refuse the mission, he'll squeeze our team, and if we accept, we'll surely die. Whatever, if we succeed, no one will dare belittle us anymore. Besides, this mission involves the mysterious empire and the high demons too. It's basically a monocore factory." Still smug, Shuri lunged over and shook him. "Even so, we can still pick a holy knight. There might be a chance. We must grab the #1 holy knight from the royal knights." "Absolutely." Just as they clung to hope, someone stepped forward to crush it. Too bad, the #1 holy knights have already been chosen by the Golden team. The man who stepped forward was Count Moloch. He added, "Not only that, my son and his friend have also been transferred over there. I really shouldn't have entrusted the kids to the Azure team just for past glory." Isaac wasn't intimidated and replied, "You're quite short-sighted. Count, you'll be ostracized once we succeed." Shuri didn't give up and urged, "If we can't get the #1 holy knight, take #2 or 3, just don't get #4. But Isaac didn't listen, and reasoned to himself, "Get a holy knight, where do those pretty ones even come from?" He immediately dashed off, causing Shuri to panic and shout, "Good, Isaac, sign a contract with the #2 holy knight." But Isaac walked past the exchange official, leaving him stunned. "What?" Isaac didn't bother to care. He turned his head back, then gave a thumbs up and flashed a confident smile. Shuri, puzzled, mimicked the thumbs up, thinking, did he actually do it? Unexpectedly, the official's words shattered that faint hope. The Azure team has chosen the #4 Holy Knights. Isaac nonchalantly returned, smiling. "Hey, good news. I've just signed a contract with the strongest team." The crowd couldn't hold back and screamed, "Are you insane?" The #4 Holy Knights, also called the Expendables, they've never been accepted by the Holy Nation. They're humiliated as mere couriers. Although their skill surpasses even the Royal Knights, they deeply scorn the church. A while later, Isaac returned and was interrogated by Master Lei. "Explain yourself, what the hell were you thinking?" Isaac didn't hurry to answer but forced a smile, thinking, he does look genuinely angry. Whisper immediately pumped in, even if he burns the whole house down, he wouldn't be that mad. Understanding the situation, Isaac smiled and concluded, perhaps I should give him the answer he wants to hear. Then he began to explain, if I asked to switch missions, it would dishonor the Joshua family. And of course I don't want that to happen. Before he finished, the patriarch cut him off. You talk about honor. He didn't believe him. Not knowing what to say, the patriarch added, A person who uses dark mana like you and you speak of honor. What is that expression supposed to mean? Do you think I don't know? I tolerated you because I considered you special, but now I can't trust you anymore. Isaac turned on the act and trembling said, I truly hate the Dry Demon King so much that I want to kill him. Whisper looked shocked and thought, wait, what kind of lie is that? Isaac continued in a burst, I lost my parents and was cursed, all because of that damned Dry Demon King. Besides, our family is mocked for failing to defeat him. I'm so ashamed I can't sleep. I will definitely destroy that Dry Demon King. The reason I used the Dry Demon King's power was only to investigate him. I will kill him myself and will do whatever it takes to achieve that. I must protect the Joshua family. If I abandon honor and live on miserably, then the Joshua family will live in shame and eventually be nothing but history. Inwardly added, so that later I can take this family for myself. After listening, the patriarch was brainwashed by the speech and thought, the boy really isn't lying. He nodded in praise. I've always said you don't need to sacrifice yourself for this family. But it seems you truly are one of us. You may fail this mission, just make sure everyone returns alive. If you come back safely, I will officially declare you my heir. Achieving more than he hoped, Isaac's sullen face broke into a smile as he replied, I understand. Thank you very much, sir. A few days later, on the outskirts of the capital, Isaac eagerly led the ragged kids and said, it's almost time we'll meet the knights in this village. Shuri and the others followed behind, wiping tears and resolving, damn it, now that it's come to this we must survive at all costs. Whisper returned from patrol and reported to Isaac, sir, I've investigated the demon from 14 years ago. Isaac immediately sent a telepathic question, have you identified which one it was? Whisper replied, it was a demon from the Western Legion. Not one of the 14 retinue, but it might be someone you know. It seems to be an extremely brutal demon that rips young priests apart and eats them alive. Hearing this, Isaac ground his teeth and snarled, that bastard dared to break the rules I set, I'll show him how ruthless I can be. Whisper trailed behind, reminding, but please be careful, sir. You haven't fully recovered your strength yet. The kids trudged along struggling, unaware that A had already hidden nearby, and chuckled with delight, found you little runt. Meanwhile, in the palace in the crown prince's residence, the prince's astonished voice rang out. Really? Isaac chose the expendable Holy Knights team. The attendant respectfully reported, it seems he doesn't care about the knights you assigned, sir. It seems he isn't very good at judging people. The crown prince pondered this, then after a moment objected, no, I think he has a keen eye. The attendant surprised, really? The prince smiled with interest and explained, the knight commander I sent is a half-spirit, meaning he'll be rather weak against demons. Hearing that, the attendant trembled, Lord Shillan is a half-spirit, did you send him as a test? The prince stood and denied it. No, although Shillan is weak against demons, his capabilities are still very reliable. But Isaac choosing the expendables is indeed interesting, because that whole Holy Knight team are half demons. The attendant, flustered, analyzed, the thing is they're hard to control, haven't they even thrown priests to the demons before? At the same time, at the rendezvous point of the Azure team, someone angrily pounded the table and shouted, why aren't they here yet? It's been over 5 hours. Do they want to pick a fight with us? The one complaining and radiating killing intent was Derek, commander of the number 4 Holy Knights. The others in the team agreed, grumbling, maybe they're making us wait on purpose because of their bad reputation. If the Azure family is late like this, there must be a reason. Those filthy priests can't be allowed to look down on us. While still hurling insults, Isaac suddenly appeared and said with a smile, pleased to meet you, Commander Derek. It seems we arrived a bit late, huh? Suddenly, someone stood close enough to startle Derek, who jumped back. Immediately, he launched an opening barb. I've heard the Azure faith is strict about punctuality. Do you know what time it is? Isaac sighed reluctantly. None of us wanted this. We were ambushed by bandits and my arm got broken too. As if someone hired them to attack us. But I came as fast as I could. It's rude to keep people waiting. Saying that, he stared intently at Derek. Derek, twitchy, dodged and said, still, you should have been on time, right? Isaac narrowed his eyes and growled, what? Or do you think you're not capable enough to go with us? Derek scowled and retorted, what? Are you insane, planning to not need our protection anymore? We have nothing to lose, so it's fine for us to turn back. Not letting him retreat, Isaac cut him off again. If you had nothing to lose, you wouldn't have waited 5 hours. If that's really the case, then why are you still standing here? Also, this is just a simple escort mission. Why so heavily armed? Were you planning to use us as bait to rescue missing comrades? If you don't need us, then part ways right here. Exposed Derek lost his temper and lashed out, shut up. Did that Night Ha tell you? That bastard dragged you in to ruin our mission, didn't he? Hearing the name, Shuri was startled and wondered to himself. Halak, that's the alias of my 4th uncle. Could he be involved in this too? Derek completely changed his expression, murderous intent rising as he snarled. Without you lot, they couldn't get into India. So I'll drag you along, even if I have to cut off your legs. But facing a half-demon radiating killing intent, Isaac remained calm and called softly. hey. Beneath his serene expression, his pupils glowed red and he ordered, sheath your sword. Derek, losing control, suddenly froze. Looked at Isaac as if seeing the Dry Demon King staring back at him. His body trembled in waves, awkwardly wondering, can't I resist his command? But he's clearly just a kid. Whisper sneered and taunted, with the demon blood in him he can't resist you. Isaac, pleased, transmitted, submitting to the strong is a demon's instinct. That's part of why I chose them. As for Derek, after a while unable to control his body, he relented and sheathed his sword. Isaac pretended not to notice, turned to the kids and smiled, all right, let's go. Shuri snapped angrily, after all this, how can we trust them? Isaac ignored it and answered, anyway, both sides need each other, so let's go. This reply drove Shuri mad. What do you mean? Isaac had to explain more clearly. Hunting the demon from 14 years ago and rescuing all the abducted people is the goal of both sides. Or even if some of those abducted are your comrades, it doesn't really matter. But Derek, catching the hint in that offhand remark, asked immediately, wait, you chose us because you know our comrades were captured. Isaac dodged, feigning indifference. What are you talking about? I don't know anything, they hurriedly said, then we'll follow you. Isaac smiled and replied, of course I knew. A worried kid stepped forward and asked, so what's the plan? You must have one, right? But Isaac coldly repeated, a plan, how can we trust demons? They'll betray us. Do you know why they're only assigned delivery missions? While he was saying this, Derek's body suddenly surged with demonic energy. His hand grew large and sprouted clawed nails like a beast. He lost his mind and lunged at Isaac. He had just grabbed the collar of the kid beside him. When the nearby kids stepped back, shouting, I knew something would happen. We can't trust them. Restrain them now. Isaac, not very surprised, pulled out a milk bottle, smacked it once and barked, snap out of it. You're losing control already. Derek immediately regained composure, apologetic, and turned remorseful. Sorry, I don't usually transform this quickly. It felt like something was pressing on my head. A few knights chimed in, maybe because we're near Graciandia's territory we're affected. My body feels strange too. Suddenly Derek exclaimed excitedly, but I've never reverted to human this fast before. One snap and I'm back to normal. You're truly amazing. Isaac praised, rubbed his nose and smiled inwardly. Of course, because I'm the one who caused it. Didn't want to waste any more time. He slung on his luggage and led the group. If everyone's ready, let's go. Suddenly the bag on his back oozed black demonic chi. He slung on his luggage and led the group. Isaac opened it and seeing it was from a small bird showed his displeasure. What is this? Playing dead old man games. The bird kept its eyes tightly shut. Whisper slyly said, this one is quite the actor, isn't it? If it doesn't get 30 million, it's not opening its eyes. Isaac became even more menacing, pulling out a baby bottle and raising it. Should we grant its wish? The bird, frightened, jumped and cursed. Damn it, the Blood Lord is truly ruthless. Why did he send me to find this damned priest? Hearing that title, Isaac froze, surprised. The Blood Lord. You mean one of the high demons sent you? A moment later, Whisper raised a barrier and reported. The protective barrier is complete, master. Isaac held the bird in his hand, thoughtful. The Blood Lord is one of his subordinates. He's probably imprisoned under the Holy See. It seems he's heard of me and sent this thing to make contact. Looks like he also kept my identity as the Dry Demon King from this sparrow. Isaac lifted it and asked, do you have information for me? The bird arrogantly answered, I have no information for a priest. But after Isaac squeezed a bit, it changed tone. I'll talk. The demon you'll face, I was the one who interfered with your consecration ceremony. Isaac frowned and pressed, you mean you sent a fragment of the Dry Demon King? The bird broke into a sweat and confirmed, yes, it was I who secretly placed the magical device and ordered my minions to kill the priests. Yes, it was me. After absorbing the Dry Demon King's power, I was strong enough to breach Helen's holy nation barrier. The Blood Lord said he accepted execution, but absolutely refused to face the demon named Ash. Isaac heard this and cursed inwardly, that damned Blood Lord. The bird shook its head repeatedly, lamenting, why would he hand over such valuable information to that damned priest? The Blood Lord believes the current Dry Demon King is an imposter. He was captured after telling everyone that the current Dry Demon King is a fraud. How stupid could he be? Anyway, I heard you absorbed part of the great Dry Demon King's body, right? Maybe he's waiting for you to enter her territory. If you value your life, turn back. Isaac got the information and released the bird, saying, tell him I've received the message. The bird didn't dare look back, only calling out, don't die or my master will be sad. Just then Shuri strode up harshly and shouted, hey, where have you been? We've been looking everywhere for you. But I'm really proud of you. You ordered food from the local inn for us, right? This made Isaac puzzled. What food? No need to overthink, a girl stepped forward to explain. We prepared it to serve everyone, please eat. The scene surprised Isaac a little, but he laughed inwardly. I thought she would wait. Who would have guessed she'd come looking for us herself? A moment later, the kids' chatter rose. Hey Shuri, what's wrong with AJ? He's overdoing it. But Shuri looked bored and said, ignore him. Isaac, on the other hand, barked out orders continuously. There's dust in my water. Get me another glass. I don't like square plates. Change it. The food is cold, it's too salty, I hate the sound of your breathing. Stop breathing. Ash, hearing this string of unreasonable orders, could only resentfully comply. Yes, yes, yes. But the knights sided with him and cornered her. Our master is telling you to take the other one. How dare you make him say it again? Ash was annoyed, cursing inwardly. Are these lackeys crazy? Why are they siding with him? But outwardly she bowed and complied. I sincerely apologize. She carried a bowl of soup over, thinking, in that case I'll deal with these nuisances first. Please enjoy, holy knights, you must be tired. Unexpectedly, Dirk stopped her and said, we're hired by him, we won't share food with him. This left her momentarily flustered. But the town is only safe if you are well. I made this for you, please eat. Inwardly losing patience, she cursed, damn it, just eat it for me. Before she could deal with them, Isaac butted in. Why don't you eat first? How do we know you haven't poisoned it? Ash looked sourly back at him. Before she could explain, the young sir stepped forward to intervene. Hey, that's enough, I'm perfectly fine. Why are you bullying her? You have no right to bully her, we'll prove her innocence. No sooner had they spoken than the whole lot grabbed the soup bowls and shoved them into their mouths. And as expected, they all collapsed unconscious on the spot. Isaac then bared his teeth and stood up, smiling. That makes it easier for me, I'd planned to knock them out anyway. Whisper flew over to check and asked, should I call a holy spirit to purify them? Isaac, unconcerned, replied, leave them, they need to learn a lesson. Suddenly Whisper's eyes changed, and she joyfully reported, Master, this poison transforms holy mana into dark mana. Isaac turned back excitedly. Are you sure? It will turn that disgusting holy mana into dark mana. Whisper confirmed happily, definitely, it's a parasitic toxin. Isaac went mad with thought of profit. This means I can build a dark mana farm inside the holy nation. Still elated, he laughed loudly. Now you're sure to lose, kid. Isaac suppressed his excitement and sneered. Lose? Anyone with power will become my meal. No longer hiding, reverting to his original form, he threatened. If you want them to live, follow me. I'll give you the antidote. This angered the knights, who ground their teeth. You bastard. Ash's body suddenly radiated holy light. Ash, irritated, covered her eyes and shouted, don't resist. The holy light had barely faded when she saw Isaac pull out a baby bottle and rush forward, striking once with a blow that shook the ground, but she easily dodged it. Not wanting to stall any longer, Ash hopped away, shouting back, that's right, follow me, kid. Derek immediately drew his sword and offered, we'll go with you. But Isaac stopped him. No, I'll go alone. I can't leave them without protection. They only survive if you guys transmit mana to them. This double-meaning remark made the knights misunderstand. Choked up, they promised, rest assured we'll take care of these priests. No sooner had they spoken than Isaac was gone. He dashed off thinking, thanks. Because of you, I'll be able to gather much more mana later. Isaac chased until nightfall before stopping. Ash waited and seeing him arrive taunted. What a brave idiot. You dare come here alone without guards. Isaac gritted his teeth and replied, yeah, pretty stupid. You dare mention eating these humans without realizing who I am. This made Ash panic. What? Shifting state, demonic chi spread over him as Isaac commanded, kneel. An invisible pressure descended, making her unable to control her body, and she had to kneel immediately. It felt as if she were no longer facing a priest, but the dry demon king himself. What is this mana? This kid has the demon king's aura. Surely it's because he consumed part of his body. The body of our demon king. Wait for me, your majesty. I'll gut this brat open and free you. With that, she launched a full-force attack. Isaac didn't even bother to move a finger. As the dark mana condensed bit by bit, and Ash's complexion gradually paled, the illusory image of the dry demon king condensed and suppressed her down, and she was immediately crushed on the spot. Isaac darkened and blurted, you fool. Let me show you who your true king is. After a while, the place returned to its original calm. Whisper cheered happily, Master, you're amazing. It's only a level 5 spell, yet its power rivals level 7. Indeed, fusing dark mana and holy mana is the move of a genius. Isaac was smug too, relieved to have reached a new realm. Perhaps this is why the gods don't want to become human. Just then, a sound nearby caught both their attention. Ash trembled, kneeling on the ground, stammering, why, your majesty? Whisper hesitated, how should we deal with her? Maybe you were a bit heavy-handed. Isaac asked indifferently, really? He slapped his hand once in front of him. She was so frightened she didn't dare raise her head, begging, your majesty, I have committed a mortal sin. Let me give you the antidote. Isaac cut in coldly, we'll deal with that later. Now bring the holy knights you kidnapped back here. I'll give you 1 minute, and most importantly, I want to score full marks on the test. So besides rescuing the holy knights, I also need proof. Ash went pale, puzzled. Proof of what? Isaac replied slyly, proof that I killed a demon. 2 days later, inside a private house, Shuri scowled and complained, damn it, what on earth happened to that Isaac? Derek awkwardly reassured, we've had someone tailing him, so don't worry too much. Sir Isaac isn't someone to be bullied. But Shuri didn't care and grew more worried. Something must have happened. That's why the mages went searching several times and were so serious each time. You should know better, we're not like them normally, are we? Derek frowned and analyzed. There are some bloodstains where we believe he passed, but that doesn't mean he's dead. While they were talking, Isaac walked in from the door, calling out, I'm back. Shuri replied as usual, welcome. Once their brains caught up, both leapt up and shouted, hey, you bastard, are you okay? Isaac brought over a bloodstained cloth bag and said, Here, this is the antidote. Shuri curiously asked what's inside. Isaac answered mysteriously, "Ah, that's very important, so keep it safe." This made Shuri even more puzzled. What's so heavy? When they opened the bag, the demon head made them scream. What the hell is that? Isaac shrugged and explained, "Oh, that. The kidnapper's head, and also the proof we need to get full marks on the test." Derek asked again, "What about the Holy Knights? What about my teammates?" Isaac yawned and replied, "Ah, the Holy Knights, they're too heavy, so I hid them in the bush out front. Bring them in quickly." No sooner had he spoken than someone pushed the door open. "Commander, our teammates have returned. A few minutes earlier they'd found our people, Saul, Ken, and even Jen. They're back." Shuri went dark. "So did you?" Derek hesitated, the so-called head of the kidnapper. Isaac cheerfully confirmed, "Yes, I went there and cut his head off." Both were startled and jumped. "You went alone into land swarming with mages? How is that possible? That makes no sense." Isaac curled a smile, thinking to himself that he needed to come up with a plausible story. He then said, "Actually, they must have heard we'd come on mission here. So they planned to kidnap us and then fake rescuing us from the demon tribe to bargain with the Holy Nation." "Right, the woman spiked our drink. We're basically mages. It seems she intended to drug us and sell us to the Arcane Empire. We're too valuable, of course they'd traffic us. Really, who would treat others like that, right? I threatened to report it to the Holy See and she backed down immediately, even terrified by a kid like me. Seems the Pope is truly fearsome. Anyway, I asked about where the Holy Knights were imprisoned and everyone knew. I even found the secret path there. Luckily, the Holy Knights were still being held as emergency food because they hadn't been eaten yet. I brought them out. A demon was guarding them, but it was asleep, so I dealt with it." The two listened dumbfounded. Isaac pulled out a baby bottle and asked, "Well, don't believe it. Want me to reenact it?" The two shrank back. "Ah, never mind. Whatever actually happened isn't that important. We believe you." Shuri couldn't help scolding, but that was still reckless. What if something had gone wrong? Isaac switched into performance mode, thumping his chest. There was no choice. It was better than facing that mob of mages. If we fought, there would certainly be casualties, and as guardians of the faith, I couldn't let that happen. Those words moved Derek to tears. "You truly are a saint." Shuri, seeing through him, shouted, "You're talking nonsense." Before she finished, he cut her off. "Watch your mouth." Shuri gave up, holding her forehead and sighed. "Ah yes, anyway you're safely back. The mages came looking for you. They seemed genuinely worried you might have been kidnapped." Isaac snapped, "Bullshit, those bastards worried about a priest." No sooner had he spoken than a voice rang out, "You're being a bit harsh." A few mages entered from the doorway, soothing, "We were concerned you'd be killed by the demon tribe, so we came to look for you. We didn't expect this misunderstanding." Isaac glanced sideways and muttered angrily, "Cut the lies, you bastards. You're only here for the Monocores." A mage sneered and suggested, "Please cooperate with our investigation. There have been reports of a..." Before he finished, he was cut off. "I don't see any." The mage objected stubbornly. "We clearly sensed recently that there was." He was interrupted again. "You're wrong. Say something sensible. It's the demon tribe, not stray dogs and cats. Do you really think an apprentice priest like me could defeat a demon?" That made them waver a bit. True, an apprentice who could survive an encounter with the demon tribe would. But this is absurd. Halak clearly said there was one here. Shuri heard them and was stunned. Thinking Halak, he must mean the fourth uncle, or am I mistaken? Anyway, it's a common name. While she was still pondering, Isaac jumped up and shouted, "Whatever. I'm going to rest now, you all take care of it." Left with the unnamed mess, Shuri indignantly shouted, "Hey, we haven't finished. Talk it through before you go." A short while later, Isaac went to a secluded house. Hailong pushed the room door open, looked inside and smiled. "All right. Now, we have to finish this up here right. 2 days earlier." Ash, puzzled, asked, "Proof that you killed a demon?" "Proof? You mean Halak confirming that the one who ate the apprentice priests of Azure 14 years ago wasn't you, right? How could someone weak like you have done that? Even 14 years ago, you couldn't have defeated Riley. Even if I took your head, they'd still suspect you weren't the real culprit. So go and bring me proof. I need a head to take to the Holy See." Back in the present, Isaac sat on a crate praising. "I didn't expect you'd actually bring me the culprit's head. Looks like you're not completely stupid. Good, I'll let it slide." Trembling asked again, "You knew who the culprit was from the start?" Isaac replied nonchalantly, "A woman and a monster she kept. Right? You think I wouldn't know at least that much?" The trembling reply, "No, sir." Abode and questioned, "But why did my intelligence point to you as the demon from 14 years ago?" Hastily recounted, "The truth is the culprit 14 years ago was my sister. She sent her monster to hunt the priests and treat them like snacks." Hearing this, Isaac sighed, thinking their energies must be similar due to blood relation, causing the mix-up. Still, she did bring me the culprit who ate Riley's friend 14 years ago. He continued to probe. "I need some more information. What's the current hierarchy among the demons?" Ash reported fearfully. "The fake dry demon king is currently commanding the rank 9-foot demons. Since you lost power after the battle with the god, he ordered them to kill the saints and gather your strength." Isaac wondered, "And what are the gods doing?" AQ hesitated and answered, "I'm not sure either. But perhaps the heavens suffered heavy losses, which is why they've been silent until now." AI frowned and pondered, surprising. Could the impact of that self-destruct move be greater than I thought? With their nature, they'd never stay silent for 150 years. They must be scouring the worlds to recover their souls. There's no way they wouldn't notice that the sealed beetle was empty. But it's impossible that their highest holy magic failed like that. Even if they botched sealing their souls, failing to notice the seal was empty is even more absurd. Could the beetle actually contain someone else's soul instead of theirs? Could it be a high-level being with dark mana, another disaster like the Dry Demon King, or even a god? Just the thought is intriguing, I have to investigate. Thinking that, he asked, "Your Ash right?" Ash bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Yes, your majesty." Isaac ordered, "Go to the demons and act as my eyes and ears." A while later, inside a house, continuous sounds of gratitude rang out. "Thank you so much, young Master Isaac. We could never repay you. We never expected you could defeat that demon yourself and even personally save every one of us." Isaac modestly declined, "Don't mention it, that's our duty." That made the knights even more moved, truly the bearing of the Azure family. "What can we do now to repay this favor? You even saved our comrades." Derek, overhearing them, couldn't help but shout, "The answer is obvious, isn't it? Sir Isaac, as a rank 7 knight, I Derek, and all my comrades will go wherever you command, Sir Isaac." Isaac was a bit surprised to have won over a group of knights so easily. "I didn't expect this, so I get a band of skilled, free soldiers. They have connections across the continent, so their intelligence and mobility are excellent. Rescuing 11 people and gaining so much is a great deal. Is there even a child here? Why is he staring at me like that?" Seeing him stare at the child, Derek looked up and said, "You don't seem to know who that child is, do you? You'd be shocked to find out." The child beamed and came forward to greet him. "Hello, I'm Hyberius, the youngest prince of the Arcane Demon Empire. Thank you for saving my life." Isaac was astonished, mouth agape. What the hell? So the mages were acting helpful because the prince was kidnapped? Jackpot. Hyberius said admiringly, "I thought the people of the Holy Nation were all trash, but it turns out there are people like you. I owe you my life. You're truly admirable, especially compared to the bastards at the sea. They only send apprentice priests, not real reinforcements, to rescue a group of knights." Isaac praised inwardly, "This kid has potential." Hyberius, unaware, continued to praise, "Compared to them, you are truly a man of the gods. Please let me repay you." Isaac curled a corner of his mouth and smiled slyly. "Oh, then do me a favor." A while later, in the study of Pope Hong Sak, a servant entered and respectfully reported, "Your Grace, the Azure team has entered Crashandia. Because of the mages, we couldn't follow them all the way, but they have certainly entered the mission area." Herod asked, slightly surprised, "I thought they couldn't get in because of those useless holy knights, yet they still managed to get in." The servant explained clearly, "But it seems only Isaac Joshua went in alone." Herod couldn't hide his interest. "Alone? So that kid couldn't even subdue those holy knights? Fair enough, if we couldn't do it, how could he? He surely won't complete the mission, nor return alive." The servant cheerfully agreed, "Yes, I assure you he won't be coming back to heal." Herod said nothing further, only thinking silently. The fourth son of the Joshua family said he'd entertain his favored nephews if they entered his territory. If it's him, he'll surely use the mages to deal with them. Suddenly the servant wondered, but won't the royal family help Isaac? After all, they seemed quite interested in that boy. Herod smiled and explained, "They don't have the spare resources. Crashandia is a contested region between the Holy Nation and the Arcane Demon Empire. If something happens there that the Demon Empire can exploit, it would be a disaster. Even if by some miracle he succeeds, we must ensure he cannot return." Clear. The servant bowed, "Yes, your grace." Everything went so smoothly that Herod couldn't help but be pleased. I can already imagine those Azure people being ridiculed. Unbeknownst to them, Isaac was grinning slyly. "If that's what they're thinking, I'll give them a painful lesson. Let me introduce my secret weapon to mess with the sea, the youngest prince of the Arcane Demon Empire." The priests in the room fell silent and looked over. Isaac barked, displeased, "What? Why are you all looking at me like that?" Shuri angrily spat, "You're insane. What did you just do? Who introduces the enemy prince like that?" Unexpectedly, Hyberius was quite talented. Hearing the scolding, he scratched his head and laughed. "That's why I concealed my identity. Sorry for startling you." "The foolish priests," Shuri suspiciously demanded. "You didn't kidnap him, did you?" Hyberius chuckled. "Kidnap him? No way." Shuri threw up her hands and muttered, "You're clearly being kidnapped, you idiot." But Isaac thoroughly enjoyed recruiting this new kid. "With this, the sea is finished. It's not just that we saved some holy knights. This will certainly force them to honor us." Shuri was speechless. "Aren't we the ones ruined here?" Suddenly, a voice boomed. "The basic rule of politics is to make your opponent indebted to you. Simply rescuing the prince means the Arcane Demon Empire owes us a huge debt." The group looked alarmed. "Why would you say that openly in front of the prince? This madman." Unexpectedly, Hyberius agreed, "Indeed, you're a brilliant strategist." The others threw up their hands helplessly. "This kid's crazy too." Shuri frowned and pressed. "So you intend to publicly claim you rescued the Arcane Demon Empire's prince and return with your head held high?" Isaac lowered his voice. "Don't tell anyone yet. That's why I gathered everyone here. Surely the Hong Sak faction will lay traps to sabotage our mission. So what do you think will happen if the prince of the Demon Empire walks into that trap?" The group turned pale at the thought, while Hyberius grew extremely excited and shouted, "You're so clever. If you want, I'd gladly jump into the fire for you." Isaac couldn't hide his excitement, rubbing his hands. "Let's slap those Hong Sak people hard." A while later, Isaac sat down and discussed seriously, It would be fine if only we fell into the trap, but what if the Demon Empire's youngest prince is also captured? Of course, there would be a thorough investigation from both the Holy Nation and the Demon Empire to determine who is behind this. So the ones who set the trap. The Hong-Sak religious faction, how terrified would they be? Shuri still doubted and protested. I roughly understand your plan, but Cardinal Burris isn't the sort to act so overtly as to reveal himself as the culprit. Isaac waved it off immediately. It's fine, he has accomplices. Shuri questioned, accomplices. Don't tell me you plan to use those mages. Isaac denied it. They're troublesome, so I only intend to sabotage their plans a little. But if we fight them directly, it could become a diplomatic incident. Shuri grew more exasperated. So what do you plan to do? Isaac bared his teeth in a crafty grin. Deceive them, of course. Before Shuri could grasp what was happening, Hiberius jumped up and shouted along, Big Brother is right. The priests glanced around dumbfounded. What nonsense is this? Are these people insane? Suddenly a violent tremor occurred, and everyone panicked and ran to the window to look. What is that? What's happening? In the distance, a column of black smoke rose, making the priests puzzled and ask, did that happen at the mages' camp? Before they could understand, Isaac's shout rang out. The first strike succeeded. Damn mages, how dare they try to take my mana core, kill them all. Saying that, he ran straight outside, leaving Shuri screaming in panic. That madman. At the mages' camp, there was frantic discussion. The bastards gone mad were under attack. All stored mana cores have been destroyed. The magic circle equipment is shattered. Could an apprentice priest have done this? Did they know our attack plan and strike first? We must attack those priests. Before they could move, Isaac rushed over and shouted, wait, from now on I'll hand him over to you. Saying that, he dragged Hiberius up to use as a shield. The kid even chimed in, yelling, you bastards, how dare you attack us? The mages went pale with fear and didn't dare move. A prince is a prince, your majesty. Why are you with those priests? Please, this way, we will escort you. But before he finished, Isaac cut in, you bastards, if you value this boy's life, then hand everything over. Hiberius echoed, can't you hear? Isaac ground his teeth and hissed each word, give it all up. Shuri watched from afar, speechless. Gods, please take this bastard away. Joshua was known as the Azure Faith, one of the 5 great religions. Together with the White Faith, they were the most righteous, despising injustice and always following knightly principles. Even with a sword at their throat, an heir of that faith would never raise a weapon. Yet now he held a sword to the arcane demon Empire prince's throat, beginning a hostage-taking. Isaac, like a demon, threatened, you mean it's fine if this kid is beheaded? Hiberius, not the least bit afraid, challenged back, is that what you mean? The mages were utterly bewildered. Why is his majesty there, and how did he end up captured like this? He could crush countless grown men, someone must have found a weakness. We have to help him. As Shuri was about to intervene in this charade, the mages shouted, that man is a direct disciple of Joshua. Calm down, let's resolve this by negotiation. Isaac still calmly pointed his sword at them. Negotiation, my ass, listen to me, hand everything over now. Suddenly Shuri was displaced, and in his place appeared a maid. He reached out, whispering, your grace, over here, take my hand, I'll save you. But Hiberius clearly didn't need help, and shouted in annoyance, you fools, why haven't you saved me yet? Do you still call yourselves great mages? The mage could only lunge forward, trying to grab Hiberius. I'm trying, your grace. But Hiberius dodged them all and kept berating, you useless rebellious brats. The mage groaned, come on, we're here to save you. But Hiberius flipped the script, enough. In the name of the youngest prince of the arcane demon empire, I order you to hand over everything and withdraw. Isaac shouted in satisfaction, hear that? Withdraw, you bastards. The mages were bitter but had to kneel, inwardly resentful, crying out, that is the future of our empire. Though clueless about what was happening, they had no choice but to obey his grace, setting the items down one by one and shouting, we obey, we will hand everything over. Release his grace. Isaac's eyes lit up, mana cores, whisper, sweating, reminded, master, please control your expression. Isaac still bantered and shouted, all right, to respect your kindness, I'll let this pass this time. And I'll make sure to report to the Empire that you tried to attack us. The mages frantically explained, you must be mistaken, we were just hunting demons. But Isaac wouldn't relent. If you're hunting demons, then why are you carrying equipment meant for capturing priests? If you don't like it, prepare to send the prince's body back. The mage could only grit his teeth and curse inwardly. Damn it. Isaac urged, what are you doing? Not withdrawing. Hiberius also ordered, get out of here now. A while later, inside a civilian house, a heap of mana cores was bouncing about. Isaac swam through the pile of mana cores, laughing with joy. Mana cores, mana cores. Hiberius stood beside him, excitedly praising, as expected, Big Brother knows everything. The arcane demon empire's mana cores are on a completely different level from the holy nation's trash. Can't you see? The color, the scent, even the stone grain is different. I thought the holy nation was full of worms who can't keep mana cores. But I didn't expect someone like you in the Azure Faith, true sincere faith, unmatched by anyone. Hearing Hiberius's praise, Isaac could only doubt humanity, thinking he'd found another madman. Hiberius kept shouting cheerfully, Big Brother, just say the word, and when we return to the capital, I guarantee the Azure Faith will receive a great reward. Isaac was extremely approving. Oh, sounds good. Hiberius added, Big brother, have you ever considered joining the Arcane Demon Empire? We won't treat you badly. Shuri sighed, that's crazy enough, you two lunatics. He couldn't help himself and shouted, Isaac, I have something to tell you, but first wipe the drool off. Are you really going to tell the family head that the fourth uncle is a mage? Isaac didn't hesitate and said, of course, I need to eliminate a rival for the position of family head. Shuri panicked and reasoned, if you do that, you'll get into big trouble. You've never met that fourth uncle. You don't know his temperament. He's not to be trifled with. If you falsely accuse him without evidence, you will. Before he could finish, Isaac cut him off. Innocent, he recalled what the leading mage said and couldn't help smirking with satisfaction. Earlier, that damned mage clearly knew who we were and targeted us from the start. Shuri still tried to argue. The man stands out with his appearance, so he probably recognized him. Before he could flatter himself, Isaac scolded relentlessly. What are you saying? You're hideous, your hair color is trash, everyone can tell you're from Joshua, right? I told you they must have known in advance. Shuri sniveled in frustration. Shut up, you bastard. Isaac affirmed, clearly that uncle is behind this. There's no way they would have known about a direct descendant of Joshua among the apprentice priests. Wake up, Shuri, the person you call uncle just tried to kill you. You think your father will sit still? He must have made a scene already. Shuri firmly denied. He probably doesn't know yet, but that commotion must have. In the middle of speaking, he realized the problem. Don't tell me that bastard has. Isaac confirmed, yes, I've turned everything upside down. Azure, gold, the royal family, even the Holy See. It's probably chaos right now. A few days later at the Holy See, Harriet's terrified shout rang out. What did you just say? The priest beside him couldn't help but repeat. The apprentice priests of the Azure faith have returned safely. The attendant respectfully confirmed, yes, they're likely on their way to the capital. We've checked. It seems there are even more of them than at departure. It appears they rescued those who were kidnapped. The priest couldn't accept it and demanded, what the hell were the mages doing? Harriet said nothing, but his face was extremely ugly as he cursed silently. That fourth son of the Joshua family and those mages, what did they actually accomplish? Why did that brat return alive? The attendant hesitated. They said they couldn't attack. The priest gasped, what? The attendant explained that it seemed the prince of the Arcane Demon Empire was among those rescued. The priest staggered back. Who? The attendant bowed respectfully and read aloud. The youngest prince of Britannia, Hiberius Britannia. Isaac Joshua also requested a thorough investigation into those mages. That brat said he would definitely find who attempted to assassinate the prince. Harriet understood the situation and ground his teeth in anger. So that's how that brat planned to play me. The prince's appearance changed everything. They will surely investigate thoroughly. If so, I'm not only powerless but could be framed for attempted regicide. What rotten luck, both father and son of theirs are a disaster. Still fuming, another man burst in and shouted, Your Eminence, there's bad news. The head of the Joshua family has arrived in Berit and is causing a disturbance. He demands to see his fourth son immediately. Harriet went pale and cursed under his breath. Now even the patriarch shows up, damn it, all three of them. At the same time, in the holy nation capital Helen, the head of the Azure family received a letter from Isaac saying, Sir, I nearly died. My fourth uncle tried to kill us with the help of those mages. The patriarch immediately erupted. That brat dares. Thinking of it, Isaac clutched his head and chuckled, just his style. I knew he's formidable, but I didn't expect him to cause trouble right under the Pope's nose. Ash, who had been silent, now spoke. Sir, I sincerely thank you for avenging my brother. He was murdered 14 years ago. Isaac was bewildered. He hadn't known, but outwardly tried to appear nonchalant. Ah, it's nothing. He then asked, what about the others? Isili happily replied, their reactions were similar, sir. Lord Gowell seemed quite angry about another matter. That madman intended not only to kill Isaac, but also his nephew. Riley helplessly protested, Isaac is his nephew too. Gowell tried to argue, their hair colors are different. The uncle said, their faces are different, let alone hair. Gowell lost the argument and snapped, shut up. Suddenly the two fell silent and looked to the side. Isili sighed, and Lord Benjamin, the treasurer, had already burned the entire inheritance of that fourth son. Benjamin coldly said, he will receive nothing, it will all be returned to society. Isaac felt pity and said, no, give it to me. Isili summarized, all descendants of the Joshua family will meet at the new year. Honestly, that makes me uneasy. It seems that person is trying to kill you, Your Eminence. He seems determined to seize the position of family head and wants to eliminate you early. Isaac didn't care and cut in, don't worry, I'm not going to die. But strangely, there must be another place in chaos right now. Why are they still silent? They should have arrived. While he was speaking, a scrap of paper flew in. Isaac tore it open and shouted, they're here. Immediately, a blazing red summoning array appeared before him. Isili gasped, a holy summoning ritual. Isaac stared at it and taunted, you seem to be in a hurry, huh? Even using a holy summoning like that. The Crimson Cardinal stepped out of it, grabbed Isaac by the collar and threatened, you said you'd show me something interesting. Isaac answered without worry, it seems my adorable prince of the Arcane Demon Empire is doing well. I thought you'd like him. That remark made the Crimson Cardinal grind his teeth in anger and reluctantly let go of Isaac's collar. What were you thinking bringing the Prince of the Arcane Demon Empire here? Isaac shrugged. What? I did it to help you. He sneered and repeated, help huh? He couldn't help recalling that at first he had liked the idea too. This was a rare chance to squeeze money out of them. After reading the letter Isaac sent to the mages, perhaps someone tried to harm the prince. As the Crimson family who specialize in interrogation, please investigate who is behind this. He was thrilled. It's obvious who did this. Most likely the Pope and Joshua's fourth son planned to cripple Isaac. Isaac Joshua, thanks to that stupid brat, I'll be able to make both the Gold and Azure families kneel. Enough to earn the right to face the 14 elders, even more than that. But when he met Hyberius, things didn't go as expected. The brat wasn't afraid in the interrogation room and even fired back. Is this how the holy nation Helen interrogates? You call yourselves the holy nation and act like savages. What, you asking my name? What about my rights? Are all priests like this? How dare you question Big Brother Isaac? Aren't you ashamed? You lowly scum dare mention the Azure family. You wouldn't understand Big Brother's vision even with 10 more years. After the interrogation, one priest couldn't contain himself. Let me go, I'll kill that bastard and go to the afterlife content. The man beside him, sweating, restrained him. Calm down. The Crimson Cardinal was speechless. That brat requested this interrogation just to intimidate the Gold family. He didn't want the Joshua family harmed because of their fourth son, so he brought the prince. You had no intention of cooperating. This will throw the Gold family into complete chaos. You bastard, you dare use us. Thinking that, the Crimson Cardinal growled. Do you think you'll get away with this? Do you think you'll get away with this? Isaac was annoyed to see his people suffer so much trouble. But he smiled brightly and replied, what, you don't look upset at all. Don't you enjoy savoring the suffering of your subordinate? The Crimson Cardinal froze for a moment and broke into a wild smile. How strange, no one has ever noticed that before. An invisible pressure emanated around him. Isili couldn't bear it and collapsed to his knees, while the Crimson Cardinal's tone grew dark. Has the head of the Azure family told you? Do you know anything? Making an apprentice priest disappear isn't that hard. I wonder who told you. But Isaac wasn't afraid of such threats and cut him off again. If you're pleased, then pay up. Cardinal Sepit. He curled his lips and reached a hand toward him threateningly. Looks like you haven't learned anything except how to die sooner, huh? Isili, alarmed, shouted, run away. But Isaac casually snatched the item from the sleeve and proudly displayed it. Thank you, sir. That's more than enough payment. The pressure finally dissipated. The Crimson Cardinal bowed and asked, by the way, I'm curious, did you really defeat that monster yourself? How could an apprentice priest manage that? Isaac smiled. That's a family secret, your eminence. Unlike the Azure, your family seems rather poor at hunting monsters, so I'm not surprised you're curious. That's also why your son got beaten to a pulp. The Crimson Cardinal was provoked but didn't take it to heart. He only smiled and turned away. He muttered inwardly, what an insolent brat. Isaac didn't bother to see him off, sitting and waving with a grin, safe travels. Only then did Isili rush over anxiously and ask, are you all right, young master? She glared after the Crimson Cardinal and scolded. Why are people from the Crimson family always so unpleasant? He sighed helplessly because their patriarch is always a bunch of lunatics. Suddenly, she noticed the item in his hand. Isaac asked, but what is that? His expression darkened as he looked at the card and said, a pass to enter the Holy Sea's prison. He thought to himself, with this I can see my subordinates. The next day, at the Gold family's evaluation council, the attendees chatted curiously. I wonder which team will get the king rank in this trial. Of course it's the Gold family. There's never been a case where the Golds didn't take the king rank in their trials. They even say the Crimson lost to the Azure. The Crimson Cardinal heard this and, enraged, cracked the goblet in his hand. At that moment, footsteps sounded, and everyone's attention turned. The apprentice priests are arriving. What team is it? It's the Azure Faith, led by Isaac Joshua. Seeing Isaac enter, the Azure kids behind went mad, tearing at their hair. Why doesn't he just die already? How many times have I nearly died because of that bastard? Irritated, Isaac barked, I can see everything, you bastards. Smile for me, or else. Before he finished, they obediently smiled like dogs. Suddenly, chatter rose. Look, it's the Gold team. The Gold team entered and grinned slyly. You Azure fools, thanks to King's help, we retrieved a lost relic of the holy nation Helen from the enemy. This is what truly benefits the holy nation. Achievements in the Arcane Demon Empire. What nonsense, you think rescuing a few survivors changes anything? Use your heads, you stupid Azures. At that moment, the moderator stepped forward holding the list and read aloud, greetings, apprentice priests and honored guests. Thank you for attending the Gold Trial Results Evaluation. Please stand. The results of this trial will be announced personally by the Emperor. No sooner had he finished than the Emperor and the Prince walked out hand in hand, leaving the attendees' mouths agape in disbelief. The Emperor himself has come. This is rare, meaning this evaluation must be important enough for him to announce the results personally. The gold kids peeked and rejoiced inwardly. Of course, we recovered the holy nation's lost relic. The emperor must come in person. Immediately after, the moderator's voice echoed across the square. Then now, the results evaluation will begin. The relic brought back by the white team was a lost ancient tome. The crimson team returned with a holy sword forged 300 years ago by the genius artisan Artega. Seeing those two items, some murmured, "Not bad, worth studying." His works still hold tremendous value. This year's apprentices are truly different. Last year, there was nothing nearly this valuable. The moderator continued. As for the gold team, astonishingly, they recovered a national treasure that Helen had lost centuries ago. The crowd buzzed. That's the heirloom passed down the royal line, the necklace stolen by the Manji, right? Shuri gasped. A national treasure? No wonder the emperor had to come himself. The emperor acknowledged with satisfaction. This is a ceremonial royal treasure stolen since my grandfather's time. I thought we'd never see it again, yet you found it. The gold team's ability is truly outstanding. The praised kids jumped up in excitement and deliberately glanced at those who scorned them. This is a matter of class. You useless Azures, if you can do something greater, step forward. Shuri couldn't face them and turned away in annoyance. The moderator flipped the report and read on, and finally the Azure team. The Azure team bravely rescued all the holy knights who had been abducted by demons in Crashandia. The spectators murmured. The apprentice priests rescued them from the mage's territory. Each survivor returning is a miracle. The gold kids still looked down. They only brought people back. What's noteworthy about that? 14 years ago, they personally punished the monster even mages dared not face and saved every survivor. In the end, Helen's 14-year anguish was eased. The gold kids began to sweat and reassured themselves. It's fine, we didn't expect them to defeat that monster, but the national treasure is far more valuable. But the moderator wasn't finished. The Azure team also rescued Hyberius Britannia, prince of the arcane demon empire. The gold kids couldn't believe it. Who? The moderator tossed the stack of reports and shouted. The holy nation Helen has requested recompense from the arcane demon empire for saving Prince Hyberius, which means returning a stolen treasure. And more importantly, abolishing the unjust taxes in the contested region of Crashandia. The arcane demon empire has agreed to these demands. The entire square fell silent without a sound. The emperor stood, leaning on his cane, and praised. This achievement is so great that I find it hard to offer fitting praise. What the apprentice priests accomplished today not only raises Helen's honor but also brings tangible benefits to us. A national treasure and holy relic both elevate the nation's prestige. But to me, the lives of our people are even more precious. The Azure team not only rescued the holy knights but countless civilians, even the enemy prince. A single life is worth more than the universe. Saving that life is the very reason the holy nation Helen exists. Resolving trade issues that affect livelihoods is like saving thousands of lives. Regarding this unprecedented achievement, I believe the Evaluation Council will think the same as I do, won't they? The gold clergy merely cleared their throats, not daring to speak. Spectators buzzed again. The national treasure the golds recovered is truly amazing, but what the Azures did is incomparable. That's not something apprentices could accomplish. Above all, the Azures reaffirmed the true purpose of clerics. To protect the weak and serve the people. That is the essence of a cleric. While other teams only brought back items to restore former glory, whether intentionally or not, the Azures performed a great service for Helen. Kina, sitting above, ground her teeth in anger. If it weren't deliberate, how could Isaac have done all of this? Because they saved the people, the golds had no choice but to award the king rank to the Azures. Everything unfolded exactly as Isaac had planned. To quiet the discussion, the emperor stepped forward and announced, "Then I will declare the final result." This year, the apprentices have shown outstanding talent, especially the Azure team. Despite the dangerous mission, they did not give up and risk themselves to save their comrades. Their feat will serve as a shining example not only to their peers, but also to their elders. Therefore, the winner of the gold trial this time will be the Azure team. The kids, hearing this, joyfully hugged each other. A while later, in the Azure team's dormitory, the head of the Azure family walked quietly down the corridor. His cheeks flushed with excitement. "I only told you to come back alive, but you've done very well. Isaac, perhaps the boy truly can become a saint and bring glory to the family. His temperament is problematic, but with proper guidance it can surely be corrected." With that thought, he gently pushed open the door. Sounds from inside immediately drifted out. It's nothing special. Just spout a few words about comrades, read a bit of scripture, say what the patriarch likes to hear, easy as pie. Don't worry about getting the king rank in the Azure trial. Just sit still and grandfather will hand it to you. So this is the feeling of invincibility. Indeed, the kids fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Isaac then noticed their strange expressions and turned to ask, "What's wrong? Why is everyone suddenly silent?" The patriarch glared at him like a madman and hissed, "Isaac, it seems the heir seat is still too soon for you. It seems no amount of discipline can fix you. Isaac broke into a cold sweat. Shit, you bastards, if grandfather were here, he'd tell me about this. After a moment, furniture was thrown about. Isaac grumbled and shouted, "What is this? It's ridiculous." Isaac grumbled and shouted, "What is this? It's ridiculous." Forcing me through all those harsh trainings, then using a relic to tempt me into failure, making me copy hundreds of pages of ancient, unreadable texts. "And you call that fair? What did I do wrong?" Whisper, sweating, explained. "You spat those awful words at the patriarch. You had no choice. He said he'd give you the lowest score if you didn't do all that. Did you want to fail? You brought it on yourself." He looked at it annoyed. Damn. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. There's a way. After all, the uncle is accompanying the patriarch. He shouted loudly, "Uncle." Riley, not understanding yet, was tackled by him and hugged while sobbing. "Uncle, uncle." Riley, restraining himself until his face went ashen, said, "Tell me who made my nephew cry and I'll twist their neck and bring them to you." Isaac immediately slipped into the role, sobbing as he said, "I think grandfather hates me. Maybe I should leave this house." Riley panicked, dropped to one knee and asked, "Father, what's wrong? What's happened?" Isaac began to explain. "He told me I should leave, meaning leave the dorm and come live with him. He said I wasn't worthy. Actually, when he was drunk, he said I was still too young." Riley only heard half of it and couldn't help worrying. Why would father do that? Could he be trying to discipline Isaac? "My eldest brother and sister-in-law were like parents to me after I lost both 10 years ago. My world nearly collapsed. So when I learned my nephew was still alive, I was choked with joy. For this child, I would sacrifice my life." Seeing Isaac force a pitiful face, Whisper couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Isaac muttered gloomily, "I just want to pass the Azure trial and become an ordained cleric, then join you in defeating the Dry Demon King." Whisper, helpless, "Are you crazy? Why are you referring to yourself in the third person?" But Riley was moved by those words, and brimming with confidence shouted, "Don't worry, Isaac, your uncle will take care of everything." Isaac stopped crying and looked up. "Really?" Riley patted his chest and promised, "Of course, I will help my beloved nephew get through that stupid exam as easily as turning my hand. It's nothing to worry about." No sooner had Isaac finished than Riley dashed off. Whisper doubted, "But the test is tomorrow. Can Riley really do it?" Isaac was certain if it's uncle, it's no problem. Besides, there's something more urgent. I need to see my subordinates before they're executed. The next day, Isaac went to the Holy Court's prison. After checking his pass, a jailer handed it back and said, "Verified. This is indeed the transit pass issued by Cardinal Crimson. You may see them after 14 days. Isaac, like a little demon, grinned as he took it. "You do enjoy having power." But he wasn't satisfied and bargained. "The execution is in less than a month. Do you intend to parade the severed heads for me to admire?" "Reduce it to 1 week." The jailer panicked. "Impossible. Security protocol requires at least 10 days. Being allowed to meet them is already fortunate." Before the jailer finished speaking, Isaac lowered his demand, 5 days. The jailer, furious, "I said no. 3 days, fine. Better yet, let me go in right now." The jailer flustered and advised, "Tomorrow, no earlier than that." Isaac was finally satisfied and shoved him aside. "Fine then." The jailer, bewildered, why would the family head give that man's pass to this lunatic? Seeing Isaac turn to leave, Whisper asked, puzzled, "Weren't you coming to see them now?" He smirked and replied, "No, I need to fetch something after I secure the king rank in today's trial. Going tomorrow is better." The Azure trial, Riley said he'd easily get his beloved nephew through it. Whisper mocked, "Beloved nephew." He was immediately told off. "Shut up." "I wonder how easy the exam will be." Whisper grew excited too. If it's Riley, he'll probably make it child's play. And so the day before yesterday arrived. The moderator cheerfully announced, "Welcome, apprentice clerics participating in the Azure trial and all honored guests here to watch. The final task of the Azure trial is to slay a number of monsters." Isaac's face had been sullen and green since he entered, while the apprentice clerics, seeing the assignment, cheered. "Piece of cake." "What? Why is the exam so easy? Who did you talk to in the family on our behalf? If you still can't pass this, you might as well bite your tongue and die. Not to mention, the monster we have to defeat is just those dry ones." The dry ones were trembling in the middle of the arena. Seeing Isaac arrive, they excitedly told each other, "It's our king, our king. He's come to see us, come to see us. Where have you been all this time? He's come to save us." Whisper watched this and muttered wearily, "Looks like it's going to be brothers fighting brothers." Isaac, furious, cursed Riley silently. Riley, unaware, was extremely pleased with his own feat. "It's all for my beloved nephew. Good luck." Dry ones? The name alone makes you want to cry. Weak as slugs, dumb as cattle, easily ignored but also easily exploited. Basically, they are the untouchable class of the demon world in cleric trials. In noble lessons, even in children's festival events, they are often summoned only to be slaughtered by the bone right. And if they die by the bone right, they're sent straight to hell. When they die, they restart from 0, and then resurrect at level 1. When Isaac first arrived in this world, he repeated that process so many times the gods grew sick of it. "You died again? This is the 43rd time. You 21, it's 21,376 now." Recalling that, he bitterly swore under his breath, Damn clerics before me, the great dry demon king, and you dare summon these pitiful souls. The dry ones innocently exchanged rattling bone speech. Where are we? Where are we? We don't know, but our liege is here, our liege. The kids cheered excitedly. Isaac can use the bone right to send them to hell. Yeah, those things are nothing against that holy art, easy as pie. In Isaac's head, Bone Right, Whisper also counseled, Bone Right is the most basic spell, just use it. He rolled his eyes and cursed inwardly. I've died millions of times because of that damn Bone Right. And now you're telling me to use it on these kids? Are you crazy? You bastard, the dry ones happily ran over. It's the liege. He's come for us, so happy, so happy. Before long, a thump rang out. The sight made the kids dazed. The dry ones were licking Isaac's body, checking on him. Why did you disappear so long? At last you've come to see us. Isaac muttered in helplessness, I know you're glad, but you're heavy. The kids looked suspiciously. Are they attacking? Are they trying to crush him to death? But why do they look so happy to see him? Facing the expectant dry ones, Isaac resorted to a last-ditch plan. Damn it, if this fails, my identity will be revealed. I'll pull their mana cores so they lose combat ability. If I give the cores back afterwards, they'll be fine. At that moment, the moderator shouted, the test begins. In this test, you must not touch their mana cores. Clerics must use the bone right to turn them to ash. The plan collapsing at the last minute drove Isaac mad, and he cursed under his breath. Damn clerics. The team captain up in the stands even winked encouragingly. Young Master Isaac, we've made everything this easy for you. Remember to take first place. Isaac grew angrier. Joshua family bastards, I'll wipe you out. Spectators in the stands debated. Just using the bone right is enough to pass? This is truly the easiest test in history. Indeed, bone right alone is usually overpowering against undead creatures. They should have raised the difficulty by forcing clerics to extract their mana cores. Like this, even a newborn could pass. Isaac punched the dry ones away and cursed under his breath. These damn dogs are worse. There's no way I'll use that bloody bone right. I'll deal with them using ordinary offensive holy magic. Damn it. Sorry, kids. Even regular holy spells can be lethal to undead creatures, but it's better than sending you to hell. The dry ones were knocked aside but still eagerly looked to him and cheered. Oh, the liege is looking at us. Oh, liege, what should we do now? Tell us. Oh, just seeing you makes us happy, so happy. Isaac collapsed to his knees on the spot. I can't do it. The kids gaped in disbelief. What? Shuri clutched his head and cried. Even children can do it, how can you not? Isaac felt drained of energy and affirmed, no, I can't. The dry ones anxiously ran over to ask, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Have you run out of mana? Or shall we take you to Dragon Fire to restore your mana? Isaac snapped back irritably. I'm not a dry one anymore. I'm a human thrown into the flames. It's painful. The soldiers above gaped and asked each other, what did he just say? Not a dry one, but a human. Could it be that he regards them as human? Isaac jolted and looked up at the stands. Those there rubbed their chins and whispered, well, dry ones were humans once. The boy doesn't want to attack creatures who used to be human. Maybe he wants to save the humans turned into monsters. Indeed, the Azure Faith protects all beings from demons. Being the son of the Saintess, he truly has a noble heart. Suddenly, public opinion turned to praise. Shuri could only clutch his head helplessly. You people are crazy. There's no way that guy is thinking about anything noble. He had no choice and stepped forward. Move aside, Isaac, if you won't do it, I will. Before he finished the incantation, Isaac punched him in the mouth. Stop. He glared around in anger and thought, if others use the bone right, they'll surely send them to hell. I can't let that happen. No more joking. Isaac gathered mana into his palm, pressed it hard against the floor and shouted, bone right. A magic circle of energy flared up. Isaac tensely told himself, I must aim so as not to hit them. Up in the stands, people stared at the mana covering the arena and gasped, is that a bone right? I've never seen one this large. The dry ones enclosed inside cheered joyfully. What's that glittering thing? We don't know, but it's so pretty. Isaac's face darkened as he ordered, Shadow Lick, hide them all in the darkness. The Shadow Lick appeared and acknowledged the order, at once. Immediately the dry ones were swallowed by darkness. A moment later the mana dispersed, leaving everything appearing normal. Those above wondered in confusion, what's happening? Those dry ones, they've all disappeared. He cleared them all out in a single move, incredible. At this level, he should at least be on par with the bishops. He truly has the makings of a saint. Hearing that, Isaac gritted his teeth and swore inwardly, you rotten clerics, I'll wipe you out one by one. Meanwhile, in the Azure Clan's meeting room, the head anxiously analyzed. Cardinal Crimson wants to seize Isaac. He believes Isaac will summon a malevolent god during the sacrificial rite. If the boy can summon even a mid-tier god, I'd be more than satisfied. Gowel interrupted grimly, if father knew which god chose Isaac, fainting might not be enough. The head jolted, even worse than an evil god. Gowel affirmed confidently, it cannot be compared at all. The family head grew even more depressed. Damn it, what kind of rotten god will appear? Vailai was also baffled. Could that god be at catastrophe level? After a few minutes of thought, the family head sighed and decided, bringing Isaac back and re-educating him is the top priority. I've already sent people to him. We should have a response soon. No sooner had he finished than someone opened the door and announced, "My lord, I have just returned from visiting young Master Isaac. Young Master Isaac is currently on his way to the Holy Seas prison." Those words struck the three in the room like thunder. The family head lost his composure, bracing himself to stand. "Why there? That's the Crimson Factions area. The boy doesn't even have the right to enter there." The other explained further. Cardinal Crimson gave the young master a pass. The family head forced himself to restrain, veins bulging on his forehead. "That bastard, does he intend to lure my grandson with cheap tricks?" Riley and Gowell panicked, not knowing what to advise. "Father." The family head's eyes burned red as he bellowed. "Does he think I don't know how to play tricks? We will go to the Holy Seas prison right now." Back with Isaac, he walked as if in a trance. Seeing his master like that, Whisper comforted. "We're at the Holy Seas prison already. Why are you still so down?" Isaac, still despondent, replied, "I'm defiled. I can't believe I used that filthy bone-right magic." Whisper changed the subject, "But isn't everything fine now? Did you bring the reward from the test?" Isaac sulkily reached into his pocket and produced it. "I did all this for that. Of course I brought it." Seeing the item in his hand, Whisper asked, "It's just a cord?" Isaac explained, "It's a cord that can remove demonic aura, a precious item that frees people from demonic addiction. For me, it also helps hide dark mana." Whisper understood and smiled excitedly. "So you intend to hide your mana before entering the prison?" But Isaac was still cautious. "There's no one around before we go in, right?" Whisper checked and confirmed. "Within my sensing range, there is no one." Isaac snapped his fingers in satisfaction. "All right, let's go." The dry ones recently imprisoned were immediately released, each one rejoicing and shouting, "Master, we thought we'd never see you again. We love you." Before they could finish expressing themselves, Isaac ordered, "Shadowlick, take them home." The dry ones wept and pleaded, "Master, what did we do wrong? We'll do anything you tell us. Please don't abandon us. Can't we stay with you?" Isaac snapped angrily, "If you stay here, you'll be wiped out." "You fools, do you think I want to do this? Make sure you return them home safely." The Shadowlick obediently accepted the order. "Yes, master." Isaac turned away comfortably. "All right, let's go in now." Suddenly he froze and looked down to see a small dry one clinging to his waist, and cried out, "When did you crawl in there?" The small dry one clung and whimpered, "I don't want to be apart from you again." Whisper sighed in exasperation. "Damn, its mana is so weak I can't even sense it." Before he could deal with it, a soldier approached and called, "It's time for your audience." Isaac's face darkened. "Why did they come so quickly? Do you know how hard I work to keep those dry ones alive? If they're captured, they'll be wiped out. There's no other way." He had to tuck it into his sleeve and ordered, "Hold on tight, don't stick your head out." Seeing Isaac approach, the soldier stepped aside and bowed out, "Please come in." Isaac smiled proudly as he strode forward. 50 years ago, the Holy Nation captured a 9th-tier demon. That demon had infiltrated the Holy Nation alone to reclaim the corpse of the Dry King demon, but the clerics took that corpse hostage. In the end, the demon voluntarily knelt to guard its master's corpse. The capture of a pure-blood primal fiend sent shockwaves across the continent. That's what the records say. Hearing Whisper's tale, Isaac realized immediately, so it really was you. The Bloodlord's wax rotted. Suddenly Whisper peered forward and shouted. But everyone saw the scene before them and angrily snapped, "You call this a visit, you bastards?" Whisper took quite a pounding. He was invisible even through a spyglass. A soldier stepped closer and taunted, "You should be grateful we let you see this much." Isaac wasn't fazed. He pulled out his pass and barked, "Yeah, piss off." The soldier didn't know what to do and muttered under his breath, "Bastard." The other soldier suggested, "Then we'll have to search you. We're sure there's something suspicious. Please cooperate." But before they touched Isaac, his mana flared up and he said coldly, "Hey, if you touch him, you'll die." Both recoiled at once. "Ah, what's this pressure? Damn, I can't move." Isaac gritted his teeth and spat, "How dare you suspect a descendant of the Joshua clan? If you lay a hand on him, I'll take that as a declaration of war against the Joshua family." "What do you intend to do to a child? Want me to bite my tongue and die? Don't believe me? I'll do it for real." Both had no time to argue and quickly waved their hands. "Sir, please don't say things that could be easily misunderstood." Isaac continued to threaten, "Do you think he'll sit still quietly?" One coward turned to persuade his comrade, "If it's Riley, he'll start a war for sure. Didn't you hear him brag about his grandson's first time pooping?" The other trembled, but the family head told us to investigate the boy's motives. For now, let him through. The family head gave him a pass after all. After persuading themselves for a bit, one cleared his throat and concluded, "Understood, come with me." Isaac still looked displeased. "You should have done this earlier." A moment later, they led Isaac into a pitch-black cellar. "We've arrived. Behind this door is the solitary confinement of that demon. I warn you, its demonic aura can induce heart attacks." Isaac wasn't bothered and retorted angrily, "Shut up and open it." The cell door slowly opened, and dark mana immediately filled the air. The face of a demon gradually emerged, and upon seeing Isaac's group it howled madly. The two soldiers asked each other in confusion, "Why is it acting like this? It used to be so calm." The demon grew increasingly enraged. One soldier worriedly turned away. "See, that's the demon's power, now hurry back." But Isaac wasn't worried. He rubbed his nose and smiled inwardly, "Still strong, huh?" Seeing that, the two soldiers were furious and cursed under their breath. That kid's smiling at that massive demonic aura. Is he insane? Isaac cheerfully remarked, it seems he thinks we've been captured by the clerics. Whisper jumped up to explain, this one's completely out of his mind. We weren't brought here willingly, we were forced. The Bloodlord paused for a second, forced. The two soldiers were helplessly tearless. He's getting crazier and crazier. Whisper blurted out in rebuttal, you misunderstood. No, it's not like that. The master said he'd bite his tongue to kill himself. Luckily, it ultimately only ended with him bowing. But the more it was said, the angrier the Bloodlord became. They dared force my master to bow and even made him speak those words. The two soldiers, not hearing the conversation, grew more frantic. Why has he gone mad? Quickly send for help. He must not die before the execution. Whisper, exhausted, reassured, I mean they're the ones who should bow. Isaac remained silent, observing and weighing plans in his head. The opportunity is coming, but the guards are still watching me. I need a better opening. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the Bloodlord's shackles. Isaac panicked inwardly. Damn, the Pope's power has activated. He'll die before I can save him. Should I use magic to draw attention? But if I use it now, I'll definitely be detected. Not knowing what to do, the little dry one wriggled out and offered, Master, let me help you. Isaac brightened, oh, you beautiful little thing. Go, your size can slip through the bars easily. Give that stone to him, he'll break the shackles. You have so little mana you'll go unnoticed. I'm counting on you, little dry one. Now Isaac began to act, clutching his chest. Truly admirable. The Crimson Clan is indeed impressive. The two soldiers were bewildered by this. Someone from the Azure faction praising us? It doesn't sound very sarcastic. Whisper couldn't help scolding. Are you insane? But Isaac immediately denied it. No, I'm stalling for time. Flowery lines spilled from the mouth of the A-list actor, while the little dry one, clutching a monocore, slipped inside. When I saw the 14 demons, I nearly died, but Crimson's response was truly superb. The guard began to doubt. You're smiling, young master. Isaac retorted at once. Oh, I was just laughing from fear reflex. The Crimson Clan actually lets people like you be jailers. Truly a magnificent clan. With skills like yours, you'd be fit to lead a night company in Azure. Both soldiers were dumbfounded, at a loss for words. What nonsense is this guy suddenly spouting? Isaac added, Gentlemen, actually this is a secret. The reason I'm here is by the family head's orders. They hurriedly probed. What, the family head's orders? Isaac nodded in confirmation. This is a clan mission. I'm actually involved in a succession conflict. My task is to wound the 14 demons. The two soldiers inhaled sharply. Oh my, that's harsh. A succession war so dangerous you'd die like that. Isaac played it out convincingly. Yes, that's right. The two soldiers swallowed nervously and chatted. This is abnormal, like a fight over the next cardinal's position. Who's crazy enough to assign a child to wound the 14 demons? But it's the Holy Maiden's clan, so it's somewhat understandable. Still, assigning such a mission to a child. Azure's faith is notoriously fanatical. Seeing the story lose its charm, Isaac changed the subject. So are you guys planning to work for Azure? One of them asked eagerly. To Azure, is this a recruitment offer? As Isaac was about to say more, he felt the little dry one return. It immediately put a hand to its forehead and sighed. It seems the 14 demons are still beyond my ability. That soldier anxiously inquired. Are you all right? Why do you insist on meeting the 14 demons? We'll take you back. From within the cell, the Bloodlord's voice echoed telepathically. Thank you, your grace, my lord. After a while, they helped Isaac out to the courtyard. It's almost time. Please hold on a little longer. Isaac feigned gratitude. Thank you, gentlemen. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward to block Isaac's path. Wait, before you go, we need to check this. I need to inspect the token you're holding. Isaac scowled and replied, the Crimson Cardinal token, Reds gave it to me. Nizer sneered maliciously. That token can also assess a person's faith. Do you think receiving something from the family head is that simple? The weaker your faith, the darker the token turns. We want to check its color now. Whisper brightened with excitement. The token can change color. It flew in to inspect it and came back confirming, completely black. Isaac felt a chill run down his spine. Nizer seized the moment and ordered, hand over the token. Isaac broke out in a sweat and protested, I'm not giving it. Nizer couldn't help but taunt, what's the matter? Afraid it'll turn blood red and black? Whisper flew into a rage and snapped, red and black my foot. My master's token should be as black as his conscience. Isaac concealed it and snarled, get lost, I'm not handing it over. Nizer grew more confident, so you're jumpy after all. Before he could accuse them, Isaac stepped ahead. You intend to steal the token and then blame Azure to make us pay compensation, right? Nizer gaped, what did you just say? Isaac affirmed as if it were true, exactly that. You'd steal it and threaten us to extort a massive compensation from Azure. The two soldiers were speechless. How did this brat come up with such a clumsy idea? Isaac pretended to realize and sighed with relief. In your land, it's all your people, just a few well-placed words and you can make me look like a fool. How can I trust you? Nizer lost his cool and growled, "Madman, how dare you insult my clan? Fine, then we don't need the token, I've got something better." With that he slammed his fist hard into the ground. Whisper glared and warned, "Master, is that the judgment altar?" Behind Nizer, a statue of a goddess appeared, the secret Crimson Blood Tribunal. Everyone recognized its origin, the Fate Judgment Altar, a statue that detects nobles in disguise or those without faith. Daring to use this on a noble, Nizer was visibly thrilled and laughed with relish. "If you have faith, the goddess will weep in repentance. If you're a heretic, the goddess will open her eyes in righteous fury. If there's any doubt about the person's faith, it will recoil." Contrary to Isaac's worry, the two soldiers cheered him on. "Don't worry, with the young master's courage and sense of duty there'll be no problem. Take this chance to prove your innocence and make them pay for their disrespect." Isaac panicked inwardly. "If I step up now, this statue will definitely open its eyes." Nizer urged further, "If you're a candidate for sanctification, step up with confidence." Isaac refused to argue. "Why should I listen to you?" Nizer threatened, "If you don't want your name erased from Azure's faith, then step up." That remark surprised Isaac slightly. "Erased from what? Just speak less. Do you think Azure's people are easy to bully?" Mid-sentence, Nizer's form began to dissolve. A moment later, he reappeared behind Isaac, grabbed him and shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, get up there." Isaac had no time to react before being teleported in front of the statue. When he steadied himself, he found he was standing right before the statue. Nizer behind him darkened and smiled. "Don't worry, it will be over in a second." Isaac muttered sourly, "My body won't move, how am I supposed to run like this?" Nizer grew more exhilarated, raising both hands and shouting, "Come on, goddess statue, please open your eyes. With this I can get rid of Isaac and Azure." No sooner had he thought that than the statue began to weep blood. The sight made the nearby guard unable to hold back and shout, "The goddess statue is shedding blood. Wasn't that something only a cardinal could make happen?" Nizer couldn't believe it, eyes wide. Impossible, how could he possibly have faith? Isaac also couldn't believe it. "Damn, why is it crying? What is blood weep even?" Whisper called out at once, "Master, pay attention to your expression." Then it glanced downward and, seeing the little dry one, realized, it seems the statue can also measure the bone child's faith. That's right, the Demon King is also an object of worship. It measured the bone child's faith in his master. No adding needed, it's a full 100. Isaac cheerfully praised, "As expected of my subordinate." The soldiers grumbled irritably. He used the judgment altar without being sure of the result. It seems even young Master Nizer couldn't make the statue weep blood. If Azure wants to escalate this, we're done for. Isaac finally turned back and threatened, "On what basis do you dare pull this stunt? So what happens now?" "Just wait, House Joshua won't let this go unpunished, understood." But when Isaac turned away, the little dry one was covered, and the statue immediately gaped wide. Whisper panicked and barked, "Turn around quickly." Isaac immediately turned back, and the statue returned to its normal state. Isaac clutched his chest and sighed. Why did it suddenly open its eyes like that? Whisper explained, "Don't turn your back like that, you must let the bone child face the statue." Nizer seized the chance to accuse, "Ha, I knew it. You all saw it clearly, right? The statue opened its eyes." The goddess statue opened its eyes. But the guards didn't see it and, somewhat confused, advised, "What are you talking about? The statue is clearly closed-eyed. Are you all right?" Young Master Nizer went mad, screaming, "It definitely opened its eyes. I saw it with my own eyes." Isaac breathed a sigh of relief at escaping that. Whisper visibly delighted, "Seems he's the only one who saw it." The guards' murmurs grew louder, "But didn't the statue just shed blood? Oh my, what do we do now?" Nizer raged, trying to justify himself. "I'm sure the statue opened its eyes. I saw it clearly." The guards retorted sharply, "Do you think our house has fallen so far that our statue arbitrarily changes verdicts? Are you saying the judgment altar changed its ruling on its own?" Isaac and Whisper, like fans watching drama, perked up. This is getting good. The guards took turns questioning, "If the verdict can truly change midway like this, then from now on we won't be able to hold any heresy trials. I suggest you watch your words." Young Master Nizer ground his teeth in anger but dared not speak further, only cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I can't argue with the guards." He turned to Isaac and shouted, "I really saw it. Hey you, check it again." But Isaac just stood with his arms crossed, sneering, "Why should I? So you can change the result. Or are you jealous because you'll never reach that level in your lifetime?" As he spoke, he slipped a hand inside his coat to stroke the little dry one's head and praised, "Good job, kid." Isaac emphasized, "Pathetic." Nizer trembled with rage, "You bastard, you'd better step up while I'm still speaking politely." Suddenly a hand reached out. The head of House Azure grabbed his hand and pulled him back. "I expected this would happen, so I came. Looks like I was right. Are you insane? You brat." Nizer went pale and dared not speak. Riley hurried over to intervene. "If you hit him, it'll cause major trouble. Father, first let's go back and file a complaint." Before he finished, Isaac switched to performance mode and clung on. "Uncle, Nizer hit me, boo-hoo." Riley instantly flew into a rage, roaring, "That bastard must die." A moment later, the housemaster grumbled in annoyance, "Looks like I need to speak with Cardinal Crimson." Riley wiped his hands and agreed, "I'll prepare the complaint." Shuri reluctantly jumped in to stop him. "Stop it, uncle, he's about to die." Seeing Nizer now lying motionless after being struck, Riley remained furious and judged. He's just pretending, only a few light hits and he's like this. Kids these days are too weak. At a loss, he could only mutter angrily about that fake, attention-seeking fool. You bastard, what did you come here for? You clearly knew they'd pull something like this. After watching for a moment, he barked, hey, let's go, staying here any longer will be trouble. Isaac kept playing dumb and asked back, why, like it's a trial for heresy or something. Shuri reluctantly nodded, yeah, something like that. Before he finished, Isaac interjected, but I've already been through it. Nizer brought out that terrifying statue and forced me to step onto it. The two calmed down for a moment, then erupted. What did that brat do? Shuri worriedly covered his mouth. So you're about to be burned alive? He looked exasperated and threatened. Do you want to die? Suddenly, Riley noticed Nizer scrambling to rise and immediately flew into a rage, clenching his fingers. I won't let this go. Zitch-Sak's guards had to step in to hold him back. Listen, Riley, the trial is over and the result was excellent. I'm serious, the young master Isaac passed brilliantly. We've never seen such beautiful blood tears. The housemaster frowned in confusion, repeating in his head, blood tears. At that moment, Cardinal Crimson arrived. I came because I was told there was a disturbance in the prison, but didn't expect the head of House Azure to be here as well. Seeing him, the housemaster couldn't hold back and pointed, scolding. You bastard, you arrived at the perfect time. You should have just let my grandson meet that demon. How dare you test my grandson's faith? Cardinal Crimson wasn't backing down, replying, wanting to see the Demon King's subordinate is suspicious enough, and this was a request from a member of House Azure. I thought the check was reasonable. The housemaster grew angrier. Your third son brought the judgment statue out to use on someone. He was a bit stunned. What? The housemaster furrowed his brow and emphasized, are you trying to start a war? But Cardinal Crimson remained calm. My word, I didn't know the boy even brought the statue out. Can you return the pass I gave you now? The housemaster snapped his shoulders in annoyance. You don't need to remind me, I don't want to keep it another second. It's ridiculous that you gave something like that to Isaac. He smiled back, your grandson requested it. Approaching Isaac, the housemaster continued to grumble inwardly. Damn idiots, even if the boy causes trouble you shouldn't have brought out the judgment statue. But unexpectedly the boy made the statue weep blood, a thing only a cardinal could do. Sorry for doubting your faith until now. With that, he grinned gleefully and joked, Isaac, hand over the pass. Taking the pass, he was still elated inside. If there truly were blood tears, this thing would be blacker than a pot's bottom, which made the housemaster freeze for a few seconds. How blacker than sewage? The image of Isaac being hoisted on a stake automatically appeared in his mind. Seeing the housemaster remain silent and motionless, Cardinal Crimson slowly approached and asked, you found it? Then please return it. As he was speaking, the housemaster turned and smashed the pass. The sudden scene stunned Cardinal Crimson. What did you just do? That was a pass granted by the first pope. The housemaster, restraining his anger, blurted out, there's nothing to give you, you bastard. A while later, inside the estate, the headquarters of the Crimson Faith, murmurs rose. Not only did his faith not waver, but the goddess judgment statue even shed blood tears. Cardinal Crimson rubbed his forehead in pain, almost convinced that he was now the leading candidate among the saintly hopefuls. And yet you demand a retrial after everyone has already seen the result. Another person in the room shouted, do you want our house to be publicly humiliated? You could have already become the future housemaster because your brothers are idiots, yet you can't even handle something this simple. This man is the deputy housemaster of House Sepet of the Crimson Faith. Nizer could only grit his teeth and endure. Don't you understand that only by becoming the Pope can you keep your life? If you want our house to dominate the world, you must become a saint and then the Pope. Do you get it? Cardinal Crimson, exasperated, stopped him. Enough, this is troublesome. The faith check pass has been ruined. Tusk will have to accept it. It's not like there aren't other ways. The upcoming deity ritual will be our chance. When the gods' emissaries descend, anyone with a problem will be exposed immediately. So from now until then do nothing. Nizer, still resentful remembering the statue's gaze, cried inwardly, no, I clearly saw it. Suddenly he jumped up and shouted, Father, has the participant list for the deity ritual been finalized? Cardinal Crimson was surprised. Why, most are from House Azure's team. Isaac Joshua is included. Since you topped the black test earlier, you can also participate. Nur patted his chest to stop him. No, please list me as Isaac's servant. I'll accompany Isaac as his servant. By the rules, participants are allowed to bring a servant. Noel Sepet heard this and veins stood out on his face. Are you insane? Why would the Crimson Heir do such a humiliating thing? Don't you know that's commoner's work? But he lowered his head, showing determination. Still, I must do it. If there's no evidence, then we must go find it ourselves. Cardinal Crimson objected. No. Nizer shouted, Father, even if it's humiliating, I can do it. He explained, someone has already taken that position. Kina will be Isaac's servant. He helplessly clutched his head and groaned, damn it. Kina Baris will be Isaac's servant. At the same time at House Azure's estate, the housemaster propping his chin muttered, it's pitch black. Gowel hesitantly asked, so that's why you broke it. Benjamin was a bit puzzled, but I heard that the statue cried blood. The housemaster helplessly said, I had Isaac undergo an additional faith test just in case there was an error. Isaac had met Melissa not long before, that's probably why the statue cried. That faith testing device was stolen from the Crimson, so it's definitely accurate. Riley sighed, then it must be true. Benjamin thought intensely to himself, is the head of House Joshua a thief? Gowel held his head and groaned. At least we don't have to worry about a malevolent god choosing it anymore, because it already is one. Suddenly Benjamin exclaimed, isn't that terrible? High scorers on the 5-color test will summon a god during the Unity deity ritual. Riley hurried on, Cardinal Crimson is surely looking forward to that moment too. The housemaster grew angrier as he heard more. Not only that, he recalled the contents of Cardinal Obsidian's letter. I'm lazy, so the Obsidian test will be judged by which god the acolytes summon. His voice trembled. That damned Cardinal Obsidian has also played a part in trying to destroy us. Gowel told Shuri to serve as Isaac's attendant. We can't let Isaac summon a god. Time passed and the day of the deity ritual arrived. In the arena, a loud voice shouted, hey, aren't you listening to me? Kina sneered, oh, you mean that nonsense you just said. But now pointing at himself he yelled, I'm his servant, you bastard, I've already registered. Shuri was left speechless hearing them. Oh gods, please save these wretches. Isaac, the one involved, was relaxed and commented, just smash their heads and it's done. He added privately in his mind, since the godlickers will come, things are already troublesome. Whisper asked with interest, godlickers, they're coming. He thought to himself, the offerings will be delivered by the god's servants. But this offering is a high demon, so one of those sycophants seems likely to handle it. Suddenly the scuffle between the two cut in. I'm the servant, no, I'm the servant. He was provoked to anger, damn it, do you want me to use force? Shuri hurriedly intervened. Hey, today is an auspicious day, calm down. AJ muttered wearily, auspicious day? Yeah, maybe. He thought the rest silently, because today is the day my subordinate will be freed. Shuri also suffered inwardly. The elders told me clearly that the house will be destroyed when others see Isaac's true face. Maybe they're right, he really is a malevolent god. Suddenly he glanced over and asked, what about you and those two? Why is everyone so eager to be my servant? Shuri stammered, unable to answer, because clerics are expected to serve the people from the lowest ranks, but before he could invent an excuse he was scolded by Nizer. Nonsense. I have the duty to belong to Isaac. Well, generally I must. Being his servant, Kina protested but didn't argue. Isaac had said he'd train him if he stayed by his side. Reluctantly stepped forward to intervene. Hey, stop arguing, I don't need both of you. The two turned abruptly. What? He pointed straight and ordered, you be the horse, you be the servant, and you be the clothes rack. Shuri gaped, swore under his breath, damn it, why me? Time moved into midday. The crowd around the stands cheered. I'm really looking forward to this year's ritual. Rumor has it the saint will be one of these children. Seeing them in person is more anticipated than the high demon execution. Here come the kids. The reserve saint candidates slowly entered. A servant respectfully approached Cardinal Oriet to report, sir, you'll soon meet Lord Kina. This is the first time I've seen him in person. He is sure to become the saint. Hearing this, the crimson servant scowled and said, become the saint. People from other houses were grumbling too. Haven't you heard the prophecy? The new saint will come from House Crimson. What kind of prophecy is that? Sounds completely untrustworthy. Do you know how rare the holy mark on Lord Kina is? Nowadays everyone seems to have a holy mark. Hearing the servants chatter, Cardinal Crimson smiled happily. Suddenly an announcement rang out. The priests have arrived. The doors opened and Isaac led the way in. Kina followed alongside, holding a fan. Nizer had to act as his mount. Shuri trailed behind, holding up his robe. The scene was utterly bizarre. Pale and mortified, he thought, this bastard will surely summon the most evil of gods. He's been a malevolent god from the start. The two cardinals from the other houses could hardly believe their eyes. The atmosphere fell dark. The servants' voices rose in uproar. What's going on? Isn't the one serving as the horse from House Crimson? Why is Lord Kina there? Oh my, what on earth is happening? Cardinal White couldn't help but cover her mouth to laugh. The housemaster hissed angrily, don't laugh, yet she couldn't hold it in. How could I hold it in? Was this scripted? I didn't expect Nizer and Kina to behave like this. Cardinal Oriet looked plainly exasperated. You think so? She, amused, turned to him. You don't look worried at all, do you? Cardinal Oriet, I've heard you're rather strict with the boy. Cardinal Oriet fell into thought silent. He recalled Kina's words in his head. Being a servant is an important step to becoming the Pope, and I don't intend to let that position fall to Isaac. He forced himself to endure, thinking that as long as what the boy said was true, that would be good. Isaac is strong enough to select the most powerful gods. Kina being by his side is also good for our plan. When he received no reply, Cardinal White burst out laughing again. Why are you silent? What are you scheming? Cardinal Oriet grit his teeth and endured nothing other than making Kina the Pope. He then stared downward, thinking, in any case, Isaac won't accept possession today. Suddenly, Cardinal Crimson laughed with delight. Oh right, there was no name on the summon list for part 2 of the ritual, was there? It seems you forgot that, so I added his name back in. Cardinal Crimson and Cardinal Azure immediately went pale with anger. What? On the contrary, Cardinal Crimson was extremely excited, rolling his lips. I'm looking forward to which god Isaac will summon. The heads of houses Oriat and Azure both broke out in sweat, the madman. Before he could say more, the announcement voice declared, the formal execution begins. At that instant, a column of fire shot down, piercing the arena. A swarm of black-robed figures descended one after another. Salak was escorted into the center of the arena, and murmurs erupted. It's a high demon. He opened a golden yellow eye. He released dark mana that spread across the arena. Isaac was struck to the core. A high demon? Even bound like that he's this strong? Exactly how powerful is that dry drought demon king that he has a subordinate like this? This power is insane. He's even more tightly sealed and bound than when he was in the prison. Salak slowly rose to his feet. Isaac gripped the reins tightly, grinding his teeth as he thought to himself, Salak, I will definitely save you. What have you done to him? Do these damn priests even dare to shove torture instruments in there? You're insane, damn it, you hateful priests. But his expression caught the crowd's attention differently. Whispers rose in waves, just as expected. When he looks at the demon tribe, his gaze changes completely. Who would have thought he could show such fighting resolve before a 9th-ranked demon? Indeed, Isaac remains who he is. Cardinal Crimson couldn't understand the scene, suddenly filled with hatred. If he were corrupted, he'd be delighted to see demons. Isaac lowered his head, forcing himself to endure. Enduring was actually better. As long as he let the demon escape, it would be fine. Thinking that, he looked up at Salak and analyzed silently. There are 5 shackles binding Salak. They've given him the tool, so no need to worry about the hardest shackle. The others are even less of a concern. I put dispelling magic on the priests performing the ritual, so when the ceremony starts, everything will be released. Letting that guy live was definitely the right move. Thanks to that, I can avoid suspicion. All right, it seems the ritual is about to begin. Seeing the priests about to act, he pulled the reins and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Move too. Nizer, furious, cursed the damn brat inwardly, but outwardly kept calm and said, Since we're here, get off and walk. Isaac raised an eyebrow and hissed, Huh, a horse that talks, what is this? Don't want to be a servant anymore. Ah, never mind, if you don't want to be a servant then go. For now, he had to grit his teeth and endure, constantly reminding himself to hold on until he got the evidence. But serving isn't that easy. He grabbed his hair, hauled him up and barked, Why aren't you answering? The man had to make hoarse noises in reply, cursing Joshua's ancestors again in his mind. At that moment, the announcement sounded, Begin the execution. Immediately, the priests clasped their hands and chanted. Isaac perked up and transmitted in the demon tongue, The talisman has been activated, now just undo the shackles. Salak slipped free in one breath, and before he finished speaking, Salak's voice rang out, My lord, Salak now would not regret dying. May my king live 1,000 invincible years. Suddenly he asked for death, making Isaac furious. He grabbed Nizer's hair and snapped, You bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Salak said gloomily, I witnessed how you forced the heirs of faith to kneel and suppressed them. Now I feel no longing at all. Hearing more, Isaac grew angrier, shaking Nizer's head. Shut up, get out, or you'll really die. The chance is only now. But Salak remained stubborn. My king, you have succeeded in strengthening me. Simply your intention to rescue a lesser god is a favor the lesser god cannot repay. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Isaac suppressed his emotions, lunged forward, yanked Nizer's hair, and roared in the human tongue. You bastard, what the hell are you saying? Nizer, sweating in pain, replied, No, I didn't say anything. He finally calmed and transmitted in the demon tone, That bastard, what's wrong with him? Whisper flew out helpless and said, Hard to say, maybe there's some hidden reason. Look at him, that thing on his chest seems to be another shackle. He suddenly snapped awake, stared intently, realizing there's another shackle. Was it added when they brought him out of the prison? He transmitted and asked, So this is the reason you gave up, Salak? He answered dejectedly, You've just been given a new life, there's no need to take such risks. The Pope and the Cardinals are not easy adversaries. Instead, you should abandon your followers and earn more of their trust. But the more Isaac heard, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth and insisting, Don't be ridiculous, you're asking me to give you up over a shackle like a child's toy. Salak bowed his head, silent and unresponsive. Isaac stood frozen, analyzing. It's not a high-tier binding device, so it can be dispelled immediately. But the key is that it's hard to dispel without getting close. What to do? It's a bit dangerous, but within this line of sight. As he looked left and right, someone from House Crimson approached and growled. Isaac, you will switch places with the executioner's servant. That is the order of Cardinal Crimson, requesting the chance be given to a future saint. No sooner had those words been spoken than whispers rose without end. What? Send an apprentice close to the 14th retinue? Is this okay? Isn't this the same thing that tried to kill us in the Oriat trial before? Isaac already absorbed part of the dry drought demon king's body. How could that demon king's subordinates let him off? Contrary to their worry, Isaac gave a crooked smile and replied, Fine. He secretly thought, Cardinal Crimson, why would you hand him over to me? He stomped hard on Nizer's back, launching. Gleefully stood before the presiding official, leaving him embarrassed. Pitiful, he was beside himself with fear. After being permitted, he happily took the chain and walked forward thinking, now I can openly touch him. The game is over, what use are these stupid restraints? While still smug over the cheap trinkets, his expression suddenly changed. Zalek straightened up. What was on his chest became more visible. He recoiled in horror, the laws of the divine realm. Which damn god had the leisure to cram this thing in there? It would probably take months to remove now. Whisper flew over when he saw his master gloomy and suggested, it seems removing this requires holy blood. You could try the blood of a holy spirit or the Pope's blood. The more he heard it, the more his head ached. Where would we get such things now? That damned lunatic, what to do? If we can't get them now, he'll be executed. The Pope, that bastard, the Pope isn't coming today. As he thought this, an announcement came. Everyone, please stand. The messenger of the god is about to descend. Following the announcement, a gigantic magic array appeared above Isaac. From within, a blinding light burst forth. A haughty voice of a deity rang out. The stench here is thick. Are these the minions of that damned dry drought demon king? At the sight of the arrival, the crowd panicked. It's an angel. The messenger of divine punishment has arrived. The surprise left Isaac frozen. The being looked at him and ordered, show reverence and then personally deal with him. Whisper, disgusted, turned and said, now I understand why Salak gave up. If the executioner is an angel, surviving and escaping would be even harder. Are you listening to me, master, master? But Isaac laughed madly inside. The thing needed to open the shackles has come to me. Whisper screamed in terror. Are you insane? Shuri on the other side saw him standing still and felt a strong sense of déjà vu. This scene looked familiar. He was certain he'd seen it before. Just then, he saw Isaac condense holy power into a sphere in his palm. Old memories flashed through Shuri's mind. Isaac once pierced a deity in the 3-year trial with a single blow, then smashed a milk bottle that destroyed the deity's image. Immediately his face was drenched in sweat, speechless. Isaac. Hey Isaac, you bastard, stop. But it was too late. Isaac's strike had already rushed in, creating a massive explosion. Yeah.